Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Magic takes time to activate. That was the brutal reality Doctor Strange faced when Ebony Maw descended upon Earth, hell-bent on seizing the Time Stone. In that battle, while Iron Man and Spider-Man fought valiantly, Doctor Strange found himself outmatched. His spells were potent but slow, no match for Ebony Maw's ruthless precision. Reality isn't a novel, and magic, no matter how dazzling, always has flaws. Just like Omega-class mutants who struggle to control their powers, it's often the power controlling them, not the other way around. Bufan stood still, absorbing his new abilities. S-class telekinesis. Range, 100 meters. Weight limit, 1 ton. Speed, 10 meters per second. Not bad at all. As the surge of power coursed through him, a soft hum resonated from his body. Buzz, buzz. His cells trembled with energy. His spirit surged, rapidly evolving. In under 10 seconds, the transformation was complete, his physical and mental strength now leagues beyond what they were moments ago. Magneto, watching closely, frowned. What has happened? Did this boy just strengthen himself in front of us, without doing anything? The Red Devil scoffed impatiently. Arrogant brat. Do you really think acting crazy will scare us off? Torrent Gino sneered. You show up here because you're scared, huh? Hoping we'll forgive you for killing the Gangfang? Just because S.H.I.E.L.D. has your back doesn't mean you're safe. Bufan looked them over with casual disdain. You two are idiots. What did you just say? You bastard. I'll crush you. They erupted in fury. Bufan didn't flinch. I'll give you one chance. The tension snapped. He had followed Magneto, asking questions while evading his own purpose for showing up. The Brotherhood, Red Devil, White Queen, Torrent Genos, had grown impatient. The Red Devil snapped. Are you here for chat, kid? The White Queen scoffed. Aren't you from S.H.I.E.L.D.? Spying for intel, I bet. Bufan raised an eyebrow. Correction, I don't work for them anymore. Want proof? Dive into my head. The White Queen smirked. Gladly. I'll show you what it feels like to wish you were dead. Magneto stepped in calmly. Emma, Asazo, stand down. Then to Bufan. You've asked enough questions. Now it's my turn. Why are you really here? Bufan shrugged, as if he'd almost forgotten. Right. I'm here to tell you. Stay away from Wanda and Pietro. Magneto blinked. That's it, Bufan said flatly. What else is there to say? Honestly, I don't get how you could treat Wanda and Pietro so coldly. Magneto frowned. They're mutants. My subordinates. They fight for our cause. Our survival. That was when Bufan understood. Magneto didn't know. He didn't know Wanda and Pietro were his children. And Bufan wasn't about to enlighten him. Magneto continued. They're not fighting for me. They're fighting for our future. You're a mutant too, aren't you? Bufan smirked. Professor X thought the same. But no, I'm not. Magneto raised an eyebrow. Then how do you fly? Not your concern, Bufan replied. Just know this. I won't help you. I won't oppose you. But if you get in my way, there will be consequences. The Red Devil, White Queen, and Torrent exchanged glances, eyes filled with contempt. Magneto shook his head and sighed. You're stubborn. Fine. I won't waste my time convincing you. Boss, Torrent growled, enough talk. Let's teach this punk a lesson. If we capture him, Wanda will definitely come back for him, Red Devil added. Why she fell for this runt, I'll never understand. Eric. The White Queen glanced at Magneto. Magneto turned away. Do what you want. Just don't kill him. He might still be useful. Understood. The Red Devil grinned. Emma, see if you can break his mind. Let's see what he's really made of. Torrent laughed. This kid's weak. I won't even need to lift a finger. The White Queen stepped forward, ready to unleash her psychic power. But Bufan stood firm, and somewhere deep inside him, something ancient stirred, ready to answer. Professor X was in a league of his own, far beyond the reach of the White Queen. Compared to him, her mental strength was nothing. Fine, she sneered, narrowing her eyes as she focused. A sharp psychic pulse shot toward Bufan as she launched a full-scale mental assault, attempting to invade his mind. Meanwhile, the Red Devil growled through clenched teeth. "You've got a death wish, Brad." His expression twisted into a sinister grin. "Janos, Emma, let's end this farce." Whoosh! In a blink, the Red Devil vanished in a puff of black smoke. The air thickened with the stench of sulfur, the stench of another dimension. As a demon-type mutant, Azazel, the Red Devil, had long battled the angel-blooded enemies of his kind. Banished to an alternate dimension ages ago, demon mutants like him used this space as a gateway to teleport across reality. However, Azazel's spatial manipulation was limited to medium and short distances. A spine-chilling laugh echoed through the hall. "I'll rip your throat out." In a flash, he reappeared behind Bufan, claws shimmering with murderous intent, and slashed. Blood sprayed. The Red Devil sneered. "I'll talk. You're nothing but a weakling." But then, behind you, Magneto, seated off to the side, suddenly stood up, eyes wide in alarm. "What?" Azazel looked down and realized the truth too late. The figure he struck was nothing but an afterimage. His claws had swiped through empty air. Damn it! Before he could teleport again, Bufan materialized behind him and slammed a devastating kick into his back. The Red Devil crashed face first into the ground. Enraged and humiliated, he vanished again into smoke. "Come here, you little punk." Torrent Genos snarled. His body exploded into a violent swirl of storm winds, generating a suction vortex that began pulling Bufan toward him. Bang, 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 bang. From within the maelstrom, he launched countless calcified projectiles, white marble-sized bullets of hardened matter, fast and deadly. Bufan's enhanced body could take punishment, but not like this. His durability wasn't at Colossus level yet. Bullets would still pierce him. He activated Empty Cicada, blinking from the center of the room to a distant corner in an instant. The marble bullets ripped into the steel walls where he once stood, leaving gaping craters. "You think you can run forever?" Torrent grinned viciously. With his power, he didn't need to chase. He just needed to think and unleash another barrage. Bufan chuckled. "Then I won't run." Snap! With a flick of his fingers, the massive iron gate of the hall split in half and flew to his side, shielding him just in time. Clang! The calcified marbles hammered into the gate like machine gun fire. Dozens of pits formed instantly. Magneto's eyes narrowed. "You can manipulate metal?" Bufan smiled. "Relax. I'm not taking your job." Magneto stared harder. "Then what is it? Guess." "Psychokinesis." "Correct," Bufan said with a grin. "But no prize for you." The gate barely held, its tonnage maxing out what Bufan could control. Any thinner, and the marbles would have shredded it into scrap. Still, Torrent's suction held fast. Bufan smirked. "You want me to come to you? All right, I'll oblige." Chapter 59. What kind of move was that? With the Red Devil and Torrent neutralized, all eyes turned to the White Queen. She hadn't joined the battle, not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't. Her powers were formidable against regular humans. Telepathy? A psychological nuke in most battles. Full-body diamond form? Impressive defense. But against Bufan, her telepathy was worthless. His mind was a fortress. Her diamond form could tank some damage, but her physical skills were lacking. She could pose no real threat. Bufan turned to her, eyes narrowing, a teasing grin on his lips. The White Queen tensed, body on edge, breath held. "What are you going to do?" She had already made up her mind. At the slightest movement from Bufan, she would diamondize instantly. But deep down, she knew she was outclassed. "Don't worry, I won't hit women," Bufan said with a chuckle. "Besides, I didn't want to do anything to you." Huh. The attention of the White Queen was distracted, and Bufan suddenly disappeared. He was only a few meters away from the White Queen. He did not give the White Queen time to react at all. In the blink of an eye, Bufan appeared behind the White Queen. Oops at one. The White Queen's face changed drastically, and she was about to use her diamond-like ability immediately. Hateful. That hug her from behind. His hands are not honest yet. Ear. The White Queen seemed to hear the voice of the devil, and the guy said, God's right hand. Then, the White Queen was instantly lost. Her eyes widened suddenly, revealing her unbelievable color. Damn it, what is going on? This guy's hand seems to have indescribable magic. Deep in her heart, deep in her mind, a devilish voice appeared. Don't stop, don't stop. That's herself. My God, you are a demon. The White Queen was shocked. She couldn't gather her energy at all, let alone make her whole body diamondized. It really works. Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and laughed secretly. He originally thought that God's right hand was just a chicken rib, but he didn't expect it to have a huge effect. What he didn't expect was that there was an additional surprise. Mind. The system voice appeared. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Complete the hidden mission red envelope and get the corresponding reward. Hidden mission. The first close contact with Emma Frost, the White Queen. Items. Mind power-driven object attribute bonus card. Attribute. Ordinary items. Quality. S grade, second grade. Divided into elementary, medium, and high. World. Superpower out of control. Special effects. The two attributes of distance and weight can be manipulated by the mind-driving ability to be tenfold. Damn it. Bufan was a little stunned by this sudden surprise. What's the matter with this? His original intention was to do a small experiment, but he didn't expect to complete the hidden task smoothly. Hell, hidden task. No reminder. No reminder to trigger the task, either completed or missed. Bufan can only say, System, you really know how to play? Forget it, it's not important. Receive it now. After a few seconds, the system prompts that the point-adding card has been received, and Bufan checked the attributes of the lower mind force driving things. Thinking force driving things. Control distance 0 to 1,000 meters. Weight 0 to 10 tons. Speed 0 to 10 meters/second. Note 1. The effective control distance is 300 meters, and the control weight and speed can reach the highest value in an instant within 200 meters. Note 2. The farthest control distance is 1,000 meters. When the control distance exceeds the effective control distance, the weight and speed that can be controlled will be weakened to a certain extent. Chapter 60 Romance. Love Game. 2 more. After Magneto was completely resolved, Bufan immediately returned to school and went to class as normal. The next day, there was definite news from S.H.I.E.L.D. that Magneto had led his subordinates to leave, completely lost track of them. To be honest, Bufan didn't know what Magneto wanted to do next. The timeline of the X-Men was so messy that he couldn't figure out at all. That is, in the current Marvel Master world, Bufan could have foresight, but he couldn't be 100% sure. Because he is here. If it's just an ordinary person, it's a pity that he is not. This means variables. His own existence is a variable. Each of his actions will affect other people in the world. The greater the movement he makes, the greater the impact will be, and it will eventually be fed back to the real world. God knows what it will turn out to be. Quantitative changes cause qualitative changes. This point has also troubled Bufan. He even considered whether he should keep a low profile. The result is, no. No matter how big the impact is, he cares about the plot and not the plot. Only in the shortest time, it is the king to improve himself as much as possible. A snap finger, maybe he disappeared. After all, that big purple potato face has collected 6 infinite gems and completed his family planning office. Marvel's superpowers relied solely on time and space to travel through this kind of leaky cheating device to complete the counterattack. The Zishu Lien, he died unjustly. Furthermore, he has to consider not only himself, but also his wife. So let the low-key or anything go to hell. Become stronger. Be as strong as possible in the shortest time. In the next half month, there were no more S-level red envelopes. and Lee Bufan was also happy and peaceful, enjoying the good high school time. Although he desires to become stronger, he is not in a hurry. Urgency is useless. The only thing he can do is not to miss any opportunity to become stronger. Shield Bureau has fulfilled her promise and has no trouble Lee Bufan again. Wanda quit her job in Midtown High School and joined the Avengers. SHI. In the original plot, Wanda hasn't joined the Avengers at this time, and he hasn't even appeared yet. To some extent, this is the huge change brought about by the emergence of Lee Bufan. Wanda chose to work for SHI worries. During this time, the basic framework of the Avengers has taken shape. Tony, Steve, Wanda, Fast Silver, Black Widow, plus Hawkeye, the initial 7-member team was born. Dr. Banner is still incognito in Nepal, working as a happy barefoot doctor. Nick Fury really wants him to join the Avengers, but Dr. Banner is a double-edged sword. No one can control. Even Dr. Banner himself can't do it. Once he becomes a Hulk, he will lose his mind. At that time, no one can guarantee whether he will hit the enemy or his own. Therefore, Nick Fury chose not to disturb Dr. Banner for the time being and continued to let him stay in Nepal quietly, as long as he knew his specific location and made sure that when he wanted to find him, he would be able to find him. In addition, Stark Industries has developed 2 full-body suits in accordance with the requirements of S.H.I.E.L.D., similar to the Spider-Man suit, with the face completely covered. One set was prepared for Wanda, and the other set was prepared for Lee Bufan. Lee Bufan's full-body battle suit, red and blue, and his face is the Shuriyasha 100 Ghosts figure proposed by Lee Bufan himself. It is an image from Eastern mythology, hideous and terrifying, and equipped with a voice changer. In Lee Bufan's view, this is a romantic game between himself and Wanda. She thinks that she is an ordinary person, and she also enjoys the ordinary and peaceful happiness of being an ordinary person, and she is unwilling to destroy. Then the only thing he can do. Chapter 61 Selection. Hell Level Difficulty Dungeon. Lee Bufan was indeed in the second bedroom, but he did not sleep. He left the living room just to give Wanda a chance to leave. In fact, he had been observing in secret, and he had already heard Maria Hiller's phone call. When Wanda left, Lee Bufan walked out of the room and went to the living room. On the dining table, there is a note left by Wanda. My dear, the company suddenly has a major trouble. I may be traveling for a few days. I'm not here these days. You have to be obedient. Love you 3,000 times, Wanda. Hey, I love you 3,000 times. This is Tony's. Don't use it like that. Lee Bufan clicked the corner of his mouth and said secretly, it seems that the battle in New York is about to begin. The poor baby Loki should have come to the Earth now with the help of the power of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. The entire Battle of New York seemed very simple. That Loki wanted to occupy the Earth, enslave all mankind, and then led the Kitari army to invade the Earth. But in fact, it is the Zishu face that controls everything behind the scenes. Thanos is the former guardian of the psychic gems, and all the Kitari are his subordinates. Through the hands of the Kitaris, he handed the scepter inlaid with the psychic gems to Loki, and then used Loki's king. Dream, let him act as the vanguard. This is a little test to see if the Earth can stop it. To be successful even for Rocky, he doesn't need to do it himself. Just a few gems can be commanded by remote control. Lee Bufan's mind was shocked. Coming. He was overjoyed. Sure enough, the next moment, a system voice appeared in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Trigger the main storyline. Open the main storyline mission. The host will get a God-level task selection red envelope. Do you want to check it? Lee Bufan's eyes flickered with a red light. A golden light burst, and a red envelope of the sun, as big as a palm, appeared. Even the appearance is different from before. Lee Bufan ticked the corner of his mouth without any hesitation. Yes. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. The God-level task chooses the red envelope to open. You will get the following difficult tasks. The higher the difficulty level, the higher the item rewards you will get. A level difficulty. Capture Loki, counter Chitauri's invasion, and save the Earth. S-level difficulty. Capture Loki, defeat Thor, and prevent the Kitari from entering the Earth. Hell level difficulty. Loki is the god of trick, with a cunning nature, good and evil, and good at disguising and deceiving. Once you choose this task, the host must absolutely suppress Loki in both spirit and combat. Remarks: if you choose Hell level difficulty, you will get extremely rich item rewards for success. Failure will strip the host from 3 abilities. According to the host's current strength, it will deprive you of flying skills, mind ability, and thunder escape. Ding dong. The host has 30 seconds to consider. Please consider carefully before making a choice. Bufan narrowed his eyes. Level A and Level S difficulty are very simple for Bufan and can be completed easily. Although Thor and Loki come from the Asgard Immortal Palace, they're known as gods, but the Western gods are different from the Eastern gods. Great. To put it simply, Asgard is a civilization similar to that of the Earth. In the original plot, Tony, Banner, Steve, Thor, and others have teamed up to frustrate Loki's conspiracy. Now even the brothers and sisters of Wanda and Quine have entered the game. Winning Loki is not a problem. Take these two, this is meaningless. Various thoughts flashed through Bufan's mind like lightning. He chuckled and said decisively, Hell level difficulty. System, ding dong. Hell level difficulty dungeon, officially opened, no specific time limit. From this moment on, until Loki is brought back to Asgard's realm by Thor, he will all be in the S-level red envelope drawing period. Oh, Bufan thought for a while, until Loki was brought back to Asgard by Sol. In other words, he can't kill Loki myself? Also good. Loki is also Odin's son. Although he is not his own, he is still the of Asgard. If he wants to kill him forcibly, he might incur Asgard's anger, and Odin may commit suicide on Earth. Then, let go of the child. Lokinawa, Bufan panel attributes. Physical body. 1. Super Soldier Genetic Modification Fluid Analogy. Super Soldier Serum. 2. Self-Healing Factor Analogy. Wolverine, Deadpool. 3. Super Body Analogy. Slightly weaker Thanos. 4. The Body of the Super God Analogy. Father Odin. Physical fitness, strength, speed, agility, and other attributes greatly improved. Super Skin. It can resist cold, heat, electricity, radiation, poison, aging, and disease. Spiritual power. Close to invincibility, unless it is a demon or god-level attack. It can't hurt the superpowered body. Skill. 1. Ninjutsu Naruto. Alay Dun. Leiche, Chidori. Be Fire Escape. Impatience, Head Painstaking, Dragon Fire Technique. C Chakra. Nine Tails. D Pupil Technique. Kaleidoscope Riding Round Eyes. Left Eye Reading Moon. Right Eye Superb Power, and can be used at the same time. Full body must be able to be suffocated. 2. Shun Fa Reaper. A. Empty Cicada, Instant Step. B. Magic Short Distance Teleportation, 30 meters. 3. Magic. A. Space Teleport Portal. B. Soul Physique. C. Dark Energy Capture Technique. D. Refining Blade Technique. E. Absolutely. Guardian of the Mind, which strengthened the spirit. F. Flying Witcher. G. Thought Force Driving Things. Distance 1,200 meters. Effective distance 500 meters. Weight 100 tons. Speed 100 meters per second. Detailed explanation. 1. Empty Cicada. A way to escape attack, surgery, in the anime and manga Bleach. The effect is that during fast movement, the visual afterimage makes the enemy mistakenly believe that the opponent has been stabbed, but in fact it just pierced the outer clothing and the person escaped. The spell requires extremely fast movement, and it seems to be used in conjunction with the instant step. 2. A small fireball falling on the ground instantly expands the burning range and swallows everything around it. Coupled with the nature of the wind, the fire is more violent, and its explosiveness is strong enough to make the surrounding land burn into a sea of flames in a blink of an eye. Jiaodu, one of the members of Shao, the partner of Fei Duan, can use the chakra to manipulate the black tentacles in the body to capture the meridian or heart of others. including one's own heart. The body can store up to 5 hearts, and each heart can be transformed into a black monster formed by grievances, and its monster can use the technique of the original Heartmaster. Became the victim of the protagonist's new Halo technique. When done, Spiral Shuriken. 3. The essence of Susanoo is a physical chakra. The huge chakra forms a human form to surround the operator. Most attacks are ineffective against it, but too much use will have side effects. It is not only the guardian of the caster, but also the god of death that devours the vitality of the caster. Only when the eternal kaleidoscope is turned on can it be unaffected. Therefore, Susanoo is a powerful double-edged sword. The operator can choose to stand inside or outside of Susanoo. When the operator moves, Susanoo also moves. At the same time, Susanoo can make any action following the operator's intent. Susanoo can also be used locally, such as summoning only partial arms, palms, and other forms to fight. 4. Full body must be Susanoo. The opening conditions for the complete body must be more stringent. Only those who can maximize the pupil power of the kaleidoscope riding wheel and have a large chakra have the possibility of opening the complete body must be able to turn on the kaleidoscope. There are very few people who have exercised their pupils to the extreme, and in general, if the kaleidoscope is used too much, it will cause blindness. Therefore, in history, there are only a handful of people who have opened a complete body. In this state, Susanoo chakra is fully formed and stable, and its strength is enough to open mountains and seas, with wings growing on its back, and it can fly into the sky, and it can also use the ninjutsu that the surgeon is good at. In addition, Uchiha Sasuke's complete body can only be opened by the reincarnation eye of the left eye. The right eye is a 3-hook jade instead of a kaleidoscope when opening Susanoo, and can resist the infinite moon reading launched by Uchiha Madara. 5. Lay done. Chidori. Chapter 62 Heroes Gather. The battle is about to start. 1 for the First Order. Time was hurried, and soon came the next day, as high as, in the clouds of thousands of meters, an invisible giant like a fish in the sea, swimming quickly at his shield. Secretly researched and developed sea, land, and air amphibious combat black technology. Sky Mothership. 444 super powerful engines ensure the operation of the Sky Mothership. Even if 2 are destroyed, it can still operate as usual. On the Sky Mothership, several Marvel superpowers have assembled. Conference Room 1. Tony, Steve, Natasha, Wanda, 4 of 4 have assembled. Through the huge, single-sided transmission glass of the number 1 meeting room, the command center of the lower hall is fully visible, as many as 400 shield. The technicians are working in full swing. Goal, find Loki. Tony Stark waved his hand and said to Natasha, "We have been sitting for half an hour. This is not the way of hospitality, your boss." Natasha said, "You want to pick up people." Tony looked like you were teasing me, and said silently, "Madam, I didn't mean to offend. I called this over so early, but you didn't even gather everyone. Don't you think your work efficiency is too low?" American team Steve Rogers frowned slightly. He is a soldier. He has always been disciplined first. He doesn't like Tony's venomous and silly appearance. He said, "Mr. Stark, please keep quiet. This is not Stark Industries. I believe Director Fury. It will be here soon." Tony didn't even look at Steve. He raised his finger and said, "When do we have another representative of the director?" Steve frowned deeper, but didn't say anything. He has been in contact with Tony for a while, knowing how poisonous this guy is. In terms of mouth escape, he is definitely not Tony's opponent. At this moment, the wooden door of the office was pushed open. Nick Fury and Coulson walked in first, and a slightly fat middle-aged man with glasses and a kind face followed behind them. Nick Fury smiled and said, "When I'm away, you guys are very lively. Let me introduce Bruce Banner, Dr. Banner." "Oh, I forgive you." Tony stood up, reached out to Banner, and said with some excitement, "Hello, Tony Stark. It is nice to meet you, Dr. Banner. Your achievements in the field of anti-electron collision are unmatched." Banner shyly shook Tony's hand and said, "Hello, Mr. Stark. I am also very happy to meet you. What? Banner suddenly yelled, but Tony didn't know when, with a pen in his left hand, he slammed Banner on him. Don't change your body. Tony expects. You know, I love that. The big green monster. Let me take a look. You hateful playboy. You didn't know way before. Nick Fury's forehead is full of black lines, saying, Tony. Steve's face sank, and he sternly said, Are you crazy? Tony curled his lips and said, we also have a spokesperson for the director. It's a pity that Mr. Chief has already arrived, and you have been relieved of your post. Sorry for you, Steve said slightly angrily. You like to joke a lot. Tony shrugged and said, It's fun. Steve lightly smashed the conference table with his fist and said, This is not fun at all, yours. A joke will lead to the failure of the mission. Oh my God. Natasha whispered a word, rolled her eyes, her face full of helplessness. Nick Fury was also helpless. In order to fight, it is possible to come out. Chapter 63, The God of Trick, Loki. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 64, Variables still happened. 3 requests for subscription. Run away. Can't stay here anymore, or you will die. There was a scream of horror. The crowd scattered and fled, and Loki did not stop it. Soldier, your attack didn't work. I'm afraid you still don't know who your opponent is. I'm Rocky from Asgard. God, Steve sneered. You are not. There is only one God. That is, God, and he will never wear the same circus acrobatics. Damn mortal, you dare to be disrespectful to the gods. Not only do I disrespect the gods, I also plan to smash the gods. Boom! In a loud noise, Loki and Steve fought together. Steve returned from the thawing, and he was far from reaching the highest combat effectiveness. No matter how weak Loki was, he was a god. For several rounds, Shurtif was knocked to the ground. He is not Loki's opponent. Of course, for the American team, combat effectiveness is not the only advantage. His biggest advantage is 11. Kneel down. Loki ends with a scepter, pointed to Steve's head, and said sharply, Impossible. Steve fought back in an instant. At this moment, Natasha drove a Quinn fighter jet and drove her weapon arsenal fully open and aimed at Loki on the ground. She reluctantly shook her head and said, That guy, too many clones. Suddenly, the operating system of the Quinn-style fighter was invaded, and a rock and roll music began to be played. Tony Stark's lowly voice appeared. Agent Normanova, do you miss me? Natasha rolled her eyes, and her face was helpless. When Tony Stark arrived, Wanda and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents have arrived. Steve is in charge of fighting Rocky, and they are in charge of evacuation of the crowd. Now, the evacuation is complete. The square became extremely empty. Only Rocky, Steve, Wanda, and talk about a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Although their duty is to protect the people, they are not superpowers. They can only do some simple tasks. This battle has nothing to do with them. Far away, in a building 100 meters away, Bufan sits on the roof of the building with a drunkard peanut in his left hand, fried chicken, Coca-Cola in the right hand, watching a play. The death was in his suit, and the mask of the Hell 100 Ghosts was taken off by him. Wanda's witch suit and his death suit are all produced by Stark Industry, and there is no doubt about how powerful Stark Industries' products are. The thin layer is strong enough to be bulletproof. The air tightness is also excellent. Even if the entire face is covered, it will not cause any discomfort. Bufan didn't wear it, not because of the death suit, but because of himself, simply because he was not used to it. When he saw Tony enter the arena, Bufan yawned and said with a chuckle, It looks like this battle is about to end. Loki showed up so swaggeringly. Originally, he wanted to cast himself in. He wouldn't resist. It's a pity that everything that happened next went beyond Bufan's expectations, and Loki ignored the threats of Tony and Natasha, and with the magic of a scepter, the whole street was destroyed. Wanda's mission was originally to evacuate the crowd, and Loki gave it to Steve, Natasha, and others to deal with it. No way. Her current strength is very weak. Chaos magic is very strong, but this is only the initial stage. If it is not for joining the Brotherhood, S.H.I.E.L.D., her ability, maybe it won't improve in a lifetime. But the current situation forced her to take action. You took your dad's curtains as a cloak. You really annoyed me. Tony had a poisonous tongue and gave the U.S. team a look. Second understanding. Tony immediately used an infrared laser knife to pin down part of Loki's attention, and Steve took the opportunity to deceive. Chapter 65 shocked Tony. God, you, for seeking subscription. So, pretty girl, it's time to say goodbye to everyone. Steve yelled, no. Damn bastard. Tony's face was bruised, and his hands pointed at Loki. If you dare to hurt my companion, I will definitely make you worse off in death. I promise. Loki curled his lips and said, Mortal, don't speak big words. You can come now, if there's a species. Before he finished his words, Loki's face changed drastically, and he directed at the building where Bufan was located, shouting, Hey, I'm just bragging. I'm not going to hurt her. Boom! A heavy motor vehicle flew out of thin air, appeared on top of Loki's head almost instantly, and smashed it fiercely. 1 click, 2 clicks, 3 clicks, lots of clicks. Of course, Rocky has the ability to transpose 803, but very weak, and the distance is much weaker than that of the Red Devil. And no matter where he appears, nearby cars, stone lions, statues of saints, or other things, they will fly. Then it hit him fiercely. Call! Wanda broke free from Loki's control, took a breath, but still felt dizzy. His legs softened and slowly sat on the ground. She is too weak in physical strength and spirit now. Tony, Steve, and Natasha on the Quinjet all looked dumbfounded and couldn't figure out the situation at all. What is that heavy motor vehicle, which is several tons? How can it fly out of thin air? What kind of superpower, etc.? This is not the key. The key is who manipulated it. Steve looked at Tony. Tony removed his head armor and vomited. Don't look at me. Although I am a genius, playboy, and philanthropist, I don't have the ability to fly things out of thin air. Idiot, Steve murmured. Of course I know it's not you. Tony said, Captain Popsicle, you seem to have a lot of opinions on me. Are you going to fight with me? Please. On the Cohen-style fighter, Natasha rolled her eyes and shouted at the building where Bufan was staying, The person you are looking for is there. Natasha was no less shocked than Tony and Steve, because she knew the true identity of the man wearing the mask of the Hell 100 Ghosts. Her heart was already shocked, and she couldn't believe her eyes. Nick didn't say anything wrong, little badass. He also hid other abilities. God, how did you do it? Natasha stared at Bufan with scorching eyes, lost in thought. Tony, Steve, Wanda, and others all looked at Bufan. Damn, I admit that suit. Tony shouted, followed his eyes, and said, unhappy, shield. But I didn't tell me to use that suit for you. If I know, take this list. Wanda said, Who is he, and did he save me? Steve said in a deep voice, If I didn't guess wrong, he is Director Fury's mouth, the super who hasn't shot yet. Tony rolled his eyes and said poisonously, Hey, I have to guess I can tell you for sure now. He is the of death. After a short pause, Tony glanced at Loki, who was lying on the ground, and said, Asshole, I told you a long time ago. Let you be honest, you know now. Loki lay pitifully on the ground, with a look of lovelessness, as if she had lost her precious first time. Whoosh! Bufan immediately. It took almost a blink of an eye to perform the flying technique, and he came to the crowd and slowly fell to the ground. Tony exclaimed, Damn, what kind of monster is he? He can actually fly. Are you really a human being? Aren't you a mutant? Tony, you better be polite, or you will regret it. Bufan rushed to Tony. Chapter 66, I know everything, 5 requests for subscription. God, it's been a long time since I saw you. Tony stared at Bufan, shocked. But what are you doing? Why did you suddenly fly, and just now, what kind of ability is that? Don't tell me. You really can magic. I won't believe it. And many more. Isn't Wanda your wife? Don't you already live together? To be honest, when I knew that Wanda was also a superpower and joined the Avengers, I was shocked, thinking that you don't know. You want to have a big surprise. But what are you doing? Is this a fun game between your husband and wife? Wanda won't let any of us tell you her true identity, and you are like this now. This is too ridiculous. The corner of Lee Bufan's mouth twitched. Once Tony turned into a chatter, it was really scary. Not only Lee Bufan, Natasha, and Steve were frowning at hearing. Natasha shook her head and said, "Tony, calm down. Now is not when you are curious about the baby. First solve the trouble in front of you, okay?" Tony said, "No problem." At this moment, lying on the ground, a certain poor creature who was unlovable suddenly had a color in his eyes. He glared at Lee Bufan angrily and roared. Fan08. Me, Loki, but from Alaska. How dare you be so presumptuous? I've said a long time ago, just to scare your little girlfriend. Why do you still hurt the killer? Why? Hoarse, even hysterical. Pete, Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he was extremely speechless. Look at Loki, the of tricks. He is ready to invade the earth and enslave all mankind. But now he's like a baby who has been wronged. Maybe in the eyes of this guy, the invasion of the earth is just a prank to show oneself. Wait. Lee Bufan squatted down in front of Loki, squinted slightly, stared at Loki, and said nothing. Loki was stunned by Lee Bufan's stare, and he shrank back, as if a little frightened, and said, what do you want to do?" Lee Bufan sneered and said, "Don't pretend. Maybe others don't know what you are, but you are a transparent white paper in front of me, without any secrets. You play a weak person in front of me." Oh. Loki's expression changed, suddenly calm, smiled at Lee Bufan, and said, "The funny Kitari is right. You are really funny." Lee Bufan said, "What else did they say?" Loki snorted and said arrogantly, "If you ask, do I have to answer?" Lee Bufan snapped his fingers, and the heavy motor vehicle that had been smashed nearby slowly flew up and hovered 3 meters above Loki's head. Loki's eyes flickered and said, "Don't be impulsive. Just say something if you have something." Lee Bufan yawned casually. "If you don't want to be abused, then you can answer whatever I ask." Rocky said, "Understood." Lee Bufan said, "Do you know who I am and the relationship between me and Wanda?" Rocky said, "I know." Lee Bufan said, "How did you know?" A sneer flashed through Loki's eyes, and he smiled lightly. "You don't think that I want to dominate the earth, and I will not do any work ahead of time. I not only know you, but also you and that green monster. No surprise." Lee Bufan's eyes narrowed, and as the movement he made became bigger and bigger, the variables still occurred. According to the original plot, Loki would never follow. When the Avengers start the fight, he will obediently catch him. But what he did just now is obviously to force himself to take action and see his strength. At this moment, Natasha said, "Lee, if you want to chat with this bastard, you could go back to the base and talk again. The most urgent task is to bring this back to the base. The Cosmos Cube is not on him, and we have to rely on him to find the Rubik's Cube." "No problem." Chapter 67 Thor, the of Thunder comes. 6 more. Cut. Loki pursed his lips, obviously not believing it. "It's okay if you don't believe it, but I know everything about you and your plans, including now. Why did you throw yourself into the net?" "Oh, isn't it? Then you just talk about it." Rocky was also interested and continued, "I have a hunch that you will be a very interesting opponent. Come on, let's talk about it. I can't wait to know how you're going to make this big talk." Since he is the of tricks, Loki naturally has strong confidence in his strategy. It is a pity. Lee Bufan just smiled faintly and didn't say any more. The hook has been planted in Loki's heart, and then just wait quietly for the net. "Ha." Loki turned his head and said with contempt, "Ignorant mortal, you don't know what true wisdom is." Boom! The frequency of lightning is getting higher and higher, and the distance is getting closer. Lee Bufan said, "Open the back door, otherwise the violent man will use a hammer to close the door." Smashed open. "Good." Natasha immediately. "Do as it is." Tony, Steve doesn't know Thor yet, but she knows that Soul can live on Earth for a while. After Soul returns to Asgard's shield, Thor's life on the Earth was investigated in detail. She even knew Thor, the of Thunder, had no malice against the Earth. OM. Just when Natasha opened the rear door, Lee Bufan had a real map in his mind. In the real map, a red dot kept flashing. It's time to draw the red envelopes. At the same time, that The red dot is still approaching the Cohen-style fighter at a rapid speed. I didn't say. This red envelope is about to fall on Saul. Boom! A blonde, violent man with silver conquering armor and a red cloak, holding a large hammer in his hand, suddenly appeared on the back door. It was Thor, the of Thunder. And on his chest, there was a golden red envelope. Kick, I have a red envelope. The corners of Bufan's mouth twitched, which is really the consistent style of the system. Tony and Steve all realized that Soul was bad, and Tony immediately. Equipped with the head armor, Steve picked up the vibrating shield, AS for Thor. There was no one else in his eyes, but he stared at Loki in an angry and fierce manner. Hey, aliens, Tony came forward and wanted to talk to Soul, but before he could finish his words, Bufan had already flown out, and he slammed Soul to his chest. Thor was kicked in an instant and disappeared in front of everyone. Tony and Steve are both dumbfounded. Loki was the same, staring at Bufan dumbfounded, and after a full second, he was relieved, clapped 3 times, and said, "Wow, although I don't advocate violence, I still want to say that I did a good job." Of course, if the kick was the face, it would be even more beautiful. Bufan ignored Loki. Mind. System. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Complete the task red envelope. Kick Thor hard. The corresponding reward has been distributed to the red envelope space. The host can check it by itself. Sure, it's not joking. This is the end. Bufan was confused by the system. What the hell? This task is too simple. Is it different from free delivery? Scan the red envelope space. Item from Healing Factors Serum Agent Attributes. Common item quality. Grade medium graded grade. Medium, high world, super empire special effects. As you know. Chapter 68 Thor. I'll beat you so hard that you can't even recognize your mother. 7 more. Chapter 69 Fuck, Cut Thunder and Lightning. Soul dumbfounded. 8 more. Saul laughed. Little guy, I thought you were weak. I didn't expect you to have this kind of assassin. Don't hide anything. Let's have a fight. The blood of fighting in my body has already boiled. Wow. 2 giant trees, one on the left and one on the right, shoot at him at the same time when Soul is still. Nonsense. Bang, 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 bang. Hands up, manipulating 2 giant trees like arms and fingers, skillful and even perfect. Almost in just 3 seconds. Soul was smashed dozens of times by 2 giant trees. Soul was smashed. Tony, Steve's mouth twitches when he sees it, which is really miserable. Luo base station was on the cliff and exclaimed excitedly. That's it. I love your ability. What? Thor, the of Thunder, burst out a beast-like roar, slammed his hands to the left and right, and instantly smashed the 2 giant trees. He was very angry. You little who doesn't know how high the earth is. Don't hit me with a tree anymore. If you dare to use this stuff again, I promise to kill you. I promise in the name of Father Odin. Bufan shrugged and chuckled. Oh, as you wish. Whoosh. Behind Thor, a huge boulder flew away and hit Thor's head. Soul! Exclamation point. Why don't you understand, people? Don't let you use trees, you just use stones. What I mean, you're not allowed to humiliate me like this anymore. Damn bastard, you die deal. Thor once again burst out a beast-like roar, smashed the rock with a fist, and made a loud humming sound on his right hand. A T fell to the Thor's hammer in the distance and flew towards him, and he was instantly held in his palm. Raised suddenly. Crack! Bright lightning pierced the dark night sky again. Boom! The loud noise of thunder was even more ferocious than before. Wow! Loki covered his ears and gloated. Hey, although I like you very much, I have to tell you that the guy is really angry this time. And he's going to be real. That is to say, you're going to suffer. Tony, Steve's face changed slightly, and they also felt the change in Thor. This time the intensity of lightning was unprecedented. Tony, Steve called. Steve raised his mechanical arms, one aimed at Soul and the other at Bufan, and continued, Big guy, if you dare to mess around, I won't keep your hands. As for you, immediately, fly away. If you don't leave, I will send you away. Bufan chuckles. Can you do it? It may not be possible. Tony was helpless. After seeing Bufan's ability, he shrugged and added, but I always have to try. Even if I know that I can't, I will do something. Standing idly by is not my character. This is Tony Stark. The body of a mortal is comparable to a god. Although he is still an unobstructed, selfish, and pushy image, his nature will not change. At the most critical moment, he will burst out with a bright, gorgeous light. Soul sneered said, No, you can't do it at all. At least you can't do it to me. As for you, kid, it's still too late to apologize. Bufan shook his head and said, Sorry, I am not very good at this kind of thing, or else first. Show me a demonstration, Tony said with a serious face. He is really not good at it. Ah! Thor thoroughly blows up his hair, growls. Chapter 70 IQ Crush. Are you afraid that you're not an idiot? 9 more. Saul didn't stop him. He was still standing there, startled. Ahem. Tony coughed lightly and said with a sigh of relief. A visitor from a foreign land, Saul, right? Likely, I am sparse in our world. I mean, actually, I can also cut the thunder and lightning. Again, give me a few months. It's not important. What I want to say is, you don't want to take Rocky away before we find the cube of the universe. You can either stand by and watch the show or help us deal with Loki. There is no third option. Whoosh! The voice fell. Tony took off and chased the Cohen-type fighter. Steve smiled gently at Soul and said, Hey, Soul, leave Tony alone. He is that kind of character. You said that you came to Earth to stop Loki's conspiracy, right? Soul nodded. Steve said, Then stand with us 140. On the side, as long as Loki surrenders the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, you can take him away. He is not an Earthling. In order to avoid disputes between the Earth and Asgard, we will not judge him. Sold out. Only Asgard can. Steve smiled and said, That man, do you mind taking me a ride? Those nasty guys patronize yourself and leave me here. Soul, no problem. Whoosh. Soul took Steve and jumped into the air through the thick clouds and quickly caught up with the Cohen-type fighter. Half an hour later, the Sky Mothership. Natasha was driving the Quinn fighter and has returned. Director Nick Fury, Commander Maria Hill, Coulson, and others have been waiting for a long time. When everyone arrived, an agent immediately came forward and escorted Loki to one cylindrical cell. It was developed specifically for a powerful alien visitor like Loki after referring to the Rubik's Cube and consulting various materials, such as the battle between Thor and the Destroyer 6 months ago. Soon, Soul also returned with Steve. The heroes assembled again, and everyone came to the second-floor meeting room. The American team, Black Widow, Banner, Thor, and Bufan were all present. Nick Fury is playing a mouth escape game with Loki. Natasha clapped her hands and said, Now that Loki is in our hands, we can discuss how to get the Rubik's Cube through him. Soul, do you have any information you want to share with us? Soul stared at Bufan. His eyes seemed to kill. Bufan was lying comfortably on the office chair, with his legs raised on the desk, playing the Little B game, completely ignoring him. Soul, Natasha asked again. Kitari Legion. Thor quickly explained Loki's conspiracy. Finally said, I repeat, not from Asgard and any world you know. Steve nodded and said, According to your statement, the alien legion is far away from the Earth. Even if the technology is slightly more advanced than the Earth, they can't rely on spacecraft. That is to say, Loki will use the Cosmos Rubik's Cube for space teleportation. Banner said, It looks like this at the moment. Don't take Dr. Sevig. Sulky said, Dr. Sevig. Banner explained, an astrophysicist formerly S.H.I.E.L.D. Work and preside over the scientific research project of Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Thor said, I know, he is my friend. Natasha said, Very well. We already know Loki's purpose. Then why did he appear in Stuttgart? Oh, Tony's. The voice suddenly appeared, and he walked in with Coulson and quickly explained, To achieve spatial transmission, a space gate must be established. The bowl is the most important rare element. Unfortunately, there are many in Stuttgart. Eagle Eye has gotten. Chapter 71 Rocky. That guy is his own. 10 more. Tony shook his head speechlessly and said to Banner, Dr. Banner, let's keep working and see if there is any room for improvement in the search system. I think so too. Soon. Tony, Banner left the meeting room. Steve got up and followed, and Sol went to find Coulson. Coulson was directly responsible for his affairs. He returned to Earth this time without knowing his own. Where's the little girlfriend? Natasha got up and walked towards the cell where Loki was held. Bufan put away the phone, got up and followed. There, Nick Fury and Loki's mouth fight continued. Seeing Natasha, Bufan came over and stopped. Nick Fury said, Mr. Lee, thank you for your shot. Tony, Steve, and those people are not easy to manage. Bufan shook his head and said, Little Nick, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to join the Avengers. Nick Fury was taken aback. But last time you said you would consider it seriously. Yes, I really consider my confirmation, but I turned it down. Bufan looked serious. Nick Fury! Exclamation point. The wind is messy. Rocky laughed. Nick Fury still didn't give up, saying, But you still shot. Please. Bufan looked at Nick Fury like a 09 idiot and said speechlessly, I have taken action to represent me to join the Avengers. Did I tell you a long time ago? I can do whatever I want. You can't control it. Nick Fury's forehead is full of black lines, and he feels like he's going to run away. Forget it, forget it. It doesn't matter if he joins or not. As long as he is willing to make a move, there is no problem. The Avengers General Council is just a title. It doesn't matter. Natasha didn't want Mr. Chief to be too embarrassed immediately. Changed the subject and asked, What did he say? Nick Fury shook his head and gritted his teeth. He is just a stubborn bastard. Ask him if he doesn't say anything. I have other things to do. You and Lee will be in charge of the interrogation and see if you can pry open his mouth. After all, Nick Fury left directly. Natasha glanced at Bufan. Bufan waved her hand and said with a chuckle, I'll come and take a look. Leave me alone. All right. So, the head-on confrontation between Natasha and Loki began, and everything that happened next was not much different from the original plot. Loki deliberately used what Natasha had done before to stimulate her, and Natasha was recruited, hiding his face and crying, bowed his head, and choked with pain. Wow, the acting is awesome. As a melon eater, Bufan said that he enjoyed it very much. Loki was also very proud. As soon as he lost his mind, he revealed a flaw and gave Natasha a clue. Natasha instantly changed her face and said with a little excitement, Banner. Rocky looked dumbfounded. What? You have to use Dr. Banner. Nada showed a sweet smile. Thank you for your cooperation. Turn around and leave. Loki continued to be confused, only then knew that he was calculated by Nasha, and angrily cursed. Bitch! Bitch! You're a bitch! You will pay for your actions. Natasha ignored Loki's verbal abuse and rushed. Little villain, won't you follow me? Bufan shook his head. I will talk to him again. Natasha stopped talking immediately. Heading to Tony, where Banner worked, Loki was still there, an angry roar, but his evil eyes flashed away. Okay, people are gone. Don't pretend. Bufan was extremely speechless. Rocky! Exclamation point. Bufan applauded and chuckled lightly. It's really a wonderful performance. Chapter 72, Everywhere, Everywhere. One request for subscription. Clouds thousands of meters high. The Sky Mothership. With Bufan's departure, Rocky's plan to instigate separation worked, and the contradictions among Tony, Steve, Natasha, Banner, and others were completely intensified. Tony and Steve found extremely important evidence, respectively. Nick Fury is using Rubik's Cube to create high-tech lethal weapons. Argument start. Steve directly from S.H.I.E.L.D. The secret armory took out a sample of a new weapon and asked, Director Fury, I think you need to explain it to us. You misunderstood. Nick Fury shook his head and didn't intend to admit it all. Even if the evidence is in front of him, it is impossible. Oh, you still plan to continue cheating. Tony turns a suspended LCD screen, where there are all the details of the second stage. In fact, since he boarded the Sky Mothership, he had ordered artificial intelligence Jarvis to crack S.H.I.E.L.D. When a U.S. team found the evidence, The cracking had been completed. Nick Fury looked helpless. Banner said, "Director Fury, we all want to know S.H.I.E.L.D. Why use Rubik's Cube to create weapons of mass destruction?" At this moment, Natasha also walked in. Natasha quickly said, "I know Loki's conspiracy. Dr. Banner, he wants to use me." Banner pointed to himself, feeling quite amused, and said, "Please, if it weren't for you, I am still staying quietly in Nepal and being a happy barefoot doctor. Are you diverting attention?" Natasha shook her head and said, "That's your own choice. You can't come here because I winked at you, right? You were just distracting." Banner pointed to the second stage weapon data on the screen and sneered, "I think you should explain this thing first, right, Director Fury? You want to know the reason? I will tell you, because of him." Nick Fury pointed at Soul. Soul dumbfounded. Nick Fury categorically said, "Yes, it's because of you. 6 months ago, we learned that the Earth is not the only civilization, and this guy from a foreign civilization destroyed a small town as soon as it." Soul defended, "That was an accident. Asgard is kind to the Earth, but other exotic civilizations are like the Kitari Legion in your mouth." Nick Fury shook his head and said, "Compare with those foreign civilizations. The current technology of the Earth is too weak. We must take precautions." Thor laughed. "Wow, you always have a reason. This is the chaos of your civilization." The quarrel intensified. Natasha aimed at Banner, Tony, Steve, and I all targeted at Nick Fury. Tony and Steve had originally disliked each other. The contradiction intensified again, and Banner was angry again. "It will explode. Calm down." Nick Fury's face changed drastically. "You better keep calm." Natasha's wrist has been placed on the gun at her waist. Tony patted Steve on the shoulder and said, "Why can't you let people vent?" Steve shook Tony away and said angrily, "Go away. You know how serious the consequences will be if he gets angry." "I now know why he left." "I also know." Saul nodded and said, "Because you just. It's a mass of loose sand, the Avengers team. You don't need Rocky to take action at all. You will collapse on your own. That guy doesn't want to mix in it. Although I hate him very much, I have to say that he is very wise." Tony said, "Damn, that little guy. Don't take me with you when you leave." Chapter 73 Loki is dumbfounded. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 74 My Loki would like to call you the of tricks. 3 requests for subscription. "Hey, what is your little aggrieved expression?" Bufan's mouth twitched, and he couldn't bear to look at this little pitiful again. He was speechless. "When I become your undercover agent, it depends on you. Are you qualified to order me?" Loki roared. "Of course, I am a god, from Asgard. And you are just a mere mortal." Bufan curled his lips and said, "On the bloodline, this from Asgard. Stand up and let's fight." While speaking, Bufan snapped his fingers with his right hand. Street. 20 cars flew up in the air instantly. Bufan pointed towards Loki, and the 20 cars flew towards him instantly, surrounded by a solid body. Loki's face twitched, and he couldn't help shrinking his body. He couldn't help but recall that the shadow dominated by Bufan's mind-driven thing last night. Bufan snapped his fingers again, and Loki's psychic scepter flew up and landed on Bufan's palm. "No, that's mine!" Loki exclaimed. The scepter is not Thor's hammer, just like the universe Rubik's Cube. It is just a carrier of infinite gems and has nothing to do with Loki. Bufan shook the scepter, curling his mouth, and said, "It's mine now. Tony, are you ready? The universe cube has been activated. You can't stop it. Only the scepter can." "Jarvis." "OM." The suit of the 7th generation Iron Man suit flew up and quickly put it on. On Tony Stark, only his head was still exposed. Unfortunately, at this time, the face was no longer laughing too much. "Serious. I have long been ready." Bufan snapped his fingers again, and the psychic scepter flew towards Tony, and Tony reached out and caught it. "Damn! Damn! Damn! Ah!" Loki was completely crazy, staring at Bufan, and roared, "Tell me, you guy, who are all your actions? There is no logic at all. What are you playing? You bastard, I'm going crazy by you." Bufan calmly said with a chuckle, "No one belongs to anyone. I only listen to my own orders. Simply put, I do what I want." "Wait a moment." Tony said solemnly. What the said just now is true. Li Bufan nodded. You know his plan to throw himself into the trap. You know he wants to use Banner, deliberately anger Banner, make Banner lose his mind. You know he wants to create a space gate here. You already knew that only a scepter can stop the Rubik's Cube. Yes, I know everything. Oh my God. Tony's eyes were bigger than Loki, and he said, honestly, that guy is so poor. Thor flew into a rage and roared, what kind of brag? If you really know everything, then why don't you stop you in advance to see? Now, the space door has been opened, and the monster has come. Only games. Li Bufan blew his whistle and said casually, Walter, Tony, Thor, Loki, all faces confused. Hey, don't do that. Li Bufan looked at Loki, smiled jokingly, and said, Loki, the of tricks, don't you like pranks? You can also think that I'm playing a prank. Since it is a prank, what are you talking about logically and illogically? What do you think? That means you are a fool. Loki was dumbfounded. Thor roared angrily. You call this a prank? Soul, don't be angry. The little guy is a bit too much, but he's my person. I am covered. If you dare to do something to him, don't think about going back to Asgard. Tony tapped Saul, and then gave Li Bufan a speechless look. God, Chapter 75 Impossible. This is definitely an idiot dream. 4 requests for subscription. Second Olympics. Li Bufan's mouth twitched. The system not only plays, but also makes a lot of talk, but the 2 blooms. What is the title? The system will now... System ding. The corresponding red envelope reward has been distributed to the red envelope space, and the host can check it and receive it by himself. Immediately. Check. Item. Nine-tailed nine llama attribute. Special item quality. High level is divided into inferior, medium, and high-level special effects. After obtaining this item, the chakra owned by the 9 llama will be sealed in the host, and the host can use all the 9 llama Owl chakra. Coming. Li Bufan is overjoyed. He has mastered the technique of multiple shadow clones, but he suffers from not having a huge amount of chakras and can't use it. Now he has obtained the 9-tailed chakras, which is a small multiple shadow clones. Still, of course, this is just 570. One of them, and more importantly, is that with such a huge amount of chakra, he doesn't need to practice ninjutsu at all, even if he squeezes those chakras into a ball and throws it out. Oh, that's not a ball. It's a tail beast jade. Immediately. Take over. Li Bufan secretly said. Huh. Suddenly, Li Bufan felt an unprecedented huge power, emerging from the mysterious space and pouring into his body. That power formed a chakra torrent and entered Li Bufan's body unrivaledly. Forehead, cold sweat condensed. No way. Although Li Bufan's body has been strengthened several times. Even if it is placed in the Naruto world, it is not weaker than the shadow-level ninja in terms of physical fitness. But the tail beast, this is a big killer and is basically a nuclear weapon level. Of the 5 great powers, Li Bufan couldn't directly own any of them. But just like those people's strengths, all this huge chakra was sealed in his body. The difference is that those guys are really just Renzali. How many episodes did it take Naruto to get the approval of the 9 llamas? Li Bufan is completely different. This huge chakra belongs to him. Use it whenever you want, and your mind moves. Just open a seal. Of course, the premise is that his body can bear it. 3 minutes later, Li Bufan had completely accepted the majestic and vast chakra, and had all used forbidden techniques to seal it in his body. At this moment, Loki, who was still stunned, suddenly roared angrily. Asshole, you dare to play with me forever. I will definitely return. The handsome face was extremely hideous due to the irresistible anger. Li Bufan sneered and waved his hand. Okay, I'll wait. How can I say that I suddenly received such a big gift because Rocky, as the saying goes, does not forget to dig the well and let the child vent. He does not care about it. Boom! While the 3 of 3 were talking, a loud noise broke out in the nearby neighborhoods. Tony, Natasha, the U.S. team, and others tried their best to stop the Kitari army. Unfortunately, reality is not a movie, but the other party is tens of thousands of armed monsters. The physique is stronger than humans, and the equipment is stronger than humans. There's simply not enough to deal with them. It's not that I can't beat it, but I can't beat it. Even if Banner turns into the Hulk, one meal, killing indiscriminately, it is impossible to kill all the Kidari Legion, while the actual situation is that all the Avengers heroes are added together to kill people are only 1%. We're still behind. In the original plot, the Kidari Legion seems to be all idiots, obviously unable to fight, but still tough, as if the purpose of this trip is to fight the Avengers, not to invade the Earth. I've been nesting a few blocks nearby. Now, the situation has changed drastically. The Kidari Legion. The generals have already reacted. The Vanguard troops are divided into several routes, each of which faces a superhero and government troops, and the remaining 2/3 choose to break through. From here, break through and kill the weaker defense area. Be sure after the intention of the Kidari Legion on the Sky Mothership Shield. All the agents up and down were shocked. Nick Fury's face was pale, and he roared hysterically. Stop them. Damn, they must be trapped in those blocks, otherwise the whole country will suffer. This group, a beast who kills without blinking. At this time, the World Security Council HLD, his superiors, the 555 council members all appeared in front of Nick Fury with holographic images. They are here to Nick. Chapter 76, The War Ends. The World, Unique. 5 requests for subscription. Banna, you go and kill that. Big monster, it is the base of the Kidari Vanguard. Tony issued an order to the Hulk, and he suddenly accelerated, rushing upwards, beheading dozens of Chita Swiss soldiers along the way. A few seconds. Tony came to the roof of the Stark Industrial Building and appeared in front of Bufan, Soul, Loki, and others. Soul kid, leave him alone, come down and help. Asshole, I can't wait to skin you cramps. It's all a good thing you did. Tony glared at Loki with fire in his eyes. Following that, he quickly explained everything. Soul's face changed drastically. Bufan was also shocked. The World Security Council's gang of trash is really as stupid as always. Soldiers who don't believe in themselves should know that it is not only the Avengers who are fighting at this moment, but also the army. When the situation is not settled, dare to make this kind of decision. You are all of Rocky's undercover agents. Rocky heard that. His eyes were tin bright. He spread his hands and laughed happily. Tin freak, although you should hate me, but I don't take the blame. This guy did a good thing. He can obviously stop this tragedy. Prank, haha. Boy, I like this prank of you very much. You teased me, but this place is about to be razed to the ground. Do you want to give your acceptance speech? Not only Loki, but Tony and Soul are full of anger. It's just that it's not the time to settle accounts with Bufan. Why are you laughing? There was no change in Bufan's expression, and he said lightly, as long as you wipe out all the monsters you brought in 10 minutes, it's fine. Loki sneered, child, anyone can say big things and may not be able to fulfill it. You are indeed very capable of fighting alone, but you can look at the Kitaris around. Oh, our Kitaris. How do you eliminate them? Aha! This is the funniest joke I have ever heard since I came to Earth. Bufan didn't rush to put on the Death God's suit, and sneered, if it's funny, you can laugh more, because soon you won't be able to laugh. Tony, Saul looked at each other, not knowing what Bufan was going to do. Multiple shadow clones. With a move of Bufan's mind, he first unblocked the chakra in his body, and then quickly completed the seal of the multiple shadow clones in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! In an instant, countless Bufan clones appeared, no less than 500. God! Tony was dumbfounded. Saul was shocked and took a breath and said in shock, what kind of ghost can you magic? Loki's expression completely froze. Bufan took a light breath and calmed down Loki and chuckled. Can you still laugh? The mind flashed, and all the clones flew out. The art of shadow clone. The purpose of this art of second-generation Ihokage is for espionage. When it comes to the multi-shadow clone, although the spell has been upgraded, it is actually not ready to be used as an attack. The reason is simple. But now it's different. Time has passed. The Avengers have worked hard enough, and their lives are almost gone, but they can't kill so many Kitarians. No more. Natasha killed another Kita Swiss soldier immediately. Looking for a scrap car as a shelter, he panted and said, "There are too many enemies. I suggest to change the strategy and first remove all the people in a few blocks nearby." Damn it, that little villain. Hawkeye also raised his head and looked at Bufan in the sky, shocked. "A long time." He said, "Natasha, this is the little magic you told me." Chapter 77. Lawless, arrogant, and domineering. One request for subscription. Time is hurried. A few days have passed since the New York War, and the sudden appearance of the Kitari Legion made the whole world know that the universe is vast and the Earth is not alone. Besides them, there are other intelligent life forms. But this kind of existence is not necessarily all benefits. The emergence of Asgard civilization makes S.H.I.E.L.D. awakening, knowing the strength of other civilizations. So Nick Fury began to plan ahead, using the Cosmos Rubik's Cube to make weapons of mass destruction in advance. The appearance of the Kitari proves that his precautions are right. TV station. On the news channel, a female host standing on the devastated Queens Road, facing the camera with a worried face, said, "As far as we know, we are not the only life form in the universe. The universe is huge, even vast. Half a year ago, people from Asgard appeared on the Earth. 6 days ago, the Kitari monster also appeared on Earth. Half a year ago, the Asgardians only destroyed a town in New Mexico, but 6 days ago, the Chitauri monster destroyed a small part of the city. The reconstruction has just begun, and it is expected to be completed in 3 months. But this is not the point. The point is what will happen when more and more alien visitors visit the Earth. Next time, they will destroy a country or destroy all of mankind. We are worried about this. All mankind must unite. Only in this way can we resist the attack of alien monsters. Of course, mankind is not hopeless, because in this war, we have seen hope. The heroes of the Avengers are fighting for the survival of the Earth: Iron Man, the American team, the Black Widow, and the Hulk. They were originally strange creatures in the eyes of the government and tried to eliminate them. But it turns out that our government is extremely stupid. They are heroes. Our hero, the hero of all mankind. Oh, of course, I forgot to mention a person. You must know who it is. I didn't forget it, but because he is so special. Without him, this battle could not end so quickly. The Kitari invaded. It will cause extremely serious consequences. He is the of death. We don't know his real name, nor what he looks like, but we all know that he is the hero of this battle. He is the hero who saved us. Look at the children on the street. They are wearing the death suit. They wear the mask of the of death. They regard the of death as an idol. They aspire to be a hero like the of death, and they want to grow up to become a great man like the of death. The future is extremely difficult. We all know it. But fortunately, we have not lost hope, lost the future. Let's cheer for the of death, shout for the of death. He is our hero, our savior. Above, News Channel reporter de Bruni reports. S.H.I.E.L.D. The headquarters, Nick Fury and Maria Highfield are watching this reporter's report through the LCD screen. And in front of him, there are 5 holographic images of 55 sitting on an office chair. 5 people, 5 are members of the World Security Council. Snapped. Nick Fury turned off the TV and rushed to 5 people. After seeing it, this is the attitude of the people towards the Avengers. What is your attitude? You are worried that you can't control this force, you guys. A bald old man with a cold face said solemnly, "Nick, you know what we mean. Are we not right? You have seen how powerful those people are. If there is no supervision, God knows what they will do." Another member answered, "They must live under our supervision. I'm afraid this can't be done." Nick Fury shook his head. The bald old man had sharp eyes and said, "Why can't we be vigilant when the warrior kills the dragon? Because the warrior is very likely to become the dragon next." A woman in a blue suit said, "Nick, we have given you a lot of time, but you have made any cosmic cube, and the scepter of mind is missing." Iron Man, Team Beauty, Black Widow, and Hawkeye all disappeared. Chapter 78. Horror. Is he a prophet? 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 79. Let him be the little spider father. 3 requests for subscription. I know. Nick Fury looked unlucky and said in a dull voice, "Don't worry. I'm just talking about it." Seeing Nick Fury said this, Hill was relieved. Hill continued, "By the way, Director Fury, there is one more thing." Nick Fury looked helpless and said, "Let's talk about it. What's the trouble?" Hill, immediately. I took out the computer, my fingers were flying, and I had a pause. Operation, I adjusted the street video of New York during the recent period, and it was very blurry at normal speed that IT was a red pattern monster flying around on the street. "This is that little spider?" Nick Fury asked. Hill nodded. "Spider-Man Peter Parker. Since he was bitten by a mutant spider and awakened his superpowers, he became a hero next door, and S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't ignore it. They immediately. An investigation was conducted on Peter Parker, and the results of the investigation showed that this little guy is extremely suitable for the Avengers in terms of character and ability. The only drawback is that he is still too young." "Okay, that's an excuse, Bufan. The little bastard's age is not the same as the little spider, but the mind is." Although Bufan stabbed a big basket, he was extremely old-fashioned in speaking and doing things. His personality was already formed in his own system. Even if it were another 10 years, I am afraid it will still be like this. Little spiders are different. At least he is different from Bufan's little and troublemaker. He is a real troublemaker. He is filled with all kinds of heroism in his heart. He is thinking about how to be popular, and he always wants to show himself in a big event. To put it simply, it is naive. No, although the Avengers won this battle, they were devastated after the war. S.H.I.E.L.D. The aftermath must be cleaned up, and during this period of time, the little spider stabbed many more baskets. "Oh God." Nick Fury frowned and said silently, "I really hate it now. These little ones are dead. One has made my head bigger, and now this little spider is here again. Can't they rest a bit?" Hill ignored Nick Fury's complaints and said, "We have been monitoring the little spider secretly, but from the current situation, the effect is not good. He has not grown up at all and is not qualified to join the Avengers. Immaturity, this is only one aspect. What's worse is that if we let it go, no one knows what he will do." Well, Nick Fury's eyes brightened, and he suddenly said, "I thought of a wonderful idea." "Hill Road, what?" Nick Fury said, "Let the troublemaker deal with the troublemaker. Isn't he okay? Just let him be the little spider's nanny." "Nanny?" Hill doubted. "Will he take this task?" Nick Fury laughed and said, "If he doesn't accept this statement, then I will change the statement and let him be the dad of little spider." "Ha ha, is so interesting." Hill, you immediately. Contact the little bastard. Don't worry, he will agree, because in this world, if Wanda is ranked first in his heart, then little spider will take the second place, and he won't ignore it. Yes, for him, this is not a job at all. Hill smiled and nodded. "I understand. Midtown High School, school time is up. Bufan, Peter Parker, and the little fat yawn were in the battle of 3 children. Bufan looked at Peter with a strange expression. Yes, he has received a message from Hill asking him to be Peter Parker's guardian. Well, it's the guardian. After the New York War, Reconstruction progressed like a raging fire. Okay, after all, it is the most prosperous city in the world. There's no need to worry at all that IT won't take much time for everything to be like this. In addition, S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 80 Little Spider is too young. 4 requests for subscription. The Trio 3 soon arrived at the fashion store. It was just after school time. The students from Midtown High School learned that the Reaper's clothing had arrived in the store. Bufan sweats violently. If it were not for Peter and the little fat Yawn, he would never come in. It would be too embarrassing. As Yawn said, he came to this store several times and didn't buy the death suit. The boss remembered him and kept a set for him. Yawn paid the money happily and took the battle before he got it. The clothes are out of the shop. It was noisy inside, and the other students had already fought for the death suit. And soon there was a conflict, and they felt like they were going to fight. Yawn was holding the Death God's battle shirt. His eyes were shining, as if he had won the 5 million lottery ticket. Bufan's mouth, 927. Jiao. He smoked and vomited. Hey, fat man, it's not necessary. It's just a piece of clothing. God, Li, are you kidding me? Yawn glared at Bufan, as if looking at a monster. righteously said, "Do you think this is just a piece of clothing? It's not. This is my spiritual belief." Li Bufan looked at the store again. Damn, the dividends are all taken by these merchants. Do I have to apply for the patent fee? I don't want to think about it. I don't lack this amount of money. Okay, you have the clothes too? Let's go. Li Bufan said to Peter and the little fat boy Jan. Jan didn't care when he got the clothes. Peter also responded, but his eyes were still fixed on the death god's battle clothes, a look of reluctance, and the longing in his eyes was full. Damn! Li Bufan shook his head and said, Peter, if you really like it, I will buy a set for you. Whether it is the comic setting or the movie world, Peter Parker's background is not good, and his parents have not been there since he was a child. Now he follows his Aunt May Parker and doesn't have much pocket money. A set of Reaper's suit, $13, is definitely a huge sum of money for him. He doesn't have so much pocket money. Hearing what Li Bufan said, Jan also said, Yes, let's buy a set for you. Do not want. Peter Parker had a good face and refused to accept gift from friends easily. He shook his head and said, I recently made a fortune, at least 3,000, which is enough to buy. Jan suddenly thought of something and shouted, Oh. I remember, is it that, the ring boss you, Jan was talking. Peter suddenly stomped on his left foot and glared at him again. The little fat Jan glanced at Li Bufan nervously, immediately, turned his face, and said nothing. Well, in the words of the little fat man, the boss of the ring, Li Bufan was puzzled. Although I don't know what Jan wants to say, the small movements of people, it seems that during this time, he is not there. A lot of things have happened to these two guys. The little fat Jan should already know the real identity. Even wanting to conceal himself, Li Bufan almost couldn't help laughing. Peter Parker was afraid that Li Bufan would be worried, so he slopped sloppily and explained, I'm not doing a part-time job in an arena. The boss is very damn. He owes me 2 months of work, and he is also in Queens. I plan to go back tonight. Li Bufan held a smile in his heart and deliberately said, Do you need us to accompany you? Unnecessary. Peter Parker was shocked and hurriedly refused. Little fatty Jan also followed to help out. Lee, let's not go, and we won't be able to help much. Peter can solve it alone. Peter, you say yes. Yep. Peter nodded repeatedly. Li Bufan laughed secretly and stopped teasing the little spider. The three of three came to McDonald's, settled the dinner, and then went to the video game city together. After 2 hours of fun, they parted ways. Li Bufan always feels something wrong. In the Ring Boss Marvel movie, there is no such story, plus he is now the guardian of the little spider, okay? Chapter 81 Little Spider's Regret. 1 request for subscription. Obviously, the fat man in front of the little spider is playing a rogue, and facing such a person, Peter Parker, who has just entered the society, has no better way except to be so angry that his cheeks are in the infrared. You bastard. Peter flushed and cursed with clenched fists. Harry laughed and said, Ha ha ha, that's good. I am. Do you just get out of my office right away, you little bunny? I'm going to call the police. On the plane tree, Li Bufan shook his head. The little spider is still too young. Peter is kind by nature, and he must be based on the statement that he was in the world before, and he is definitely a virgin. This kind of personality is very unpleasant, but for the same reason Li Bufan would choose to hold Peter's thigh before he had no awakening system. In the subsequent contact, the relationship between the two became better and better. Nick Fury was right that in this world, Wanda is undoubtedly the first in Li Bufan's mind, and the little spider is undoubtedly second. You are too naive. Li Bufan sighed softly in his heart, followed by pressing the red button on his left shoulder. Swish. The original normal school uniform pattern instantly changed, and a set of genuine high-tech Reaper uniforms covered Li Bufan tightly. It's time to shoot. At this 11 o'clock, an unexpected situation suddenly happened that a desolate man wearing a leather jacket and a shaggy beard suddenly appeared and rushed into the old building in a panic with a pistol in his hand. Li Bufan stopped and continued to watch. Raise your hand. The poor man raised his gun and pointed at Harry and said nervously, Take the money out. Quick. I'll say it again. Take out all the money. or I will kill you with one shot. Harry, who was arrogant and domineering in front of Peter the moment before, was scared to pee immediately, raised his hands and shouted, "Hey friend, don't get excited. You definitely don't want to be like this. You are committing a crime. As long as you go out now, I promise that nothing will happen. Believe me, I will never call the police." Damn it, the down-and-out man cursed. Stop the nonsense. Money, I want money. Harry wanted to fight again, saying, "Look, I'm just a part-time worker. I don't have much money here." Peter suddenly sneered. "Mr. Harry, aren't you the boss of the ring? The money is in the safe on your left, at least 20,000 yuan. Don't want to lie to me. I have seen it all." Harry was dumbfounded. "Thank you." The downhearted man smiled kindly at Peter. "You're welcome." Peter was in a good mood. Although he didn't get the money, he was happy to see Harry suffer. "You big fat pig, do you really want me to shoot your thigh?" The down-and-out man screamed at Harry. It was about to explode. "Don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. You're just asking for money. No, there's no need to kill someone, right? I'll give it to you." Harry didn't dare to make any more small moves, and opened the safe, put the 30,000 yuan in it, took it all out, and the down-and-out man took it with a surprised face. He wanted to seize the door and fled. Before leaving, he smiled at Peter. "Thanks." Peter curled his lips and said happily, "He is a bastard. This is what I should do." The desolate man rushed out. Knowing Peter's skill, Harry yelled at Peter angrily, "Damn, what are you waiting for? Get the money back from me." "You have this ability, I know. I do have this ability." Peter shrugged and sarcastically said, "But why should I help you? This bastard. You who kills 1,000 knives. Come on, come on. Stop that guy. He robbed me of my money. Stop it." Harry cursed viciously immediately, screaming outside. At this moment, a middle-aged woman happened to appear, heard Harry scream, and then looked into the corridor. Her expression was taken aback, and she said, "Peter, why are you here stealing your money?" Chapter 82. Greater ability? The greater the responsibility? Teach to be a man. 2 requests for subscription. Oh, do a part-time job. May it not doubt that Peter did have the habit of doing part-time jobs after school. At this time, the fat Harry also rushed out. Seeing that his money was lost and recovered, a fat face smiled, and he couldn't help but thank Bufan, saying that the money belonged to him, and at the same time gave Peter a vicious look. "Humph!" Harry snorted coldly, looked at Bufan, and said excitedly, "Mr. Grim Reaper, I am your super fan. You are the hero who saves New York." After just saying a few words, Harry stared at the money in Bufan's hand and said, "That's my money. Thank you for helping me get it back." "Asshole!" Peter cursed in a low voice that if Aunt May is not there, he will definitely tell the truth and let the of death be fair to him. But it is not possible now. If Aunt May knows about his fight, everything will be over. He can't explain it at all. It seems that he is still going to be pitted. Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Miss Parker, I have something to talk about with this gentleman. Can you wait outside for a while? Peter, come in too." May's a little strange. Bufan smiled and added, "Don't worry, you won't waste a long time, just a few minutes." May nodded. So Bufan, Peter, and the rogue boss went back to the office together. Peter was still in a daze. Bufan shook his head and said, "Peter, close the door." "Oh yes, Mr. Death." The office door closed again, and Harry enthusiastically said, "Mr. Grim Reaper, what do you want to drink?" Bufan ignored him, looked at Peter solemnly, and said nothing. The atmosphere is solemn. When Bufan saw Peter's heart swelling, he didn't dare to look directly into Bufan's eyes. After a long pause, he said, "Mr. Death, I was wrong." Bufan said coldly, "Where did you go wrong?" Peter said, "I shouldn't let go of the robber because of my own selfishness. If it weren't for Mr. Death, my Aunt May is already dead, and I will never feel at ease for the rest of my life. Mr. Death, I really know that I was wrong." Fat Harry was proud and hummed, "Asshole, you know that you are wrong, Don't wait," Harry said. Bufan kicked Harry's belly, and Harry flew upside down and hit the wall directly. This kick is fierce enough. The little spider was dumbfounded. Harry also looked dumbfounded and looked at Lee Bufan in disbelief. Lee Bufan would naturally ignore Harry's miscellaneous fish. This guy's only role was to teach Peter. Lee Bufan patted Peter on the shoulder and said solemnly, "Live, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Boom! The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. These 8 words are like the mantra of Buddhism and Taoism, which instantly opened Peter's awareness of superpowers. His eyes were bright and gleaming, and he muttered, "The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility." Lee Bufan is just a salted fish. He has no dream of saving the world. These 8 words are no different from his eyes, but he will not force Peter to be like him. He has his life. Peter has Peter's life. A person's character determines what path he will take. Even if there is no Lee Bufan, Peter will understand this in the near future, that Lee Bufan just advances the time for his awakening of values. Understand, Mr. Death. Peter looked at Lee Bufan excitedly, just like looking at his life mentor. Lee Bufan shook his head and said, "You still don't understand at all." Peter looked at Lee Bufan suspiciously. Lee Bufan didn't go around the corner, pointing to Harry, and said, "Someone is doing bad things. You have to stop it." But that is Chapter 83 Spider-Man. He feels like my dad. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 84 Sudden Situation. Assassination. 1 request for subscription. Hawaii. Under the bright sunshine, Tony was lying comfortably on a beach chair, enjoying the sun bathing, and the phone suddenly rang. Tony picked up the phone, and when he saw the caller, he stopped calling and said annoyed, "Damn it. Why is that, little bastard?" Beside, Little Chili asked, "What little bastard?" Tony rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "What kind it can be? Of course it's the lawless, arrogant bastard." Little Pepper was taken aback and said, "Tony, don't say that. He just likes pranks." Tony angrily said, "Then what do you want me to say? A prank by this little bastard almost ruined the entire Brooklyn." "Damn, I still don't understand that. What is so funny about the prank?" "No, that is not a prank at all, but a crime." "Okay." Little Chili hurriedly poured the fire and said, "You should answer the phone quickly and see what's up with him. Maybe there is something very important for you." It's better to have." Tony followed Little Pepper's advice, and immediately, after answering the phone, he said in a bad mood, "Hey, you little bastard, what do you want me to do?" Far away in Queens, Lee Bufan, who was in the underground parking lot of his own community, chuckled and said, "Tony, I didn't provoke you. I'm so angry." "Did you provoke me?" You don't know that Tony rolled his eyes. Of course, it's impossible to really fall out with Lee Bufan, and it won't. Except for that prank, he still likes Lee Bufan very much. Otherwise, he would not conceal the whole thing. Just talk to Nick Fury directly. Of course, in the end, things backfired. Nick Fury still knew everything, but this was beyond Tony's control. "You interrupted me and Xiao Chili's honeymoon. You said it's not an offense." Tony found a reason casually and continued, "If you don't want to continue to disturb, just immediately hang up the phone. If you don't want to immediately hang up the phone and talk quickly, don't talk nonsense." Lee Bufan smiled slightly. "It is indeed a very immoral thing to disturb others on their honeymoon. Tony, I need you to do me a favor. Is it difficult to be busy? If it is too difficult, I hate trouble. No, it's a whole thing for you, little spider, It's Midtown High School that the little guy named Peter Parker is still good friends with you, right? I need you to design a high-tech spider suit for Peter. It has 666 claws on the back and side wings on both sides to allow him to fly in the air while still being neat. Child monitoring system. I need to know his location all the time." Lee Bufan quickly said his request. For Tony, this is indeed a trivial matter, but he needs to do it himself. "Baby monitoring system." Tony laughed loudly and said, "Are you kidding me? You are still a doll, and now you want to be a guardian. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Give you a task." In the underground parking lot, Lee Bufan said, "Forget it, or not, even if there's no S.H.I.E.L.D. I will do the same too." Ha, this is too rare. A cold-blooded villain like you. Don't you hate trouble the most? That also has to be divided. Peter is different. To me, he is like the position of Pepper in your mind. Do you understand what I mean? Clear. Tony not only did not get angry because Lee Bufan troubled him, or felt troubled, but was very pleased. This little villain, as long as he cares about someone, he can do it. I thought there was only one Wanda now. Chapter 85 Hydra. Action. 2 requests for subscription. Underground parking lot. To the southeast, 555 Special Forces wearing explosion-proof combat uniforms all smiled and quietly witnessed this scene happen. One of them was the leader, burly and tall, and had a strange tattoo on his M.IT, was 2 crossbones. His real name is Brock Rumlow, and he is one of the core combat powers of the Hydra frontline. We're going to be sent here. One member sneered and said with a sneer. Crossbones sneered and said, "The boss is that kind of character. He is a bit old." 617. Grim Reaper. He is just a little bunny who hasn't grown his hair yet. He may still be a mutant. Only then has he awakened his superpowers and thought the world was his own. I have seen too much of this kind of waste. Let's go. There's one last enemy left. As long as we take Steve Rogers, our action will be more than half successful. In the contemptuous discussion, Crossbones took his subordinates, quickly left, and returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Crossbones and others didn't know that they were not the only witnesses. Right above them, and the Black Widow Natasha was hiding there. She came to discuss with Lee Bufan. 2 days ago in the Washington area, Nick Fury went to the U.S. team's Steve Rogers, and only when he left the U.S. team's home, he was suddenly attacked. Commander Maria Hill has sent her a picture of Nick Fury's body. S.H.I.E.L.D. Chief Death. I don't know who did it. I don't know what the purpose is. As a top agent, Natasha smelled an unusual smell a few days ago, an extremely dangerous smell, and then the enemy hidden in the darkness suddenly attacked, and Natasha was shocked. She has experienced countless dangers before, but I have to say that none of them came as violently this time. She couldn't find the enemy, let alone the purpose of the enemy, which also meant that she was in S.H.I.E.L.D. She couldn't find anyone she could trust. The only thing she could do was immediately severe and S.H.I.E.L.D. Get up. Since the enemy is hidden in the darkness, the only way to win is to hide yourself and wait quietly for the enemy to appear. 2 days have passed, probably because Lee Bufan was close to the Prophet in the last war. Natasha's performance was also mixed with personal emotional factors. But unexpectedly, I saw this scene. Oh God! Natasha stared in disbelief. I lost my eyes, and my heart was full of emotions that the little villain was blown to death in front of him, but she was helpless and could not do anything. Heartache. 2 tears came out of her eyes, and they slowly flowed down Natasha's white cheeks, but she knew it was not the time to be sad. Steve. Their next goal was Steve, and they had to save him. So, when the Crossbones left with her men, Natasha didn't hesitate at all immediately. He leaped down, walked away from another exit of the underground parking lot, and left quietly. In the car that had been blown up, Lee Bufan opened his eyes suddenly, and due to the severe pain, he couldn't help taking a breath. He walked out of the car with a green face and casually tore off the burnt clothes and this moment. His whole body was charred, his bones were exposed, and the self-healing factors in his body were immediately. The violent explosion that took effect just now destroyed not only his body, but also his brain. The self-healing factor repaired all his brain cells in the first time. Then his body quickly recovered to the extent visible to the naked eye. Soon it was as complete as ever. If the Crossbones, Natasha, and others walk more than 10 seconds late, they will see this incredible scene. Except for the burnt clothes and a little embarrassment, Lee Bufan's whole body is no different from before, and even stronger. Which is he who dares to assassinate me? You are really kind, but I will let you know what it means to regret. Chapter 86. The system will play. Cause and effect. Red envelopes. 3 requests for subscription. Lee Bufan narrowed his eyes. His brain quickly turned, and he suddenly realized something by combing through the plot line of the Marvel world. Isn't this the story of Team US 2? How Dan hasn't been staying in Washington recently? As for this, Lee Bufan immediately I open my notebook and search for the big news that happened in the Washington area in the last few days that I didn't find anything related to Nick Fury. Why don't you try the dark web? You can't even block the dark web. Bufan skillfully entered the dark web, then searched for related words immediately. There have been several pieces of news, and the first news item is the standard shock body. Shock. A dozen heavily armed police officers actually did this to an unarmed black man. Damn it, you guys are really good enough. Although Bufan is in a bad mood now, he is still caught by this 13 title, and the corners of his mouth twitch. Pete, it turns out that the netizens all over the world are really like a ball when they are sculpted in sand. Hydra. There's no need to read the content at all. Just glance at the captured scene, and the picture, Bufan can already be sure. Very good. In Bufan's star eyes, there was a frightening coldness, and he confessed to Wanda, asking her to pay attention to safety immediately. Chase after that, moving red dot, because just when he understood what was about to happen next, he was qualified to know the red envelope. This time the system has played a new gadget, the causal red envelope. He must follow the instructions of a system to find one key person after another. How many key persons there are, it is not clear. The only thing he knows is that when all the key persons are gathered, the ultimate task will be given. Only then can you get the reward. Bufan doesn't worry about Wanda either because she, Tony, Quine, and Banner are not the characters to be killed in the Hydra plan. Among other things, Hydra wants to kill Banner. What's the difference between this and death? Banner is a cruel person. Since his body has mutated and the Hulk personality has been born in his body, he is all thoughts and is in at the bottom of his life. He once tried to shoot himself in the head. As a result, Hulk spit out the bullet again, and he couldn't die if he wanted to die. Quine, Tony, Wanda, don't even think about these. None of them can be easily dealt with. In addition, these people have no direct conflict with Hydra, and they will not implement the Insight plan at all. Captain, Black Widow is different. Black Widow itself is S.H.I.E.L.D. The agent, the direct secretary, is Nick Fury. Although the American team is very arrogant, they say that they do not belong to S.H.I.E.L.D. You can look at the things he did, as long as it is the task that Nick Fury confesses, which one is not pitying to do. Without him, it can only be said that this guy is the spiritual incarnation of the country, the existence of a Spider-Man and the Mother of God, and the meaning of his existence is fight for the freedom of all mankind. Fight. Fight again. For this reason, Hydra had to kill them when executing the Insight plan. After Bufan flashed out of the community, he activated the Death God's battle suit and used his flying skills to instantly turn into a red streamer and head towards the direction of the red dot. 10 minutes later, Bufan came to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help laughing. I found you, American buttocks, the first key figure. Right below, in the elevator, the Hydra unit headed by the Crossbones was about to take down the U.S. team. The result can be imagined. Battle. Too weak. In order to prevent the American team from doubting, the Crossbones did not even wear the pair of high-tech air shock gloves. Next is the solo show of the U.S. team. Facing the heavy resistance of the Hydra, he first jumped down from a height of tens of meters and stunned everyone. Back to tear the plane, it can be called. Chapter 87 Insight Plan. 4 requests for subscription. Nick Fury wanted to play dead for 2 reasons. 1. Now the enemy and friend are unknown. Even Natasha knows that in this situation, the only thing she can do is to hide herself in the dark as S.H.I.E.L.D. Director, an old fritters that has been mixed for decades, it is impossible not to understand this truth. The dead will never suffer a second assassination. 2. Still unknown friends or enemies. Except for himself and Maria Hill on the same front, he didn't believe anyone, including the U.S. team and the Black Widow. He would only take action if they were sure that they were not inner ghosts, but were on his side. Nick Fury's pretending to be dead is reasonable. But what's the situation now is that Bufan is full of doubts, and it is even more impossible to take action. He only hides himself as much as possible and follows everyone. After about 3 hours, in order to prevent tracking after countless rounds and turns, finally came to the suburbs of New York. The secret base 13 meters underground. Washington. Lee Bufan smiled immediately. I figured out everything. Steve, Natasha's third key person, is the bitter egg. It's really the key. It should be said that it is really not difficult at all. When Hill brought Steve and Natasha back, Nick Fury was lying on a hospital bed and was pushed 13 meters below the ground by a nurse to the first floor above the ground. The door is open. What surprised Lee Bufan even more, behind him, Falcon Sam Wilson actually stood beside Nick Fury. Pete, the corner of Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and he was extremely speechless. Steve was also obviously taken aback. He looked at Falcon and said, "Aren't you retired?" "There are many meanings. There's only one core." "Why are you here?" Falcon said. "Captain, everyone has a secret." Natasha looked at Nick Fury in disbelief and exclaimed, "Damn it." Nick Fury had a lot of needles inserted all over his body, but the mouth was not broken. He shrugged and said humorously, "Natasha, I can talk now. It proves that you don't see ghost bone cracks and liver perforations in broad daylight. If it weren't for my fate, you might really be hell." Natasha shook her head and said, "Impossible. I saw the picture sent by Agent Hill and saw your body with my own eyes. Your heartbeat has stopped." Nick Fury explained, "Dolphin plus Dr. Banner's pressure control gadget is useless to him, but it is very useful to me. It is enough to pretend to be dead and deceive people. By the way, Captain, let me reintroduce Sam, codenamed Falcon, S.H.I.E.L.D. Hidden Agent will also be one of the most important members of the Avengers in the future. Please believe me, if he is so urgent that he cannot be controlled, he will not show up for the time being." The U.S. team laughed, shook hands with Falcon, stared into Falcon's eyes, and said, "You are still lying to me now, right?" Falcon shook his head and said, "You are a team. Assure you, this is the last time." Lee Bufan, who was hiding in the dark, accepted it instantly. Although it is different from the original plot, it is logical. Falcon Sam Wilson, how did that set of high-tech equipment come from the major institutions in the country, except for S.H.I.E.L.D.? What else can be developed? As Nick Fury said, he should be a dark child of Nick Fury, and unless the situation is out of control, he will definitely not use it. Lee Bufan sneered and spit out, "You are really an old fox who has practiced for thousands of years, and you actually hide your killer's magic." This incident also gave Lee Bufan a wake-up call. That is, the plot he knows may not necessarily develop according to what he knows, but this world cannot be underestimated. Few Falcons, Lee Bufan certainly didn't pay attention to it, but the ghost knew that Nick Fury, an old fox, still had some assassin skills at this time. Hill looked around vigilantly and said, "Director Fury, if you have anything, let's go in and talk about it." Chapter 88 The Villain IQ is online. This is not the Marvel I know. 5 requests for subscription. Chapter 89 Godstick. Let me pinch. 6 requests for subscription. Nick Fury said anxiously, "How could that be, Lee? Nothing is impossible." Natasha shook her head and said slowly, "Director Fury, you said you don't know who the ghost is, but I know one. That's Brock Rumlow. He planted a car bomb in Lee's car. I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing that the car was blown into a pile of scrap iron. Lee was inside, and there was no time to escape. You are different from Director Fury. He has no reason, and it is absolutely impossible for him to die." God! Everyone was shocked and dull. Lee Bufan was so powerful and deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. No one expected that he would end up like this. "This is really..." Nick Fury murmured, "You little bastard, how can you die? Like you, even if I die, you won't die." Steve's expression is dignified, his left hand is placed on the heart, and he said in a solemn voice, "He is a hero." Ahem. At this moment, an embarrassing cough broke the solemn morning scene. Lee Bufan no longer hides, uses flying skills, Sir Shiran falls in front of everyone. Looking at Steve with his frozen expression, embarrassed, "Captain, please allow me to interrupt your condolences. I am not dead." It's not just the U.S. team. Everyone is confused, especially Natasha. She even screamed very rarely. Black Widow, a world-renowned top agent, has extremely strong fighting ability, mentality, and quality. But at this moment, She was shocked when she saw Lee Bufan, who was standing in front of her and jumping around. I got goosebumps, scalp tingling. Nick Fury clapped excitedly and said with a smile, "You little bastard, I know. I know. Ha ha ha. Even if I die, you won't die. Damn, damn, damn." Natasha glared at Lee Bufan and exclaimed, "What is going on? I clearly saw that your car has exploded, and you are still inside. There is no escape at all. Come." Lee Bufan shrugged and said, "I did not escape. I started the car. The explosion happened. There was no warning. There was no response time of 0 and 1 second. As long as it is a human, it should not be so fast." Reaction. Natasha gave Lee Bufan a look and said, "It's a lie again. Why are you still alive without coming out?" Nick Fury laughed and said, "Ha ha, don't listen to him. Agent Normanova. Didn't you see that he didn't even scratch his skin? How could he stay in the car and not come out? He just didn't want to talk about it." Everyone nodded. "Lee Bufan is helpless. I lied. You firmly believe it. Now I have told the truth. Why don't you believe it but Lee Bufan again? Why do I want to harm myself? Don't believe it or not. This is not a problem." Nick Fury, straightforward, said, "Lee, you heard everything just now, right?" "I heard it all." Lee Bufan nodded and said, "I also heard you say that this place is absolutely secret. Even a bird can't fly in, and you don't know." Fuck. Nick Fury. He always blushed. It was an embarrassment, if you hit someone or not. Other people are all holding back their smiles. "This is not the point," Nick Fury said flatly. "Since everyone is here, then immediately. Action, stop the Insight Plan. Do as the captain said. First, persuade the World Security Council 5 people in 5 groups. If they're on our side, that is the best. If they fail, then use your fist to convince them. Everyone, I know that we're doing this to take our own lives and violate the law, but this is the price of pursuing freedom. Let's go." Lee Bufan suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Nick Fury said, "What else?" "Well, let me do the math first." Lee Bufan closed his eyes slightly and said mysteriously in his mouth what they didn't understand. Chapter 90. God, can you really predict the future? 1 request for subscription. Naughty. Probably he has been suppressing his anger. Nick Fury couldn't help it anymore and said sternly, "Lee, you have heard our conversation just now. You should know that the situation is very serious now. This is not the time to make a joke. Do you want to play a prank again? I beg you, don't make trouble at this time. Once the 3 sky motherships go to the sky, everything is over. This time is different from the last time. Even if the Kitaris reach the Earth through the gate of space, even if the New York War fails, we still have a chance to fight back. But this time, no. Do you understand that there is no chance?" Nick Fury's eye circles have been 1, 5, 7. It was red. One eye was full of tears, and everyone else was infected. It is a pity that Lee Bufan is not included. There is no other way. First, Nick Fury. Falcon has known him for a long time, and S.H.I.E.L.D. It's possible that Nick Fury secretly authorized Nick Fury's anecdote, and even the interaction with the U.S. team. Now again, the villain's IQ is collectively online, and you don't hesitate to get rid of the enemies that stand in front of you. Among Marvel's villains, Hydra may only be the lowest rank. For that matter, they have all changed so much. So other supervillains? This world is getting more and more dangerous. Lee Bufan can no longer act arrogantly as before. No matter what, he must find a reasonable explanation for what he will do next. Otherwise, God knows it will happen. What? Of course, the most important thing is to play like this, which is quite interesting. Yes. Lee Bufan opened his eyes suddenly. The application was extremely serious, and the corner of the Chongmei team's mouth twitched. "Captain, we now have a good reason to convince the World Security Council of a 5-member group of 5, because Pierce is the leader of the Hydra. In addition to Pierce, there's also the entire commando team, led by Rumlow, and a group of technicians headed by Sitwell. All of them are from Hydra." Hydra? At the scene, everyone was shocked, even thought it was ridiculous. Just like Pierce, although Nick Fury has no evidence yet, that the guy's behavior is really abnormal. With the keen sense of the good agent, no evidence is needed. It can be concluded that Pierce is the inner ghost. Visible ghosts, He never thought that Pierce was a Hydra head, and it shocked everyone. Pierce alone, Lee Bufan said that the Hydra personnel can almost cover S.H.I.E.L.D. 1/3, except for S.H.I.E.L.D., including some senior government officials. Even someone in Washington, D.C. Nick Fury burst into a swear word, staring at Lee Bufan, unable to talk. What nonsense you are talking about? Hydra has long been wiped out by us. Even if Pierce is the inner ghost, he can't be a Hydra person. Nothing is impossible, little Nick. Lee Bufan shook his head and slowly said, "Remember the paperclip operation during World War II? At that time, the Nazis showed high technology far beyond this world, which is unmatched by any other country. Even if it is a country, it is the same. Therefore, in order to develop the country after the war, regardless of, those scientists are Nazis or not. And no matter what they did during the war, as long as they are useful, they will all be recruited to wipe out the crimes during the war for them. Of course, the condition is to work for the country. Some of the top Nazi scientists have entered S.H.I.E.L.D. For S.H.I.E.L.D. has made outstanding contributions to the research and development. But what you don't know is that their thief is not dead, their faith in Hydra is not extinguished, and they hide themselves very well. After decades of ups and downs, people like Alexander Pierce finally climbed to the highest level of power, and they began to implement their own plans." Nick Fury's eyes widened. At first, he thought Lee Bufan was talking nonsense, but now he was startled to let out a cold sweat. Scalp tingling. There is no other reason. This is the most reasonable explanation. Just believe Lee Bufan's words, then. Chapter 91 looks dumbfounded. When does he take control of the whole situation? 2 requests for subscription. Damn it. Steve suppressed his anger, gritted his teeth, and said, "What the did you do when I was asleep?" What the guy did, even if he was shot 100 times, you couldn't be overstated, and you actually recruited him into the Aegis Bureau. Nick Fury shook his head and said, "Captain, don't get excited. This is reality. Arnim Zola's head is too valuable. It would be a pity if he was shot casually, and his subsequent research showed that leaving him is indeed more valuable than killing him." "What about now?" Steve angrily said. Nick Fury was also on fire, saying, "God knows those are on the surface of S.H.I.E.L.D. Work? In fact, Hydra believes in immortality. You have to understand that the paperclip operation is not a decision by someone, but by the government. In fact, this is not Nick Fury's pot, because he was not born in the 1940s and 50s. But he did not refute Steve at this point, because he fully understands S.H.I.E.L.D. High level, if he sits in that position, he would do it. Natasha looked at Steve and said, "Captain, this is not the time for a fight." Steve gave Nick Fury a fierce look and said with disgust, "That's how I like to be, a pure fighter, and I hate it. Those politicians." Natasha shook her head, not wanting to be entangled in this kind of thing at this time. The matter has already happened. It doesn't make any sense to investigate who is responsible. The top priority is to prevent the situation from getting worse. She looked at Lee Bufan and asked, "Lee, why did you mention this person suddenly?" Lee Bufan said casually, "Because this guy is the foundation of the Insight Plan. He has developed a set of programs through his own intellect. This set of programs can be called the Zola's algorithm. The Zola's algorithm can predict who is the enemy of Hydra." "Oh," Falcon exclaimed and said, "just like you, predict the future. How is that possible? Why not possible?" Lee Bufan sneered and asked, "Didn't I do it already?" Falcon shrugged and shook his head. "Although I don't know how you did it, don't want me to believe that you can really predict the future. You understand what I mean. Hey, I didn't expect that there is still someone who understands here." Lee Bufan was happy and smiled. "Then I will give you a scientific explanation that fits your worldview. Follow closely." Lee Bufan quickly explained the calculation method of Zola's algorithm. In fact, it is very simple. What time is it now? Is the 21st century. The era of big information. Anyone will leave all kinds of traces: medical history, driver's license, education, graduation thesis, work report, and Zola's algorithm is to summarize all the information of a person and then predict the person's values and future. In terms of predicting the future, Bufan is also, but at least he can judge a person's general direction in the future. Zola's algorithm is different from the Prophet's in the Minority Report. IT is the tool of the snake. They want to use this thing to rule the world, and it is not to prevent viable crime. Zola's algorithm doesn't need to predict crime. Just find the enemy of Hydra. This is much simpler. So, Bufan concluded, once you have insight, Hydra can eliminate millions of enemies at once. These people, including me, you, and all of us, are Hydra's first destruction targets. Damn it. Falcon heard his scalp numb, and he breathed in cold breath and said in shock, if the insight plan is successful, mankind will be lost forever. That is really terrifying. Everyone is shocked. At this point, no one does not believe it. They can't find any flaws. Moreover, analyzing from the information that is currently known, this is the truth. The unquestionable truth. Bufan said with a light smile. So we need now. Stop. Don't worry too much. We will succeed. Chapter 92, Hydra's Shock. How could that guy not be killed? 3 requests for subscription. Manhattan Shield. Headquarters. Alpha Conference Hall. The 5 members of the World Security Council have arrived. Pierce smiled and greeted the 5 members of the 5 members into the conference hall. He clapped his hands and said happily, I am really happy for your arrival. Really, I don't know what language to use to express it anymore. In a group of 5 people, the bald old man in black suit and the woman in blue suit are led by the bald old man named Javier. The woman is the only woman in the group of 5 people. She is over 60 years old and has a covered face. Wrinkles. Her name is Hilda, and she has worked for the World Security Council for 42 years. Together with Havel, she led the 5-member team of the World Security Council and was also the direct person in charge of the Insight Project. Pierce reported the plan to them, and they communicated it to the World Security Council. An internal vote in the World Security Council. The result appeared, and a group of 5 people in 5 groups then related to S.H.I.E.L.D. But they were very dissatisfied with Pierce. This is also easy to understand, even S.H.I.E.L.D. The current director can be assassinated, and Pierce's job is really terrible. You have to know that Nick Fury is not a cat or dog. Even the government of the country does not know his existence. He's like a ghost in the Dark Knight, but so top secret, he was still assassinated by unknown. Nick Fury's death is also one of the factors that promoted the Insight Plan. Pierce is old and cunning. His previous attitude rejected the Insight Plan. He hides in the dark, directs others behind the scenes, and allows others to advance the Insight Plan. This is also the most important reason for the World Security Council's dissatisfaction with him. Javier said with a stern face, Pierce, you should hate us very much. You don't need to hold such grudges. Pierce shrugged and said, I know you see me very unpleasant, and you wanted to kick me away, but now let us put our prejudices aside. The Great Insight Plan will soon succeed. You don't need to do anything, you just need to witness the launch of the 3 sky aircraft carriers. Let's raise our glasses and witness this great moment together. When Pierce said this, Javier, Hilda, and others all smiled. Although they are very dissatisfied with Pierce, they have to say that what this guy said makes sense. They're making history, and as the promoters of the Insight Plan, in the future history, all 5 of them will be remembered by the world. This is enough to last forever and shine through the great moments of history. Pierce and the 5 members of the group of 5 all took up the goblet in their hands and touched it lightly, as a celebration in advance. But at this moment, Pierce brought the wine to his mouth, and a call came in, and his headset rang Sitwell's voice. Boss, the situation is not good. You'd better immediately come to the command room. Pierce's face changed. The bald Javier was in a good mood, and smiled and asked, Why? Are you bothering you? Pierce shrugged and said with a smile, Compared with the Insight Project, this is not a trouble at all. It is a big deal. Everyone, take a rest here first, and I will come as soon as I go. Javier, Hilda, and others nodded. Pierce immediately. After leaving, his face changed when he walked out of the core meeting room. At this critical moment, like Little Trouble, Sitwell actually called himself away. How could it be that Little Trouble Pierce came to the command center at the fastest speed and said to Sitwell, What's the matter? Sitwell, a bald head dressed in a black suit and a big head. He is a civilian staff member of Hydra and the head of the technical department. He is in S.H.I.E.L.D. In the division of Hydra, he is second only to Pierce. We found a suspicious black sports car on First Avenue. After the information department locked it, the identity of the people on the car was finally determined. Who? Captain Black Widow, a retired Air Force officer named Sam Wilson, and Chapter 93, Crossbones Dumbfounded. What kind of magical operation is this? 4 requests for subscription. Chapter 94, Shocking. He is too powerful, right? 5 requests for subscription. Steve, the Falcon has left, but Natasha hasn't moved yet. She still sits in the passenger seat and doesn't speak, but just looks at Bufan with tenderness. A pair of beautiful eyes have no focus, and they are obviously wandering beyond the sky. Natasha. Bufan turned his face and looked at Natasha. No response. Bufan shook his head, shook his hand in front of Natasha's eyes, and chuckled. I know I'm handsome, but now, it's not a good time to appreciate it. Can't you go down the life and death of 5 people in 5 groups? I don't care, don't you care? Well, before he finished speaking, a fragrant wind hit. Natasha had already hugged Bufan and sealed his mouth. Well, she used her lips. Bufan was taken aback, and he felt a sweet smell. Although it is out of date, he wants to follow his own heart. He wants more. The corner of Natasha's mouth twitched, and when Bufan wanted to go a step further, she suddenly pushed him away with a charming smile. A shallow dimple is exposed on the left cheek. That originally charming white face is even more charming. When any man in the world sees it, he will only have one thought in his heart. Eating this fairy. Now we are both clean. Natasha smiled, her body flashed, and she got out of the supercar. Damn, what the will run away, and Bufan is annoyed. Goblin, you thought it would be settled like this, and I will ask you to settle the account later. Of course he understands Natasha's cleansing. What does it mean? When I visited Tony for the first time, Tony deliberately said that he was Natasha's son, that he used this method to clarify that Natasha did a good job and returned. If this is also called Liangqing, Bufan would like to know that if he is playing something exciting, such as being strong, then Natasha will be excited about how to think about it. I'm really looking forward to it. Bufan was in a good mood and couldn't help whistling. The smoke has not dissipated, but the enemy's attack has arrived. On the Cohen-style fighter, the Crossbones cursed fiercely. Damn bastard. Will you guys do these little children stuff? Give me the entire viaduct? Blow up. Yes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh instantly. Dozens of small missiles were fired toward the viaduct, and the dense smoke was the hardest hit area. Boom! Amidst the earth-shaking noise, the entire viaduct collapsed. It was already under traffic control, but the road under the viaduct was absent. Countless passing vehicles suffered no disasters, and more than a dozen vehicles were buried in reinforced concrete. God, save people, save people. What happened? Are aliens invading the Earth again? Exclamations and screams sounded. Many vehicles stopped, and people raised their heads, took out their mobile phones, and started filming. Crossbones looked fierce. Asshole. The underground parking lot didn't blow you up. This time it can't kill you immediately. Search for the enemy's trail, and never let go of them. The deputy hadn't answered yet. A joking voice suddenly sounded under the Cohen-style fighter. Don't have to be so troublesome. I'm here. Crossbones' complexion changed drastically. At this moment, Hydra's follow-up air support arrived, and 4 Cohen-style fighters flew over immediately. Report to the Crossbones. Boss. Boss. The Grim Reaper is under you. I know, Crossbone angrily said. I have eyes and ears. I can see and hear. Victor, you control it immediately. Turn it on. Get rid of that bastard. Next moment, before the Crossbones and Victor changed positions, Bufan flew from directly below to the front of the fighter plane. Chapter 95. Damn, we are in the middle. 6 requests for subscription. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Bufan's plan was a big success that he restrained all the forces of Hydra alone. Steve, Falcon Sam, and Natasha just killed a few guards and then sneaked into the success without knowing it. Natasha has appeared in the Alpha conference room, meeting with 5 groups of 5 members of the World Security Council. At the same time, Steve, Falcon appeared at the entrance of the Information Command Department, played a trick, cut a line, let the people inside come out to check. The door opened, and a black muzzle was pointed at the staff's head. Steve said, "Child, if you don't mind, please let me go, okay? Worthy of being written to teach 1, 2, 7. The hero in the science book, the captain's status in the hearts of the team people is really not covered. Although Steve has now become a wanted criminal, the staff is still excited. More than just seeing the American team, his eyes are full of stars. Yes, of course, you are the captain." The staff member was so excited that he didn't know what to say. "Thanks." Steve smiled with his signature sweetheart. Immediately, enter the information headquarters. After taking over, order people to turn on the broadcast in all directions so that they can be used by S.H.I.E.L.D. Hear it from all corners. It's time for the captain's speech. "Hello, everyone. I'm the captain, Steve Rogers, yes, the guy that many of you chased not long ago. I'm back again. When I come back, I might die, but I still come back because I have a reason to come back. Although it is difficult to accept, but I must tell everyone that S.H.I.E.L.D., the truth about S.H.I.E.L.D., has been infiltrated by Hydra. Their leader is Alexander Pierce. Their ultimate plan is to launch 3 sky motherships into the sky. Even if they can succeed, I am sure that Hydra cannot rule the world. Because we will fight, because we will never succumb. But if they really do this, the death of director Nick Fury is just the beginning, and thousands of people will die. I know that the price of pursuing freedom is high. Yes, but I am willing to pay the price. I know better. I'm by no means alone." The speech ended, shocked S.H.I.E.L.D. Everyone in, as long as they are not members of Hydra, are all incited. Wow! The Falcons behind the U.S. team were already stunned. They applauded emotionally and joked with a smile. "It's a perfect speech. You have already memorized it. Okay, let's play on the spot." Steve shook his head slightly without answering. Headquarters, Pierce, and Sylvette are making a crossbones fiasco. In the last war, everyone knows the of death and knows that he is very strong. But after all, they have not seen it with their own eyes this moment. All the members of Hydra have witnessed it, and they feel that their souls have been hit by unprecedented shocks. Sylvette swallowed and said with difficulty, "Boss, that guy is really strong." "I know." Pierce seemed to be expecting everything, and sneered. "That's why I said, it's just a dessert before a meal, and the real meal is still there, later." Sylvette said, Boss, we can really win this guy." Pierce gave Sylvette a fierce look, and before he could speak, the captain's voice appeared in the command room, and all the Hydra members changed color in amazement. "Damn, we're in it." Pierce stared at Bufan in the surveillance camera dumbfounded. That guy has come to S.H.I.E.L.D. Downstairs in the headquarters, smiling at the camera. Laughing. Sylvette, undoubtedly. Chapter 96, The Great Battle. The Horrible Killer of the Hydra. 7 requests for subscription. Alpha Meeting Room. The 5 members of the World Security Council also heard the captain's speech, and they were all bewildered. What goes S.H.I.E.L.D.? The former chief, is at the head of the Hydra that our ears have auditory hallucinations, or the world is too ridiculous? Natasha shrugged and said, "You have heard it. That's the captain. Even if you don't believe him, you should stop the launch, at least until the investigation is over, right?" Javier, Hilda, and the others were pale and shocked. Indeed so. Although they still have some doubts, they can be cautious, and there is no big mistake. The Sky aircraft carrier can launch at any time, but once this mistake is made, they will be uneasy for the rest of their lives. Javier said solemnly, "Immediately. Stop launching." Hilda yelled angrily, "Call that. Damn Pierce, I want to hear what he says 14. No need to send someone. I'm already here." Pierce's voice sounded outside the office. Clicked. The door of the office opened. Pierce walked in with a relaxed face, accompanied by 4 S.H.I.E.L.D. agencies wearing black armed uniforms. Agent. The most nonsense in the original plot was the insight plan that was clearly approved by the World Security Council. But because of the captain's speech, They immediately change your stance and firmly believe in the captain. Please, the captain is a wanted person now. What credibility is it that these people have been brainwashed by textbooks? But if they are brainwashed, how can they want the typical protagonist aura of the captain? In reality, this kind of thing will definitely not happen. And now the World Security Council's 5-member 5-team captain is still doubtful. Havel looked at Pierce and said solemnly, "Pierce, what do you want to say to the captain?" "I have nothing to say." Pierce put his hands in his waist pockets and shrugged. "Don't worry, no one is forcing me. I'm all telling the truth." Javier, Hilda, and others were all shocked, even Natasha. She thought that Pierce would still defend herself, but she didn't expect this guy to be such a bachelor. This admitted what he was doing. Javier was furious and yelled, "Hydra, you bitch, you are still. What are you stunned? Don't catch him quickly." The 444 agents heard the words and raised their guns, but instead of aiming at Pierce, they aimed at 5 people in groups of 5. "You!" Javier was stunned. Others also sucked in cold air, which also confirmed the words from the side shield. "At least 1/3 has become a Hydra." Pierce shrugged and said with a light smile, "It seems that I have the final say now." "Asshole, you say. Did I agree to this?" Natasha immediately. The shot was like a flash of lightning, kicking an agent's wrist, and the other agents fired several shots, but they were the opponents of the Black Widow. In a few seconds, the 444 agents were all leveled by Natasha. Pierce became a polished commander. Unlike the original plot, even if he has become a polished commander, Pierce did not show any panic on his face, but clapped and exclaimed, "It is indeed S.H.I.E.L.D. A 10th level agent, close combat is not only strong, but also so pleasing to the eye." Natasha frowned, and there was an unknown premonition in her heart. What kind of killer is this buzzing? The tarmac outside the Alpha conference room suddenly heard a heavy roar, a shield. The helicopter landed slowly. Everyone couldn't help but look out. The cabin door opened, and a simple moving bed appeared, followed by Nick Fury. "Oh God!" Javier, Hilda, and others were taken aback. Without further ado, Nick Fury's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Pierce, I can block the bullet for you before today. But why do you do this?" Pierce said calmly, "No, Nick, you don't understand. Our world is far from being so peaceful, chaotic, violent, and hegemonic on the surface. Sooner or later, there will be nuclear war, biochemical warfare, and what I am doing now is the future of mankind. I want to redefine 7 billion. The new order of people only needs to sacrifice a mere 20 million people. It depends on whether you have the courage and dare to take that step." "I have the guts not to take that step," Nick Fury said coldly. "I shouldn't be chatting with a madman like you. Since you don't mean to catch it, don't blame me for not giving you the decentness you deserve. Come on, take him down for me." 6 heavily armed agents raised their pistols in 4 and aimed them at Pierce's head, and 2 of them were carrying 5 submachine guns. At this moment, a parachute suddenly fell on the apron outside. Of course, the parachute is not the key. Who is the key? It is a white man with 3-dimensional facial features and a cold face. He is not very old. That is, about 40 years old, with thin cheeks, tall body, and a pair of clear blue eyes. Shining. Lucian Shaw. This is his name. He used to have a code name, the Black King. One of the veterans of the Hellfire Club adopted a mutant with similar abilities to him and passed the position of the Black King to that person. "Wow, it seems to be very lively here. Pierce, are you having a good chat?" Lucian Shaw clapped her hands and chuckled lightly. The expressions of Nick Fury, Natasha, Hill, and others changed. They didn't know the origin of this guy who fell from the sky. They can only be sure. This guy is definitely not on their side. "Ha ha!" Pierce suddenly laughed and said, "Nick, you think you're the only one who has the killer. I will not have it. You will not forget it, but I chose you. Also, you don't want to talk nonsense with me. Don't you think I am, do you want? But I have to wait for Shao to enter the venue for what you think it is for." Nick Fury waved his hand. 6 agents immediately turned the gun head, pistol, and submachine gun. As soon as Natasha bent down, she made a bazooka from nowhere, carried it on her shoulders, and said coldly, "As long as you dare to take a step forward or even move your fingers, I will blast you to the sky." Lucian Shaw tilted his head and said calmly, "You can go. I will leave after I finish my work. Pierce, I will immediately take you away or do something else." Pierce said, "Wait a minute, I'll make a call." After all, before he could call, Sitwell had already called first, and his voice hurriedly said, "Boss, things are not good." The technicians at the launch center refused to launch the Sky Mothership. "The Winter Soldier is here, but the captain still has, the retired officers also killed them. They prevented the launch. We are not opponents. You must think of a way." "A bunch of trash." Pierce's face changed suddenly, and he rushed to Lucian Shaw. "Don't play. We have all packed up and go to the launch center. I have to do everything myself." Lucian Shaw nodded. "The world is always like this. Others are unreliable." Through the glass windows of the Alpha meeting room, you can see the apron. Both are located in the same. The buildings are divided into different units, and the apron is about 12 meters away from the conference room. Lucian Shaw retreated, preparing to leap. The faces of the agents changed drastically. Javier said in surprise, "What does that guy want to do?" "He wants to skip it. It's a full 10 meters away." "Fire." Nick Fury's pupils shrank and roared, "Blow me that. The bitch." Bang, bang, bang. Da-da. 666 agents, plus Hill, 7 people on fire, pistols and submachine guns fired around. The glass shattered and the bullet shells flew all over the floor, so close. Chapter 98 Shao. I can absorb and release energy. One request for subscription. Chapter 99. Captain and Falcon teamed up and failed miserably. 2 requests for subscription. The Winter Soldier froze slightly and said coldly, "Who the is Bucky?" Raising his hand to Steve's head is a shot. "Careful," the Falcon exclaimed, and the steel wings suddenly opened and stood in front of Steve. Clang! With a crisp sound, the bullet was bounced off. At this moment, Pierce and Lucian Shaw walked into the launch center, and Sitwell, who had been beaten with a bruised nose and swollen face, immediately. He got up, came to Pierce, and said in surprise, "Boss, you are finally here. We are not rivals." "Trash. I can see it. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough to roll aside?" Pierce said angrily. Sitwell immediately, to shut up. Having said that, when Pierce saw the Falcon outfit, immediately understood they lost this battle for granted. The Winter Soldiers can wrestle with the captain, but people like Sitwell are definitely not the opponents of the Falcons. If the Crossbones are still here, maybe the situation is different. That yellow kid. When he thought of this, Pierce became very angry. The Bufan not only killed the Crossbones, but also played them around. If not, the captain, the Black Widow, and the retired Air Force officer would definitely not sneak in a shield so easily. Lucian Shaw said, "What kind of yellow-skinned kid?" Pierce said, An arrogant Superman should be on his way now. If he arrives, he might be able to cause us some trouble." Lucian Shaw, "That's so interesting. Don't be careless." Pierce reminded him, but thinking of Zhao's abilities, he didn't go on to say that Zhao is invincible. Even that hateful kid is definitely not Zhao's opponent. It is because of that guy that almost caused the Insight plan to fail. He must be killed, otherwise it will be difficult to dispel the hatred. "Winter Soldier, you can leave. You don't need you here anymore." Pierce rushed to Bucky. "Yes." Bucky glanced at the U.S. team with a slightly puzzled look and then turned to face outwards. He ran wildly, came to the window, and jumped down from a height of more than 10 meters. "Buggy, don't go!" Steve yelled and was about to catch up, but when he caught up with the window, he stopped, and he could only watch Bucky leave with a pained face. Pierce sneered, "Captain, it seems that you still know the priorities." "Damn bastard." Steve turned around, his handsome face violently violent, and he said angrily that the Winter Soldier is Bucky, right? It's a good thing your Hydra did. What did you do to Bucky? Tell me. Otherwise, I will definitely make people regret it." Pierce shook his head and said, "Captain, this is the end of the matter, so it's okay to sue you, but I need to wait for me to finish the launch. Then I will tell you in detail. There is no time." Steve shook his head and said, You won't succeed, Tasha. Didn't fix you. That is to say, that guy is your killer. He was talking about Lucian Shaw. Pierce hasn't answered yet. Lucian Shaw has already turned to Steve and smiled. Yes, it's right here. What can the captain advise? Steve was taken aback. What is the origin of this hippie smiling guy? Launch center, all shield. The agents saw that Nick Fury was still alive, and his faces were both surprised and delighted. Before it was a group of dragons without a leader, Nick Fury's appearance instantly had the backbone. Swish! Not waiting. Nick Fury spoke. All the agents raised their guns and aimed at Pierce, Lucian Shaw, Sitwell, and others. Of course, Lucian Shaw, an unknown guy, is the point. Falcon Sam pressed a red button. 2 small missiles protruded from his shoulder, aiming at Lucian Shaw. Deep sound. Chapter 100 Lee. Give up. You are not his opponent. 3 requests for subscription. Bingo. Lucian Shaw snapped his fingers, smiled jokingly, and said, So now, does anyone have an opinion? Desperate. Hawkeye cursed with an expression of seeing a ghost. Damn. Enemies of the level of Lucian Shaw, all superpowers encountered for the first time, heat weapons are useless to him, and there is no chance of winning in close combat. This is an enemy that cannot be defeated without any flaws. Invincible. Fighting against it is just a fight between the trapped beasts. It's just a senseless sacrifice. Nick Fury glared at Pierce, gritted his teeth, and said, Even if you launch the Sky Mothership today, even if you succeed now, the world will still not succumb. 63 0-inch. He who knows. Pierce sneered and said, Sitwell, do your job. Sitwell snorted. No problem, boss. It only takes half a minute. Whoosh. At this moment, a red streamer flashed suddenly. Bufan killed the Crossbones, and then killed several Hydra Air units, and finally arrived. Rushed to S.H.I.E.L.D. He went to the Alpha conference room first, because in the original plot, Nick Fury returned from a suspended animation, which ended Pierce, but when he arrived, he was surprised to find that there was actually no one in the conference room. Strangeness. Bufan frowned slightly, immediately, realizing that the plot has changed dramatically again. Without any hesitation, I rushed to the launch center for the first time. The Sky Mothership has not yet been launched, and here is the main battlefield for the 2 sides. As he expected, Nick Fury, Pierce, whatever. It was his own person or the enemy. All here, but the situation at the scene still shocked him. Damn it. The Winter Soldier Bucky is not there, but Steve and the Falcons were all overturned to the ground, and they were extremely injured. Who did this in Hydra? Bucky is the strongest combat power at this stage. Who has this ability? Bufan's eyes locked on Lucian Shaw instantly. His eyes narrowed, and he asked, You did it. Clever. Lucian Shaw snapped his fingers and smiled. Pierce, this is what you mean. Annoying. What kind of yellow-skinned kid is he? A superpower or a mutant who can actually fly something? He is not a mutant. Pierce was afraid that Lucian Shaw would turn to Bufan because he was a fellow mutant. He decisively denied this and urged, Don't talk nonsense as long as this kid is there. It is impossible to leave and kill him. Lucian Shaw looked at Bufan and smiled slightly. My child, is that true? It seems so. Bufan's mouth twitched. Natasha quickly said, Lee, let them launch. You're not his opponent. His name is Lucian Shaw. He can absorb and release any energy. We don't know that he has any flaws. Don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Nick Fury also said solemnly, That's it. Bufan was taken aback. Lucian Shaw was completely impressed, but Shaw, this surname is quite familiar to him. The Black Emperor Sebastian Shaw of the Hellfire Club. Isn't it also the same name? How was the Black Emperor killed? He was given complete control of his mind and was unable to move. People in the scene used a small coin to penetrate the Black Emperor's head. If it had not been granted, the Black Emperor would have beaten the Magneto King at the time. Yes, this guy's a bit fierce. Lucian Shaw knew Pierce's thoughts, but he didn't care about it and smiled. Children, they didn't lie to you. I advise you to leave obediently, or you will really die. Bufan chuckled and said loudly, You can't fight. You have to wait until you know it. I just know that there has never been any invincible superpower in this world. Even if you can absorb and release energy, you will have yourself. Flaws. Z Inshu ugly Mauin. The art of fire escape impatience. Boom. Li Bufan quickly completed the seal. Li Bufan frowned. He could clearly feel that Ray Che, who had forcibly increased his strength, did not penetrate Lucian Shaw's body. Soon, the blue current disappeared. Lucian Shaw chuckled lightly. Why surprised? You already know what my special abilities are, and you should be used to it. Bang bang. Li Bufan gave up ninjutsu, moved back and forth with an empty cicada's pace, and launched a stormy attack on Lucian Shaw. His figure turned into an afterimage, and these afterimages eventually became artificial. Round, with Lucian Shaw as the core, keep attacking back and forth. God, the surrounding agents were all dumbfounded. Someone said, "Is this the limit that humans can reach? It's too exaggerated. My eyes can't keep up." Yes, the of death is so fast, let alone the main body, the afterimages, I don't know when they appeared. The so-called fairy fights are nothing more than that. 14, everyone was dazzled, only to feel Li Bufan's agile and elegant figure, just like an immortal descending to the earth. Once the empty cicada was cast, Lucian Shaw couldn't keep up with Li Bufan and could only be passively beaten. The fact is the same, but a shocking scene appeared. First, Lucian Shaw was indeed passively beaten, but gradually he was able to resist. Half a minute later, he actually used a body technique similar to Kong Chan's. At this time, the situation changed drastically, and the two sides actually fought together. After another half a minute, the two sides had already fought evenly, and even Lucian Shaw began to gain the upper hand. Boom! Li Bufan flew upside down and stood in midair using his flying skills. Above the head, it is the top of the building composed of countless pieces of bulletproof glass. Through the transparent glass, the blue sky can be seen in the eyes. You have attacked for so long, now it's my turn. Since you have to stop, I'm sorry, boy, you can go and die. Lucian Shaw's eyes turned cold, releasing awe-inspiring murderous intent. Shield. Everyone changed their colors in astonishment. They all knew that Lucian Shaw was going to make a kill with one move. Natasha was anxious, tears streaming down her beautiful eyes. She cried, "You little villain, haven't you heard me? You're not his opponent. Leave quickly." Nick Fury also yelled angrily, "No, there is no saying, keep the green hills here and don't worry about no firewood." Well, it's not the time for you to be in the limelight, Shield. No need for this sacrifice. Li Bufan never retreats, but Lucian Shaw spreads his right hand and reaches out to Li Bufan. His palm is like a magma-like weird red ball appearing. That is the fire escape that Lucian Shaw absorbed from Li Bufan, Lei Dun, as well as the kinetic energy generated in the stormy fighting of Shur Kai, all absorbed and then transformed in his body, and finally became the present. Boom! It's just like, with a loud noise like a missile explosion, a magma column with a radius of 3 meters blasted towards Li Bufan, faster than lightning, and everyone hadn't seen it clearly, and it had all poured into Li Bufan's upper body. Crack! At the top of the launch center, all the bulletproof glass shattered and fell down. Ah! Shield! All agents screamed, roared, or went under the desk, or searched for blind spots. Immediately. Dodge! This blast was like a giant long sword that pierced the sky. Li Bufan disappeared, leaving no bones. Natasha, Steve, Falcon, Nick Fury, and Hill all looked dull. Natasha's white cheeks, 2 lines of clear tears, fell silently. She murmured, "Idiot. You are an idiot and let you go a long time ago. But why are you so disobedient? Hateful." Nick Fury squeezed his fist. Hey, what a pity. Chapter 102 Tail Beast Jade. 1 strike definitely kill. 5 requests for subscription. Everyone was startled by the sound, and their scalp numb. Immediately. Looked up. Natasha was stunned. What that? The little villain is not dead. Nick Fury, Steve, Falcon, Hill, and others are all stunned, and they raise their heads in disbelief. The terrifying blow of Lucian Shaw by Shur Kai, but absorbed all that Li Bufan had before. The power of offense. What kind of concept? Is that unimaginable? Evenly Bufan himself has no reason to survive, but that guy just survived. It is incredible. The answer to how he did it will be revealed immediately. Lee Bufan, who was killed again, had ruined his upper body clothes, and his current situation was extremely terrifying. All the muscles were gone, and the bones were also scorched, but he was recovering to the naked eye. The bones grow rapidly, the muscles are refilled, and the ruined body recovers at a speed visible to the naked eye. My God, is he God? This is impossible. The rebirth of muscles and bones, the reshaping of life. I am afraid that only God can do it. He is not of death, but a God. Damn it, what did I see? God! Shield! All the agents were dumbfounded, and they screamed in exclamation. There were even devout followers who knelt down facing Lee Bufan. This is a self-healing factor. Lucien Shaw frowned, and his expression solemnly said, in his long career of 160,160 years, he has encountered countless strange mutants, 2 of which are very similar to the guy in front of him. One of the hands can pierce steel claws, and that is a poor worm whose fate is sad. There is another destiny that is not very good, but it is much better compared to the steel claw man. The guy has a poisonous tongue and talks, which is very annoying and even a little nervous. In the air, Lee Bufan, who looked like a rebirth, grinned at Lucien Shaw. I have already seen your skills. After the intermission, we will start the second half. Lucien Shaw shook his head and sneered. Little guy, although I don't know where you are confident, but I must tell you that you are really naive and cute. A mutant like you, I have met before. Over 2. Besides, I have played against them. Guess what happened? I failed to kill them, but they can't help me. Since then, I have begun to study how to completely kill that type of advanced people. Lee Bufan came to be interested. He already had the identity of the 2 mutants Lucien Shaw had met, and he smiled and asked, So, have you researched it out? Lucien Shaw shook his head. Not yet, but it will be fruitful soon. Why? I didn't research it out, and you compare it. What? I thought you had researched it out. A waste of emotions. Lee Bufan shook his head and smiled. That's a pity. There's a chance. Arrogant kid. Lucien Shaw's face turned cold, and he said lightly, Although I can't kill you, you can't do anything with me. Lee Bufan. He narrowed his eyes and said, There is no way, but from the very beginning, I know what your fatal flaw is. How Lucien Shaw looked contemptuous and sneered. Boy, this joke is not funny at all. Lee Bufan ignored the ridicule and said lightly, Although you can absorb any form of energy, there is a certain amount. If you exceed your own carrying range, you will undoubtedly die. If you're really capable, why not completely absorb the energy of the sun, so you won't be invincible in the world? That's it. Lucien Shaw looked speechless and shook his head. This is the fatal flaw you found, haha. How idiot you are to say this. Nonsense. Of course I have a quota to absorb energy. I can even tell you that I don't need the sun. I can't absorb 10% of the energy of a nuclear bomb. Why? Can you still kill me with a nuclear bomb? I thought you were a creative talent, but I didn't expect to be so stupid as that. Lee Bufan's mouth ticked. I don't need a nuclear bomb. I can break through your quota by myself. While talking, Lee Bufan thought. Chapter 103 S-Level Advanced. God-Level Magic Copy Card. 6 requests for subscription. Chapter 104 Natasha is jealous. Women's minds are too complicated, right? 1 request for subscription. Magic to the current Marvel world is still just a legend. Not only refers to ordinary people, even those who are superpowers. So who can I look for? Lee Bufan sat on the sofa in his living room and couldn't help falling into contemplation. In fact, the answer is also very simple. That is, people who have magical abilities. Well, this is a nonsense, but it is not true because there are not many people who really have magic. It is not the miscellaneous fish, but the top magic. First, Asgard. Although all Thor's current abilities still come from Thor's hammer, both he and Loki have actually been exposed to magic, and their father, Odin, the king of the gods, is even more in the Marvel world. A very special existence. Forget it. I won't analyze this. Lee Bufan still doesn't have the ability to go to Asgard. 2-2. Ancient One Mage. In addition to Odin, there is also a supreme mage on the earth, that is, the ancient one mage hidden in Kathmandu. In the setting of the comics, the father god Odin is basically a plug-in, and all the indicators have been reached. Highest, level 7. He has a variety of superhuman attributes, immune to viruses, radiation, and poisonous attacks. He has super self-healing endurance and inestimable super light speed. The superpower of Odin allows him to dominate the fairy palace and become the strongest of the gods. Strength, speed, endurance, and combat skills are all of Marvel's top level, and the strength can refer to one of the 5 gods of the universe, Planet Devourer. If the film and television are filmed according to this setting, there is nothing to do with Thanos. Even if Thanos wears wireless gloves on the front, Odin is worthy. The same goes for Gooey Mage. In the comics, he manipulates the magical energy to the extreme, but if it is a bit difficult for the almighty Odin, he may be hanged in combat. For this, you can refer to the Ebony Maw versus Doctor Strange. Both of them are proficient in magic, and without using the time gem, the Ebony Throat hits 5 times and equalizes Doctor Strange. The melee ability of the magical mage is really worrying. The gooey mage in this world is definitely not as strong as in the comic setting. Duh. Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and chuckled. Gooey mage, I hope you don't let me down. His eyes are full of expectation. The reality of Marvel that he came to has changed so much that he originally thought it was just a pure film and television world, but in fact it was not the case that IT was also slightly integrated with comics. The most important thing is that the villain Thorn, and they are not at all brain dead. He doesn't know how many kinds of magic the gooey mage possesses, and to what extent the most sturdy magic is. After confirming the candidate, you can think about how to find the ancient one mage next. New York. There's a most holy place. This Bufan naturally knows, but where is the specific location? But there's no clue at all. Yes. Bufan's eyes lit up immediately. He took out his cell phone and dialed Natasha's phone. Connected. Over there, Natasha smiled and said, "Little villain, why do you remember where you were when you called me?" Bufan said, "At home." Home. Natasha was taken aback for a moment, and she smiled even more. Her voice charmingly said, "You dare to call me at home? It's such an invincible little villain. I'm not afraid that Wanda knows it." Sure enough, men all over the world are the same, eating what is in the bowl and thinking about what is in the pot. Humph. At first the tone was good, but as he spoke, the voice on the phone was a bit resentful. This strong sour taste is what the famous Black Widow is, who will be jealous of Bufan for a moment. Humph. The woman over there snorted again and said, "It's not that Wanda is not feeling well, so you want to find me. Tell you, no way, sister is busy. Besides, I'm not just coming. The kind of woman who throws away after use." Chapter 105 Natasha. You are evil bastard. 2 requests for subscription. Bufan doesn't know what happened to Natasha. He only knows that women, especially women who have lost their normal sense, can never reason with them. At this time, they must not be regarded as normal people. Unfortunately, Natasha is abnormal now. The only thing a man can do at this time is to display the Huazi. So Bufan gave a chuckle and immediately said, "Little daughter-in-law, do you know I miss you every day? Bah, who is your little wife?" There, Natasha laughed and cursed for a while, and then said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, "Oh, then you can talk about it. When do you miss me?" 167. Only one time. Just one. Natasha exploded her hair instantly. "You bastard, you can go to death." While breathing, Natasha with fried hair, her cheeks flushed with shame in an instant, sits in S.H.I.E.L.D. In the headquarters office, she came to pack up some personal belongings this time. Her whole body floated, and her heart was sweet, and a girl's heart was pounding. "Fuck you, it's disgusting. You should think about your little Wanda." "Humph. You will lie to me with nice words. The person you mentioned is just an ordinary celebrity, not a privileged person. The information is not confidential, but it is more famous than ordinary people. The information of this kind of person is the best to find, and I will send it to you in a few minutes. Bye." Natasha finished talking like a machine gun, then hung up the phone decisively, putting one hand on her chest, feeling her rapid heartbeat. She is not a little girl anymore. The man I met was not Bufan. Although there was no relationship, those men were also very good, but since contact with Bufan, her heart has changed subtly. She didn't even notice it. If at first, it was just because of the passion in the subway and the pure physical enjoyment, but in this time to eradicate the Hydra, the fearlessness of that little villain completely caused her to sink. His clever calculations, when facing Crossbones, when facing Lucian Shaw, his bravery and fearlessness were all deeply impressed in Natasha's eyes and heart. I originally thought that little villain, arrogant, disciplined, indifferent, and ruthless, but it's not. He is so brave, so heroic. You little villain, you have hurt me. I are all possessed by you. Natasha sighed slightly. No, you can't do this anymore, Natasha. You are an agent, and love for your children is not something you should consider. Natasha shook her head fiercely, silently encouraging herself in her heart. Immediately after, she turned on the computer and left S.H.I.E.L.D. Before, the last time I used S.H.I.E.L.D. Intelligence Network to help Bufan. Bufan is absolutely right to find Natasha. She is S.H.I.E.L.D. 10th level agent, absolute legend. This does not only mean that she is in S.H.I.E.L.D. Having extremely high rights means that in addition to S.H.I.E.L.D., she also has an extremely extensive network of resources. The information of Bucky, the Winter Soldier, is the most obvious example. That thing was obtained by Natasha through the contacts in Western Europe. The information is extremely complete, so complete as to be taken from the Hydra archives. It can be seen that Natasha's contacts are just too powerful. After 3 minutes, Natasha sent a message and told Bufan that she had sent strange information to his mailbox. This is actually nothing. It was completely in Bufan's expectation. But there is still. Chapter 106 Strange. You lunatic. 3 requests for subscription. Wait, 12:1 tonight is now 11 hours 30 minutes and 11 seconds. At Kennedy International Airport, there is only one flight to Nepal. Don't miss the opportunity. Bufan immediately booked a flight ticket to Nepal on the internet and left a note on the table. Wanda has been very busy these days and has not yet come back. S.H.I.E.L.D. Although it's gone, Nick Fury also intends to fly to Europe, but he can't do nothing that he's been deploying top secret these days as the core force of the Avengers. Wanda is naturally the top priority. The note reads something. Go out, don't worry about it. Contact tomorrow. Simple and clear. What I didn't say, Wanda would definitely doubt it, but Bufan didn't care. Although Wanda enjoys the peaceful life of ordinary people, superpowers are superpowers, and sometimes they are too dull, and they will feel boring. This comm is slightly boring, and Wanda has been around for several years. Bufan knows her daughter-in-law too much. Why did she take the initiative to join S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D., as a backing, dealing with all the troubles, including Magneto, is definitely the biggest reason. But not all. Seeking excitement is also one of them. Moreover, Bufan knows better that as time goes by, there will be more and more earth-shattering events. The appearance of Thor and the appearance of the Kitari have brought about earth-shaking changes in the current human society. A change that covers all of mankind is happening quietly. Even ordinary people know it, and Wanda, as a superpower, can't not know. Even if it's discovered, it's okay. It's not a big deal at all. At night, 12:01, Wanda returned home and saw the note left on the dining table immediately. Called Bufan's cell phone, but it didn't get through. She sat on the sofa with a calm expression, without much worry, because she knows that her little man is not ordinary at all. Since he doesn't say it, there must be a reason why he doesn't say it. Sure enough, you little guy is not an ordinary person. Wanda twitched the corner of his mouth and smiled happily. Yes, she had already started to doubt. As early as half a month ago, Quine took the lead to find Nifri and expressed to him their brothers and sisters' willingness to join the Avengers. Wanda learned from Quine that Magneto had already known their siblings. The strange thing is that the old guy only followed, but didn't touch her. This is unreasonable, she asked Quine. Quine didn't want to say it, but she couldn't stand her grinding, so she could only say. Magneto asked Quine and sent someone to contact Bufan, but sent it. The mutant who came into contact with her man died somehow. Quick. He didn't know what happened, and it was impossible to tell her. But she was not a fool, so she guessed something. Oomph. You little villain, you obviously have superpowers, but you don't want to be with me, and you dare to run away from home, and see how I can take care of you when you come back. Wanda smoked his small nose, got up and walked back to the room, and went to sleep. Just as Wanda was talking to himself, Bufan had already boarded the plane to Kathmandu. It was very late, there were not many passengers in the economy class, and many seats were empty. Bufan's eyes were locked on a white man with long curly hair and a tall stature. That's right. It's you, Volume. Oh no, it should be Stephen Strange, the future Doctor Strange. This guy is really sad enough to say that he had a successful career, technical skills, and an absolute winner in life. But because of a car accident and tragedy, he completely robbed him of everything. His house, car, all his savings, his girlfriend, and his arrogance. In order to heal his hands, he tried everything he could to spend all his years of savings, even by flying in economy class. Chapter 107 Shot. Meet GUI Master. 4 requests for subscription. Oh, if you're talking about hand problems, it's not a problem. Bufan said. As far as I know, the Bald Master in Kathmandu has magical powers and can even bring people back to life. Strange's face changed, and he said with caution, Who are you and why are you here? How do you know that I went to Kathmandu to find a Bald Master? Are you following me? You have too many questions, Dr. Strange. Bufan shook his head and said, You might as well think about what value you have worthy of my tracking. Is it that you have mastered state secrets, or something else that leads us to the next topic? Do you believe that there's magic in this world? Magic? Strange looked at Bufan indifferently and sneered. If you want to cheat money, I can tell you responsibly, no. This flight ticket has exhausted my last savings. Please leave. No problem. I just want to remind you that there may be magic in this world. Bufan smiled slightly, got up and left, and returned to his seat. Strange murmured, There is magic in this world. He turned his face, glanced at Bufan from a distance, and said with a sneer in his heart, Madman, insane, actually want me to believe that there is magic in this world. Shook his head and ignored. Time passed in a hurry, and the plane soon arrived at Kathmandu Airport. Strange did not pay attention to Bufan anymore, and hurriedly got off the plane and started his own journey to find the Bald Master. Bufan will naturally not bother. He doesn't need to do anything. He just needs to follow Strange secretly and wait for the disciple of the ancient first mage to come. 3 days later, as Strange said, the plane ticket alone has basically exhausted his savings. He searched in Kathmandu for 3 days, but found nothing. All the money he brought was spent, and his clothes were ragged, and he became a beggar. Bufan didn't make a move. GUI Mage must know that Strange came to Kathmandu to look for him. This may be a small test for Strange. If Bufan rashly intervenes, it may cause great changes. During this period, Bufan had 3 phone calls with Wanda. Basically, 1 report a day from Wanda. Bufan can feel that his wife is already suspicious. It seems that he is ready to accept that he is also a superpower, and it is good to think about it. Even though the life of ordinary people is very good, it is also very tiring to perform all day. So let's confess. Wanda is ready. By the afternoon of the 4th day, Stuart was desperate, but he didn't mean to give up. Bufan could also understand that he tried thousands of ways, but all failed, and this was his last chance. It is also the best opportunity. He will not give up. In a certain alley, a group of locals focused on Strange and surrounded him. Although Strange repeatedly emphasized that he was penniless, it had no effect. Those people beat him up. The result is really not a dime. The gang became irritated. They thought they met a foreign protagonist, but unexpectedly he was a poor ghost. They beat Strange again. During the beating, a man wearing a black cloak covered half of his face. Appear. It's finally here, Bear Mordor. Bufan, who was hiding in the dark, chuckled lightly. After Bear Mordor appeared, He drove away the locals 3 times, helped Strange from the ground, and said straightforwardly, "I heard you were looking for a bald master." Strange said excitedly, "Yes, yes. You know him." Baron Mordor smiled and said, "You should know. Come with me. But I want to remind you one thing. When you see the master, you must forget all the knowledge you have learned before, because next you will be exposed to a completely different world." Strange looked dumbfounded and suddenly remembered the madman he had met on the plane and couldn't help but secretly said, "Damn, why is this guy saying exactly the same thing as that madman?" Chapter 108, Goo Mage. You really scared me. 1 request for subscription. Chapter 109, 3 kinds of magic. Dark energy, basic magic, space gate. 2 requests for subscription. About half an hour later, under the leadership of Baron Mordor, Bufan and Strange came to the temple where Gooey Mage was located, a woman with a big bald head and a robe of the Moon White Mage, with outstanding temperament. "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Please have tea." Mage Gooey smiled slightly, and the 2 teacups in front of her flew up and came to Bufan and Strange. "God, come again." Strange's eyes were surprised. Bufan took the tea, took a sip, and said silently in his heart, "System, I will use the God-level magic copy card now, immediately. Check the magic information of the Ancient One Mage." In an instant, countless information poured into Bufan's mind. Name, Gooey profession, Supreme Mage, Guardian of the Earth Magic, 2nd class Soul Body Art, Dark Dimension Energy Grabbing Upanishad Class High, Penetration Class, Space Teleport Class 2nd, Nancy Power Class, Magic Golden Shield Class, Protection Hood Level, Magic Basic Profound Meaning Level, Tisk. You deserve to be a Supreme Mage who has mastered such a huge amount of magic. Bufan was overjoyed, and the information that the system instilled in the next shocked Bufan, because these were not all the magic that Gooey Mage was good at. She even possessed demigod magic, but Bufan didn't have the authority to know it. God-level magic copy card, the highest level that can be copied, is just a level. The demigod level, even the dark dimension energy grabbing the profound meaning, is only level magic. That is to say, the demigod level magic must be related to the time gem. Bufan guessed in his heart, "Now that my body is strong, I can't even bear any one of the infinite gems, so don't think so far. Let's see which 3 kinds of magic to choose." The energy of the dark dimension must be grabbed for the profound meaning. This is the only magic of the highest level. Space teleportation, level, and so on are also needed. After all, it is a space magic. These are 2-level magics to be left, and the last level magic is left. Magic basic profound meaning. This is... Bufan frowned immediately. Check the information instilled in the system. Found it. This... Bufan is overjoyed. The so-called magic sense is naturally the basic ability to understand magic and control various elements. That IT must be divided according to the level. In fact, this can only be regarded as a basic level, and it is not a level at all. For example, Stephen Strange, who worshipped the ancient wizard, the first thing was to comprehend the basic magic of magic. The Magic Foundation Austrian Escher level, presented in front of Bufan's eyes, is no other reason, because this is the ancient master's understanding of the Magic Foundation. This is the real killer. To some extent, it is better than 2-level magic is more present. This is not only a basic magic book, but also represents the ancient. The wisdom of a mage. It is said that teaching people to fish is not as good as teaching people to fish as long as you have mastered the basic magic of magic. Then if you want other magic, you don't need to rely on the system at all. You can fully self-reliance and practice yourself. Of course, there is a prerequisite. That is, the ancient wizard is willing to open the magic library to himself. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Bufan's mind like lightning. The corner of his mouth twitched, and his heart secretly said, "I choose Dark Dimension Energy Capture Technique, Space Transmission, and Magic Basic Profound Meaning." Mind. The system immediately. Give a response. OM. A huge energy formed a flood of information, which was instilled into Li Bufan's mind mightily, and his mental endurance continued to increase. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and it continued to flow down his cheeks. Magic! Li Bufan closed his eyes slightly, and while receiving the inheritance, he secretly said, "It turns out that this is the real magic. There is an essential difference between the power of mind and the drive of things." When the magic basic profound meaning was instilled, his understanding of magic was already at the top of the planet. He is Gui. Gui suddenly felt something. His face changed slightly. He looked at Li Bufan suspiciously and said, "Mr. Li, what's wrong with you?" Strange and Bear Mordor looked at Li Bufan strangely. Call. Chapter 110. Gui is shocked. You are really peerless evildoer. 3 requests for subscription. At this moment, Baron Mordor suddenly interrupted and said, "Do you know how long it takes to truly master the essence of magic?" He said these are too far away. Let's give a specific example. Our school has a space teleportation magic that uses the hanging ring to create a space gate. This space gate is located in the 4-dimensional world. It can connect the 3-dimensional world we are now in, that is, any 2 corners of the earth. Arrived in an instant. It's just preparation for enlightenment and practice. I have practiced 3 full 3, 4, 7 zeros. I have mastered this technique initially. It took me half a year. Do you have this time and patience? Although you are strong, don't think that magic is simple and requires talent, perseverance, and opportunity. A faint pride flashed in Bear Mordor's eyes, and it was obvious that he was still holding grudges. Li Bufan shook his head and sneered. An anger flashed in Baron Mordor's eyes and frowned. What is your reaction? Could it be that you, a layman, know more about magic than I do? Modo. Gui sternly glanced at Baron Mordo and said coldly, "Don't be rude. I told you a long time ago that your temper is too violent. You must restrain yourself, otherwise you will suffer a big loss in the future. It is even possible to completely lose to yourself. Have you forgotten?" Oh, Li Bufan gave Gui a meaningful look. As the saying goes, the man who digs the well does not forget the draft. He got the magic from her. I originally wanted to remind her, but it seems that there is no need for this. Obviously, she had already guessed something, and she had already begun to call on Baron Mordo. Baron Mordor opened his mouth and wanted to defend himself, but he was photographed in Gui's power. But in the end, he didn't say anything. But obviously, he didn't say anything. His expression had completely betrayed him, and he was still not convinced. Sure enough, the country is easy to change, and the nature is difficult to change. Once a person's character is formed, it is difficult to reverse it. Although Gui had begun to dial intentionally or unintentionally, it was obvious that Baron Mordor could not hear it at all. After teaching his apprentice, Gui only didn't smile and said, "Mr. Li, I'm really embarrassed. Morda has this kind of character. He is upright, jealous, and offensive to you. I will apologize to you on his behalf. The master is worthy of being a master. Just with this demeanor, the two of them are 100,000 or 8 different." Li Bufan waved his hand, indicating that he would not care about it. Gui smiled and continued. Let's go back to the topic. Although Morda's attitude is very impolite, his words are still very reasonable. Magic does not happen overnight. It takes a long period of meditation, enlightenment, and practice. Even if I am willing to teach Mr. Li, is Mr. Li willing to work with me for several years? Li Bufan shook his head. Impossible. Gui chuckles. That's what I meant. If Mr. Li is fine, he can stay in the temple for a while. I welcome it, but if you learn magic, let's forget it. Li Bufan shook his head and smiled. No, you still don't understand what I mean. Gui frowned and his face was puzzled. Mr. Li, please speak clearly. This master is also a straightforward person. He said whatever he thought of and did what he did without pretending at all. I have almost learned. Li Bufan said lightly. What? Gui looked astonished. Strange interrupted and said, My kid, you mean you have learned magic? Li Bufan smiled and asked, Is there anything wrong with my expression? What are you kidding? Baron Mordor changed his color suddenly, feeling that he had been greatly humiliated, and glared at Bufan annoyedly, and exclaimed, "You mean just now, you meditated for more than 10 seconds, and you learned our school of magic?" Joke. The kid from New York is not bragging like that. Baron Mordor is still talking. Bufan left-hand nod. Chapter 111, Gu Yi's Request. One request for subscription. Gu Yi's expression also changed. She looked at Bufan in surprise and fell into deep thought. Around, all the magic apprentices of Gu Yi were stunned. How is this possible? He can also magical. No, this is not the point. Have you not found out yet? He hasn't even used the hanging ring. This can only be done by the Supreme Mage. Damn it, could it be that he is also the Supreme Master? No, it's impossible. There's only one Supreme Mage. How could he be? God, what is going on? The disciples of Gu Yi were inexplicably shocked and looked at Gu Yi one after another, hoping that their teacher could give themselves a perfect explanation. The reason is simple. Although magic is very mysterious, if you want to cast magic, you must use the hanging ring as a medium. For these magicians, there is no hanging ring. They're no different from ordinary people and can only cast some tiny spells. It definitely does not include space teleportation. This top-notch spell, in their magic faction, the only person who can use space teleportation without the help of the ring, there's only one. That is, the Supreme Mage Gu, and now it has appeared, the second. But according to the history they already know, the Supreme Mage on the Earth has been passed down from generation to generation. The appearance of each Supreme Mage represents the fall of another Supreme Mage, and there will never be two at the same time. So, he couldn't explain how to explain it now. She just stared at Bufan for a long time without speaking. OM! The air suddenly vibrated. A strange green light appeared, and the eyes of Agamotto on Gu Yi's chest had been opened for some unknown time. The Eye of Agamotto, the carrier of time gems. The Guardian is the supreme mage of the past, which can make time go back, enter the future, and even control time and cause and effect. But of course, the cost of destroying time is also huge. Bufan's eyes narrowed. In Master Gu, he had already used the eyes of Agamotto. He was very curious if she could see the past and present of herself, the Traverser. Call! Gu Yi's expression began to change. Astonished, shocked, stunned, even horrified, his bald head was covered with dense beads of sweat. The space around violently shook, and countless gaps began to appear. The space is torn. God! Strange was stunned by the changes in the surrounding environment. Baron Mordor whispered, Gu Yi Mage. Gu Yi Mage. OM. After another shock, Gu Yijong returned to reality. She stared at Bufan deeply and whispered, Mr. Li, you are so deep. Unpredictable. Bufan smiled and said, So, Gu Yi Mage, can you see my past and future? Gu Yi asked, Don't you be scared at all? Your secret will be known to me. Why should I be afraid? Bufan said, If you can really see, the person who is afraid should be you. Gu Yi couldn't help but fell into contemplation and sighed. Your Excellency, according to the statement, it should be a peerless evildoer. Sorry, I didn't see it, but I believe that you should know my secret. How do you think of me? Obviously, what Gu Yi said was that she used the power of the Dark Dimension to in turn deal with the demon of the Dark Dimension, Domum. Seeing Gu Yi's slightly expectant eyes, Bufan just felt very curious. If you think about it, you can understand that their lifelong duty of magicians is to guard the Earth and fight against Domum's invasion. But Gu Yi will use the power of the Dark Dimension. Even she, I am afraid that she wants to be recognized by others. I said, the means doesn't matter, the purpose is important. Bufan shook his head and sneered. It doesn't matter what a person does and how he does it. It doesn't matter whether his heart is light or dark. Master Gu Yi, did I express it clearly enough? Gu Yi Mage was slightly surprised, then smiled relieved. Well, if nothing happens, I will leave first. Gu Yi Mage, you too. Chapter 112 Confused. Is that guy so scary? 2 requests for subscription. Baron Mordor hurriedly asked. Mage, what is the situation? How can that person be able to magic? Why can he use the ring of suspension? Can use the space teleportation? He has already said it. Baron Mordor, what? Gui's other disciples were also embarrassed. What the guy said, didn't he already say it? He learned it from me. He shook his head. What? Everyone changed their color in amazement, with an expression of seeing a ghost. Just like Strange didn't believe in the existence of magic. When Gui suddenly heard this, everyone's brains exploded, shocked and unable to think. On the contrary, it was Strange, much calmer. He didn't know magic at all. Well, only today did he know that this world is not what he saw. There's actually magic. Since there is magic, it is nothing to learn magic in an instant. Maybe there are some awesome abilities that can be learned. Others are different. They all have spent more than 10 years, or even decades, before they have achieved a little in magic, and they know that they want to master it. The essence of magic, how difficult it is. Among all the disciples of Gui, the most enchanting talent is Cassius, the fanatical follower of the dark dimension Domum. The time he worshipped under the Ancient One was not very long. He was still behind Baron Mordor, but his magic talent was too explosive, and he got twice the result with half the effort. Although it was very late to get started, he reached an incredible height in a very short time. Once comparable to Gui, Baron Mordo was a scum in front of him. Although Cassius has now become a traitor and their enemy, it has to be said that in the magic talent, no one in their entire faction is his opponent. In their eyes, Cassius has been a rare wizard and enchantment in decades. But if Bufan really presses, Gui said that Cassius is a scum compared to Bufan. An underground moment. All the disciples were shocked and inexplicably secretly said, "Is that terrible?" Baron Mordor trembled. This is impossible. How could he have been learning spatial teleportation? Modo, this is the truth. Gui took a deep look at Baron Mordo, shook his head, and said, "But you don't have to be too surprised, although I don't know how he did it, but that's it." Baron Mordor asked, "Master, you think?" Gui, he may be an instantaneous explosion, just like human research. He has been studying a project for decades. He has been stuck at the bottleneck and has not broken through. At a certain moment, the inspiration comes, and it is logical that it will suddenly happen. Broken. This kind of thinking explosion doesn't happen very often. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. Baron Mordo said, "Mage, why did you open the magic library to him?" Gui said quietly, "Even if I am not open to him, he will pass by himself. And I have a hunch that although his philosophy is different from ours, he will play a vital role in the future war to protect the Earth." Baron Mordor wanted to ask again, but Gui waved his hand, motioning him not to ask any more questions, looked at Strange, smiled slightly. "Mr. Strange, we can start." Strange. What started in New York, Queens? Night, 9:99. The time difference is different. Kathmandu is still daytime, and New York is already dark. Bufan opened a space door and returned directly to New York, landing at the Leoe building, and then performing flying skills and flying home. Click. Bufan opened the door and turned on the light, and then he was taken aback. Living room. After taking a shower, Wanda, wearing a bathrobe with a delicate fragrance all over his body, is lying on the sofa with his mouth cocked. Look at him. Chapter 113 Confession. God, are you the of death? 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 114 Wanda. My little man. 4 requests for subscription. This night, Bufan took Wanda and went crazy. Not only in the sky, but also in bed. The two tossed into the middle of the night. At 3:30 in the morning, they only fell asleep. Bufan soon fell asleep, thinking that Wanda was also asleep. Suddenly, Wanda opened her eyes. She was lying in Bufan's arms. In order not to wake Bufan, she could only slightly raise her head and stare at Bufan's calm, serene face. It was a face that she never bored and was fascinated by. "Idiot, you idiot." Looking at it, Wanda's eye circles gradually reddened, and crystal tears poured in her eyes. She said silently in her heart, "Don't be so stupid next time. If there is something, we have to carry it together." My little man. Although he didn't say anything, Wanda knew what Bufan had done to enable him to live an ordinary life. I feel more grateful and cherish. But who made you this fool be my man? The woman's mind is like the sky in June, saying that it changes and it changes. The previous moment was very sentimental, but the next moment, Wanda smiled in her heart, hugged Bufan, and entered a happy dreamland. In the dream, only him and her, facing the ocean, spring, and blossom. The next day, at 8 o'clock in the morning, Wanda got up early, made breakfast, and waited for Bufan. Since everything was clearly stated, he naturally didn't need to pretend to go to work anymore. In a word, it all depends on your mood. Morning, wife. After finishing washing, Bufan sat at the table and greeted Wanda. You big-headed ghost, it's already 8 o'clock. Wanda gave Bufan a blank look and said, if you still go to school, you'll be late today. Bufan ate the delicious steamed buns and said casually, I won't go today. Don't go. Wanda was still busy and said, don't you worry about Peter. Yavin finds out? Bufan also told Wanda about Peter Parker. He didn't smile. He was obviously a good friend, but Peter wanted to recognize Bufan as his father. She was looking forward to Peter's real reaction. Bufan said, I have something to do today. Wanda brought 2 bowls of white rice porridge to the dining table, giggling and said, I have no opinion on whether you go to school or not, but if Peter notices something, that's it, Don't be gloating. Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and said, help me figure out how to tell Peter about this as long as I think about it. I'm so annoyed to die. Wanda smiled and said, you deserve it. Who made you Peter's guardian? Mr. Braised Egg has done a particularly interesting thing. If you want to tell Peter, you must call me over. I don't want to miss such a wonderful scene. Yes, this daughter-in-law of my own family can do nothing if I can't help at all, and she will be gloating at all times. Bufan shook his head, not thinking about the trouble for the time being. Wanda asked, my dear, if you don't go to school, what are you going to do today? I told you yesterday. I'm going to the Holy of Holies in New York. Magic! Wanda's eyes lit up. Bufan also told Wanda about this. Wanda was really surprised. Although her chaos magic is also magic, it is because she has awakened superpowers and is a variant, brought by human identity. The ancient faction's magic is different. It is a system. As long as there is magic talent, any ordinary person can learn it. Bufan nodded casually and said, yeah. Wanda looked forward to. Uncommon. Can I go too? Bufan didn't care. If you want to go, I can take you there. In fact, I also have this idea. Your chaos magic is in its infancy, and it is very unstable. You can go to the magic library in the Holy of Holies to see if there is any. Chapter 115, Conflict. 5 requests for subscription. Coming to the most holy place, Wanda is like visiting a museum that contains thousands of years of human history, and his eyes are full of surprise. At this moment, an angry voice suddenly appeared. Who are you who dare to trespass into the holy place? OM. A red crescent light wave shot towards Bufan. Bufan raised his hand. The cauldron of all things flew up and stood in front of him, blocking the red crescent light waves. Damn it! Look at what you did. You dare to move the tripod of all things. If you don't do it casually, I won't touch this thing. With a wave of Bufan's hand, the cauldron of all things flew back and landed on the original cylindrical platform with a muffled sound. 677. Damn boy, you can't be so rude. There was another exclamation. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a black leather jacket appeared in front of Bufan and Wanda. It was a dark-skinned mixed race with a tall stature, burly, with a big beard, and staring at Bufan in annoyance. Drumful, Gu Yi's disciple, is also one of the most powerful people under Gu Yi, the guardian of the sanctuary in New York. Bufan said, You are Drum. You should know who I am. I know. Drum snorted annoyed and stared at Bufan. Gu Yi Mage already told me yesterday. I heard that you learned the magic of space teleportation from Master Gu Yi in an instant. Bufan said, I can barely count it. Drum said angrily. What is meant by reluctantly counted? Bufan said. Reluctantly, it means that I not only learned spatial teleportation, but also learned 2 other kinds of magic. What? Drum was taken aback and sneered. My friend, although I don't know what method you used, there's a limit to big talk. You can learn that space teleportation is incredible enough. And now you actually tell me, in addition to space teleportation, you also learned 2 kinds of. Do you think I will believe it or say, you treat me as a 3-year-old kid? If you really learn magic, my attack just now can be easily solved as long as you use the golden shield to defend it. But you are useless. It means that you have not even learned the basic defense magic of the pentagram golden shield. Bufan smiled, daring to feel that this guy came there just now to test himself. I really don't, Bufan said honestly. Drum said, you didn't hear my 5-pointed golden shield. This is the most basic defensive magic. Basic? You don't even know the most basic, and you want to lie to me? Bufan shook his head and said lightly, believe it or not, I don't care at all. Let's get to the point. I'm here to visit the library this time. Master Gu, he also said about this matter. Drum couldn't resist, but he didn't get the answer he wanted, and he was still very unhappy, bored, and said, yes. But you can only go in, she can't. Bufan's face became cold, and he said, did I give you a face? Whoosh! The cauldron of all things flew again, and a strong wind burst in the air, and it smashed towards Drum at an extremely fast speed. Drum's pupils shrank, and before he could use the defensive magic in the future, he was smashed by the cauldron of all things. Fell to the ground. You kid! Drum became furious. The reason why he failed to respond was entirely because this was the most holy place, their base camp. He had never expected that Bufan would dare to do it without saying a word. It was too arrogant and arrogant. Bufan shook his head and sneered. Sure enough, the magician, your melee combat is all scum. You can't watch it all. Asshole boy. Drum's face blushed and gritted his teeth. If you didn't attack, how could you be so light? Chapter 116 Magic is not easy to learn. 6 requests for subscription. After the afterimage of Gu disappeared, Bufan looked at Drum with a smile and said, lead the way. There is no inquiry, no intention to be good, absolutely overbearing. This is Bufan's character. Although he has always pretended to be like the wind, he often accompanies me. But if others treat him like this, then I am embarrassed. You will definitely not be able to pretend. To put it simply, you respect me 1'0", and I pay you 1'0", but if you dare to offend me an inch, then I will pay you back. Drum's heart is called a wrath. If it weren't for the order of the ancient master, he would definitely make a bold move and compete with this arrogant and domineering kid. He hummed, after a cry. I was upset. Come with me. Immediately, Drum was in front, Bufan, and Wanda followed closely. Wanda leaned in Bufan's ear and jokingly said, you little villain, no wonder you dare to give Nick Fury the nickname. You have always been, as it's so overbearing. Bufan was surprised. No, he didn't even find this 18. Screw you. Wanda gave Bufan a fan fist, but he gave him a sullen look, knowing that Bufan was making fun of himself, and secretly said, you are in front of others, just like the obedient little sheep. How do you have such a domineering attitude towards yourself? How did people find out? Well, at the same time, it feels sweet in his heart, as if he has wiped honey. After all, he is different in his heart. Uncommon. Wanda was a little worried and said, you have such a bad attitude. Is it really okay? This is a place for others. Bufan was amused and said, don't worry, everything has me. This is their territory, but as long as her fists are stronger than theirs, even if it is their territory, then maybe Wanda doesn't understand this truth, but she has never relied on superpowers to bully people. Character. Soon, under the leadership of Drum, Bufan and Wanda have come to the magic library. The structure of this library is completely different from that of humans. First, the number of books is not very large. Secondly, all books are imprisoned by magic chains. If it is an ordinary person, it is impossible to remove the books. Third, every book is big and basically occupies a bookshelf. Bufan glanced through it. Although the number of books in a library is not very large, there are hundreds of them that if you want to learn all these magics, it will take a long time. Drum took Li Bufan, and Wanda didn't stand by after entering the library. Li Bufan doesn't mind either. He has completely accepted the ancient understanding of magic. Long before he arrived, he had a general idea of how to stabilize Wanda's chaotic magic. So he chose a few books according to his ideas and handed them to Wanda. Said, "Wanda, there are 3 books here. They are not magic. They are related to meditation. They are very simple. If you try to meditate and learn the things in these 3 books, it will be of great help to you." Oh, Wanda obediently responded and took the 3 books and started reading from the first book in the order Li Bufan said. Li Bufan didn't do anything, so he just gave guidance. It took about 10 minutes before Li Bufan finished explaining the key points of the first book that he thought that he had spoken in a simple way and was straightforward enough, but Wanda still seemed to understand, and his eyes were often confused. Wanda chose a futon and began to meditate for enlightenment. Only 3 minutes. What? Wanda let out an exclamation, cold sweat on his forehead. What's wrong? Li Bufan immediately came to Wanda's side and supported Wanda. Wanda's face was pale, and he shook his head and said, "No words. It seems to have magic power. When I tried to enter the meditation state, it attacked me, and I couldn't gather my spirit at all." At this time, Drum, who was on the side, shook his head and said, "Don't let her try to. If people without magical talent try forcibly, they will go crazy." Magic. Chapter 117 Horror. Terrifying learning ability. 7 requests for subscription. This guy Li Bufan felt quite amused and said silently, "Drum, you seem to have misunderstood something." "I didn't misunderstand anything." Drum laughed and took a magic book from the bookshelf on the side and handed it to Li Bufan. "This is the Pinnacle Golden Shield, the most basic defensive magic. If you want to learn it, I suggest from this one. Start. My talent is considered first class by all the disciples under Master Gu E. In order to learn Pinnacle Golden Shield, it took a full month. You can see how long it takes to learn it completely. 1 month?" Li Bufan smiled and accepted the secret book. Drum continued, "Let's learn it. The eyes are high and the hands are low, and it is useless to talk about soldiers on paper. Only when you really start to learn, you will appreciate how difficult it is to master the essence of magic." Just as Drum was talking, Li Bufan had already opened the magic secret book and quickly browsed it. Those complicated runes, those complicated words, seemed to have been engraved in his mind. So familiar, there was no need for cultivation at all. As long as he browsed it, he had completed the cultivation, and it was as simple as drinking water and eating. Flowing clouds and flowing water. It's a matter of course. This is the Supreme Master's understanding of magic, and it may take some time to cultivate magic above the level, but the level, and the simplicity are not plausible. OM. While Drum was still talking about it, Li Bufan watched his nose and heart, and put his hands out, and he had already drawn a 5-pointed golden shield in front of his chest. Damn! Drum's expression instantly stiffened, and then it was as if he had seen a ghost, and he was so scared that he took a few steps backwards. Wanda was also surprised. "It's extraordinary. You have learned it." Li Bufan shrugged and said with a chuckle, "Pinnacle Golden Shield, it's not difficult. It seems that I have learned Drum. What do you think?" Drum has been dumbfounded. He looked at Li Bufan in disbelief and exclaimed, You, what kind of monster are you? How could it be possible for me to successfully cultivate in such a short period of time? But it took me a full month. Time. Li Bufan smiled and said, "I've already said that this magic doesn't seem to be very difficult. If you can't do it, it doesn't mean that others can't do it, you understand?" "Understand, I understand. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." Drum couldn't help shaking his head. "It is absolutely impossible for you to learn the Pinnacle Golden Shield in such a short time. You must have learned it a long time ago, but you didn't use it deliberately, yes, right?" Li Bufan nodded and said solemnly, "Yes, I am teasing you. Except for the ancient master, it is impossible for anyone to learn so fast." Drum believes it. He let out a sigh of relief and said annoyed, "Mr. Li, this joke is not funny at all. Gu-E Mage is the only supreme mage on Earth. She is immortal. Of course she can do it. The mere five-pointed golden shield is nothing to her. Plum. Bufan nodded and took a magical cheat book from the bookshelf. He said, Blade refining uses magic to realize weapons. As long as the mental power is strong enough, it can be transformed into any form. This magic is pretty good. Is it like it is now? Li Bufan was talking and reading, only half a minute before he finished the first chapter. Wow! A crescent-shaped purple blade appeared. Drum, once again stunned. Mom sells criticism. What is this guy? Is this guy a man or a ghost? How could he achieve this level? This is comparable to Gu-E Master. Li Bufan continued to read, and when he finished reading the second chapter, he waved his again, and the crescent-shaped purple blade regenerated and changed. It suddenly became bigger, and its shape changed, instantly turning into a fierce tiger with a hideous face. Purple tiger. Drum took a cold breath, and his breathing became more and more rapid, his heartbeat faster and faster, giving birth to a feeling of suffocation. Oh my God! Wanda exclaimed and looked at Li Bufan, with stars appearing in his eyes. If she hadn't been exposed to magic, she didn't feel much, but just now she tried to meditate. It was not real learning at all, but even so, she couldn't bear the kind of spiritual strength. But now, the extraordinary performance can no longer be described as stunning. It is too terrifying. Chapter 118 under calm. Crisis is coming. 8 requests for subscription. Chapter 119, The First Mutant in History. The Resurrection of Apocalypse. 9 requests for subscription. A few days ago, faraway Africa. Cairo. Somewhere in the ruins of a pyramid that had already collapsed, a group of men in white robes knelt down facing the ruins, and around the ruins, there were huge stones, like pieces of broken tombstones. The edges and corners are obvious, the length is flat, and it is obviously an ancient artifact thousands of years ago, rather than a natural formation. The cyan tombstone is engraved with dense characters that is not the characters of any country in this world, but the oldest hieroglyphs that existed thousands of years ago in the legend. These characters have incredible powers. It can even bring people back to life. Directly behind this group of people, in the passage down, there's a beautiful woman in a light blue denim jacket who is following them. Her name is Wanda Maximoff, detective of the Central Intelligence Agency of China. Neither this group nor Moina had noticed that in the buried ruins there was a rectangular altar on which lies a blue-skinned adult man who looked like an alien. His name is Inshabaner, alias Apocalypse. The group of men in long robes, each with a solemn expression, suddenly raised their hands to the sky and began to shout, Supreme, Almighty Lord! Supreme, Almighty Lord! May the Lord God bless us! May the Lord God bless us! Inshabaner! Inshabaner! All the believers shouted. Their emotions became higher and higher, and their voices became louder and louder. Suddenly, those cyan tombstones engraved with dense hieroglyphs lit up, and there appeared that weird gold. Boom! It was like an earthquake, shaking slightly all around. Such an incredible scene caused Moina, who was hiding in the dark, to open her mouth wide and exclaimed, My God! In the eyes of those faithful believers, it became a miracle birth. They became more excited and continued to shout the name of the apocalypse. On the long altar, with green skin and an apocalyptic face with an alien face, he opened his eyes suddenly. He was still a little confused. He didn't know what he was in now. Thousands of years of sleep, even if he had a regeneration factor. It will take some time for him to adapt. How long will it take? 3 seconds. 3. This is betrayal. Apocalypse suddenly understood something. The anger of the front gritted his teeth. Those followers, this is a shameful betrayal. Outside, the believers of the apocalypse are still there, shouting his name. Then the situation is getting more and more wrong. The shaking is getting bigger and bigger. The dust is flying. Those people finally realized and shouted, Flee! Hurry! It's a pity it's too late. In the next moment, countless boulders smashed down, smashing all the believers to death. except for Moina, who was standing at the entrance of the cave. No one is spared. Boom! A shooting star rushed to the sky from the ruins, and Apocalypse's resentful grin rang out. He chose to study for the first time, and he came to an internet cafe to open up his superbrain ability and use the internet to absorb the changes that have taken place on the Earth over the past thousands of years. Damn! 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 A spiteful, angry roar sounded. Those shameful followers, they have betrayed my former week, and the bugs actually dominate the Earth. But now I, your king, is back, and I want you to surrender to my feet again. In the morning, there are not many people in the internet cafe, but at this time, the few people, including the owner of the internet cafe, all looked at him dumbfounded. It's like seeing a fool. The owner of the internet cafe said, "Who is that? I think you're not too young. Why are you still so secondary? I don't care about your second grade, but you go crazy outside, you pay if you want to go online, and you get out if you don't want to go online. Don't go crazy here." Ha ha ha, lunatic. Chapter 120, Professor X. I hope you can do it. One request for subscription. There is no cause. The situation of Bufan is just the opposite. He is like a copy of himself, with the result first, and then the cause that I end the subsequent exchanges with Bufan. Gu E confirmed this. The exchange between the two was extremely profound. Drum, who was standing on the side listening, was stupid. He decisively seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and tried to remember every word the two had said. He couldn't absorb it on the spot, and it took a long time to disappear. This exchange gave Gu E the feeling that he was communicating with another self, and Bufan's deep understanding of magic was not inferior to him. God, Gu E is even more surprised. She can't understand. 380, Bufan, who has such a deep understanding of magic. Why didn't he know any basic magic before that? In the next 3 months, when Bufan had mastered all the basic magic, Gu E personally opened the permanent mirror world in the Holy of Holies, took out the highest level of soul-body art, and let Bufan practice. Bufan cultivated in the Holy of Holies, and Drum also got great benefits. Not to mention that rare conversation in the world, just say Bufan. When he was happy, he would occasionally point to Drum. Drum was already at the bottleneck of cultivation, but under Bufan's instructions, Drum grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye and broke the bottleneck inexplicably. Magic cultivation base, a higher level. It is precisely because of this that he originally regarded Bufan as an idol, and now he takes Bufan as his master. But there are orders, and all are obeyed. It's noon. It's time to go home and cook for Wanda. Okay, this is a tragedy. Since Bufan mastered the skills of god-level cooking, Wanda's stomach was completely nurtured. This was supposed to be Wanda's work before, but now it falls on Bufan. However, Bufan also said that his wife wants to eat the food she cooked, so there is nothing to complain about, Drum. I'm here, teacher, Bufan helplessly said. How many times have I told you, don't call me teacher, don't call me teacher. Why don't you listen to Gu E as your teacher? We are friends. Drum is a burly physique, very fat, and a long one that he is clearly in his 40s, and he looks like he is in his 20s. Hearing that, Drum smiled. How can this be? The teacher is. Be a teacher for one day, and be a teacher for life. This guy is always following Bufan. Not only admires Bufan more and more, even the way of speaking is getting closer to Bufan, which is very distinctive. Bufan shook his head, curled his mouth, and said, Go ahead, just call the teacher. As long as Master Gu, he has no objection. I have no objection. Drum hurriedly said, Gu E Mage has already said that she has no opinion at all, and hopes that I will follow as much as possible in the future. Study with the teacher. I go first. Bufan waved his hand. Okay, teacher. Bufan put his hands out. He was about to use the space teleportation and build the space door. Connected with a smile. Daughter-in-law, go back right away. Don't worry. You will definitely be allowed to eat before 12:01, and you won't be hungry. No. Over there. Wanda looked eager and said, It's extraordinary. There are unexpected situations. The old man seems to be in trouble again. What can you do about this? You must stop him. absolutely can't let him make a big mistake. The old man is not someone else. It is Wanda's name for Magneto. Although the Magneto King of this world is in his 40s, that's what Wanda calls him. In that confession, Bufan spoke thoroughly, and Wanda also spoke thoroughly Magneto King Eric Lonsure. This is the secret she hid in the deepest part of her heart. They all told Bufan, and Wanda talked about Magneto King. The tone of voice, like her feelings for Magneto, is very complicated. Reality is not a movie, let alone a comic. Chapter 121, even if he joins, he may not be able to defeat Apocalypse. 2 requests for subscription. After reading this, Bufan said, Wanda, don't talk about it. Let's talk about it when we meet. Where are you now? Xavier Jr. Genius School. Are there any specific coordinates? There is no way. The space transmission of the magician is very cheating. You must condense the spirit, and you must know the characteristics of certain places, including vegetation, shape, and other details. Take the Xavier Jr. Genius School as an example. If Bufan has been there, it is very simple. Nothing is needed. Bufan has already remembered all the details of the school in his mind, immediately. Just build a space door, but the problem is he has never been there. This requires specific coordinates, and that's it. It also requires Bufan to have stable vision. Good. Wanda responded, and after asking about the award, he quickly reported Bufan a 19 accurate coordinate. Bufan hung up. Drum asked, Teacher, what happened? Bufan said, It's nothing. It's that an old antique that was thousands of years ago suddenly resurrected. That guy used to be the ruler of the earth. After waking up, he found that the earth had been ruled by the weak in his eyes. That guy was very angry and planned to destroy the world, dominate the earth again. Old antiques thousands of years ago. Drum was surprised and immediately said, Teacher, can I go with you? Sure. Bufan didn't care. He glanced at Drum and said, But don't you magicians hide all the time? Even every fight will use the mirror world. If you follow the past, wouldn't it be exposed? Will Master Gui agree? Drum chuckled and said, Gui Mage will agree. Since you and Mr. Gui Mage has already said that many important things will happen on the earth next, we can't hide it anymore. Bufan smiled. It seems that Gui used the power of the time gem again and saw countless futures. So he said that, since their faction is already prepared, Bufan will naturally not refuse, nodded and agreed to Drum. Drum was overjoyed and said excitedly, Thank you, teacher. It is my greatest honor to be able to fight side by side with the teacher. Xavier School of Genius Youth. A spacious meeting room. Grant Charles Xavier is here, except for the Grant. Most of them are there. There are 5 people in total. Laser Eye Scott, Storm Girl Aurora, Beast Hank, Phoenix Girl Piano Gray, and Shockwave Alex. Among them, Shockwave Alex is the brother of Laser Eye. In addition to these people, there is Wanda. See Wanda hang up. On the phone, the professor said, Wanda, would at least say he wants to come over right away. Wanda nodded and said, He asked me for the specific coordinates of Xavier Genius Junior School. I should be able to come over soon. The Beast Hank smiled and said, If Nang takes the shot, our chances of winning will increase a lot. Storm Girl still has some prejudice against Bufan and hums softly. That may not necessarily be Apocalypse, but that is the first mutant in this world. The legendary Omnipotence almost has the ability of all mutants. Even if that guy joins, it may not be necessary. Can beat him. Hank the Beast sighed slightly indeed. Apocalypse. That is not a name, but a legend that predates the Bible, and it can almost be regarded as a myth. Shockwave Professor Alex said, Professor, should we contact the Avengers again? If they also take action, we may have a better chance of winning. Do not. Sure shook his head and thought for 2 seconds. First, Apocalypse belongs to mutants. This is a battle within our mutants. Superpowers should not be involved. If we can't solve it, even if they join, it may not be necessary. Can help. Chapter 122 Angry Drum. The teacher is powerful. You simply can't imagine. 3 requests for subscription. Everyone nodded one after another and couldn't help but vomit. Humankind's treatment of mutants and superpowers is underground, and one can't wait to get rid of it, and the other is heaven. Although there may be condemnation in the future at this stage, they are absolute superstars. Shockwave Alex smiled and said, and the most important point, S.H.I.E.L.D. They are all disbanded. Nick Fury has only returned from Europe, and preparations have just begun. The Avengers have not gathered yet. It will take time to gather together again. And what we lack most now is time. Everyone nodded again. Okay, let's first discuss all the information currently known, what superpowers Apocalypse has, and how to deal with it. The professor began to control the field, with a solemn expression. Although he can fly, it takes at least 20 minutes to get here. Before he comes, let's discuss it first. When he comes, we can tell him the result directly. Wanda opened his mouth and wanted to tell them that you have been thinking too much. Bufan has learned magic. She just thought of this before she had time to speak. Hum. On the other side of the office, a golden mysterious light suddenly splashed out. Like Mars, an empty house connected to the Xavier School of Geniuses and the Sanctuary of New York. Success. What is this magic? Damn it, that's Lee. Didn't he say that he can't make magic? Isn't this what you want to lie to us? In the meeting room, the professor and all the policemen were shocked. They looked at Lee Bufan and Drum at the end of the space door with a dumb face. A few steps. The eyes are full of incredible. Even if it was a psychological, the most powerful teacher, it was still astonished. This was the legendary magic, and it was the first time he saw it. Hi, everyone. Lee Bufan walked through the space door and came to the office from the Sanctuary of New York in an instant. Drum followed closely, and the space door quickly disappeared. Lee Bufan shrugged and said, I know that for a while, you may be a little hard to accept, but it doesn't matter. I will give you a certain amount of time to accept. Let me count this. Charles Xavier Genius Schoolboy, founder of the police and spiritual leader. The wise man among mutants. It is undeniable that he does have some virgins, but it is not excessive, and his gentle handling of humans and mutants can be called a model of wisdom. The counterpart is Magneto, which has gone to extremes. Lee Bufan was talking while looking at the person in front of him. According to Magneto, the professor is almost 40 years old, but the handsome guy is a handsome guy, and he looks like he is in his 30s. Those azure blue eyes seem to contain the stars and the sea. Oh, of course, he is not bald yet, so now the distance. There's still a long way to go in my peak period. Wow. Lee Bufan made a seal with both hands, cast a short-range teleportation magic, and instantly appeared in front of the teacher, and the police were shocked. G was sitting in a wheelchair and couldn't help shrinking back. He laughed and said, Hey Lee, don't play a prank. My heart disease is almost scared by you. This shouldn't be the superpower of mutant awakening, but magic, right? Lee Bufan nodded. Among the mutants, like the demon of Asazo and the Nightcrawler, all awakened are spatial abilities, which can teleport at medium and short distances up to tens of kilometers. I knew it. Sure laughed happily and continued. Lee, I saw you last time, but you didn't see me, so I'd better introduce myself to Charles Xavier. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Lee Bufan smiled slightly. The two shook hands. Humph. At this moment, the storm girl Aloro on the side suddenly snorted and said with a slight dissatisfaction. Chapter 123, Confused X-Men. This world is crazy. 4 requests for subscription. Chapter 124, Fatal Gambling. Youth, can you dare to fight? 5 requests for subscription. The office door was pushed open, and a mutant appeared at the door. Woman, that is a stunning beauty with a devil-like figure and blue skin all over. Devil-shaped girl, Ruewin duck home. The happy demon-shaped girl beckoned and said, Ruewin, come here. Let me introduce you to you. Lee Bufan smiled slightly and said, I don't think I need to introduce it. Although I haven't met her, I know her, and she should have heard of me. Long admired the name. Ruewin said lightly, The situation is very clear when the Devil Girl appears here. The Brotherhood of this world can be said to be strong and strong. The Gangfang, a mutant of the level of Toadman, is not a number at all. Magneto has a large number of talents, such as the Fireman, the Devilish Girl Ruin, the Asazo Demon, the Torrent Genos, the White Queen Emifu Rost, and so on. Their purpose is to resist oppression, to overthrow humans and mutants to dominate the world. From a general perspective, their goals are consistent with the apocalypse. This is also the Queen of Apocalypse who found Magneto. Magneto immediately didn't even think about it. The root cause of the agreement. But in the next series of operations, they suddenly discovered that although the goal was the same, the methods of Apocalypse were too cruel. He wants to use the power of Magneto to destroy all human surface structures, at least to kill most of the humans. 7 billion people, 3 billion survivors is not bad. This is where the disagreement arises. In the Brotherhood, such as the Devil Girl, the White Queen, immediately. He drew a clear line with Magneto and retreated. Bufan was not surprised at all. Among the mutants, there is no such thing as loyalty or betrayal. Although the Professor and Magneto are hostile, they have never thought of killing each other. When the mutants are in crisis, the two will often join hands, which is more torturous than Xiong Yao's bitterness drama. At this time, Bufan's mind was shaken. It's finally here again. He was overjoyed. The system voice appeared. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Trigger the storyline and get the permission to know the real-time drawing of the open red envelope. Ding. Boy, with the ultimate mission 1. It is an ultimate gambling red envelope. Details. The ultimate gambling red envelope. If you don't know, there are several ultimate tasks, and you don't know the real-life rewards of the grade red envelope. Please make a choice whether to accept the ultimate gambling red envelope. If you choose to accept, you will start the real scene drawing in advance and receive related rewards. The mission is successful, and the promotion is achieved from level to level. The mission has failed, the promotion has failed, boy. You will lose all the superpowers, magic, and everything you have now. Start from the beginning. Bufan took a breath. This is so special. It is really the ultimate gamble. If the mission fails, not only will you, at the beginning of the first grade, it was tantamount to 12 years of hard work, and once returned to the pre-liberation period. It's so cruel. Also, young man, do you want to be so funny then? Ding dong. Young man, you dare to challenge. Please give the answer within 10 seconds. Then what else can I say, Bet? Bufan's eyes flashed, and he gave the answer decisively, spitting out, but he is essentially an adventurer. The more exciting the game, the more he likes it. System ding dong. Congratulations to the host. You can already know that you have been promoted. The ultimate mission 1. Kill the apocalypse and prevent the demise of mankind. Unlimited time. Bufan smiled. It's really a smart housekeeper, and the tasks posted are still as caring as always. Li. At this time, Bufan was brought back to reality by the shouting, and he was a little worried. Your mental state is not very good. What happened? No. Bufan smiled slightly, looked at Wanda, and said, Don't worry, Magneto will be fine. Chapter 125, Gu-E Master. It is my greatest honor to meet you. 6 requests for subscription. Bufan frowned and looked at Master Gu-E strangely. He was a little puzzled. He didn't know why she appeared in the form of a soul body, but it was not an important matter, so he didn't ask. Is it weird? Bufan didn't ask, but Gu-E mentioned it first. It's really weird. That ancient mage. Are you going to talk about it? Bufan smiled and came to Gu-E. The two people who have the deepest understanding of magic in the world stand side by side. Looking into the distance from the balcony of the most holy place, the bright sunshine is warm on the two people. The street is full of traffic, and the busy people are walking in a hurry. Seriously secular, picturesque. July 13th. It's really beautiful. Gu-E smiled warmly on his face and sighed sincerely. Every time I see this scene, I will tell myself in my heart that everything I do is valuable. Everything is worth it, even if it is at the cost of life. Bufan smiled and said, Beauty is indeed beautiful, but I'm sorry, I don't have the enlightenment of you, Master. Gu-E shook his head and believed, No, you have, but you haven't noticed it yet. Bufan came to be interested and said, Why, Master, you have seen my future and know what I will do in the future. Do not. Gu-E turned his face took a deep look at Li Bufan. His eyes flashed with undisguised exclamation and said, "I originally wanted to see your future, but Li, I was shocked to find that I couldn't see it at all." "To your future." "I can only see countless possibilities for the future. Probably 163,456. Do you know what this means?" Li Bufan said, "What?" "Ancient One." Li Bufan frowned, and he didn't understand the deep meaning of the words. This time, Gu-Yi did not take the initiative to explain, and Li Bufan did not ask. He knew that if Gu-Yi wanted to say, even if she didn't ask, she would say it. But if she doesn't want to, even if she asks herself, she will ask for nothing. Li Bufan thought that Gu-Yi suddenly found herself, and something very important would happen. But for the next 2 hours, she was just chatting with Li Bufan, telling Li Bufan of her previous experience and difficult study. And a more difficult choice. Li Bufan knows that Gu-Yi's more difficult choices must include absorbing energy from dimensions, and then turning to use this energy to deal with Domum's invasion. After 2 hours, both of them understood that the conversation should be over. Li Bufan suddenly understood. Last word. Yes, Gu-Yi suddenly recalled his life. It was a kind of last word. Although she was approachable before, her identity was superior. Everyone was her disciple, and there was not even a person to tell it. The appearance of myself has changed. Cut. In the original plot, even Doctor Strange did not get this kind of treatment. For Gu-Yi, Doctor Strange is just the inheritance of his own supreme mage, not peers. A bit of pain flashed in Li Bufan's eyes, and said, "Master, have you realized something?" "You've understood." Gu-Yi smiled slightly, nodded slightly, and said frankly, "In all the future I have seen, my own end is the approaching end, and there's only one possibility of surviving, which is related to you. I hope you don't make a move." She talked about death with a calm expression and a calm tone, as if she was talking about life trivialities like eating and drinking. Li Bufan's mood is difficult to calm. To sacrifice himself to save the world, Li Bufan naturally does not do it. But if there are such people, he will not stop. He will not be disdainful because of different ideas, and even have respect. Gu-Yi masters such a person. Li Bufan said, "Why?" "I'm tired," Gu-Yi still calmly said with a smile. "I have lived for hundreds of years, repelled Domum and other magical dimensions, attacked time and time again, and taught countless disciples. Some were loyal, some betrayed me, but I'm really tired. In fact, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that the Master Mage has been passed down from generation to generation." Chapter 126 Apocalypse Shot. The world was shocked. One request for subscription. Xavier School of Genius Youth. 10 minutes ago. It has been nearly 2 hours since Li Bufan left. The Professor, the Devil Girl Ruin, the Beast Hank, the Shockwave Alex, the Phoenix Female Piano Gray, and others, as Li Bufan said, did nothing, just waited quietly. However, everyone's face was restless, and it was obvious that they had all been waiting impatiently. The witch Ruewin suddenly stood up. The professor shouted, "Ruewin, what do you want to do?" Ruewin said coldly, "We can't wait any longer. Charles, time is money. Apocalypse found Eric 2 days ago. In 2 days, there's too much he can do. For every second of time, the world is in danger of one more second. You know what I mean? I'm going to find him." Sure shook his head and said, "Wait a little longer. Wait for you to tell me. When will we wait?" Ruewin sneered. "Charles, you are still the same. You always put your hopes on others. This is not good. You don't know how long to wait. You don't know, even if we wait until the kid comes back, what can I do? This is a matter for our mutants. We should solve the apocalypse by ourselves." Drum heard that the devilish girl was disrespectful to Li Bufan, and said angrily, "Woman, I am afraid you don't know what you are talking about. If the teacher can't deal with the apocalypse, then even if you all add up, it is not the apocalypse. Opponent, that apocalypse don't care. He is the first mutant on Earth, or the last. He is definitely not the teacher's opponent. It's okay if Drum didn't say anything to I in this case, except for Wanda and Sure, all the mutants in the room were blown up. In fact, they're the same as the devilish girl. Chin Jirai said angrily, "Fatty, You don't even know what we can do, right? Storm Girl Aloro said, suddenly coming and then leaving suddenly. What is that guy when we Xavier Genius Youth Academy? The Beast Hank deserves to be responsible for the police intelligence. Even if he is impatient, he's still restrained and said to everyone, everyone, stop arguing. We got together because we have the same purpose, that is, to defeat the apocalypse. Now that we fight inwardly before defeating the enemy, wouldn't it be a joke for apocalypse? Shockwave Alex followed and nodded. Hank is right, but we can't really do nothing. At least we can do some internal affairs. Grant, we can try to contact Magneto. He is not such a bad person. Yes. Why didn't I expect it? He gave a slap on the thigh and said excitedly, although Eric and I don't agree with each other in philosophy, he is definitely not the kind of pervert who wants to destroy all mankind. His heart is still kind. We could be better people. I have said so. Wanda's eyes lit up instantly, and he was a little excited. Real. Sure looked at Wanda and smiled and said, my child, he is not as bad as you think, and he is actually a good person. Wanda is in a good mood to get such an evaluation from the dictation. The teacher said excitedly, since Rowan came back, I have never contacted Eric. I want to communicate with him immediately. He woke up half an hour ago. There was an extra person in the conference room. No one else. It was the CIA agent Moina who first discovered the resurrection of Apocalypse. She was once the lover of G, but for her to live a better life, G wiped out all the memories related to her in her mind. Apart from, Moina raised her hand and said, Professor Xavier, I have a question. She looked at Moina affectionately and smiled. What? Moina felt the professor's extremely aggressive gaze, and she couldn't help frowning that, of course. Those eyes were beautiful, so it was a little strange to see herself. Ahem. Shockwave Alex coughed twice and raised. Chapter 127 Guilt. I'm sorry. We should listen to you. 2 requests for subscription. In Manhattan, the secretly rebuilt S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury was in his office, sorting out a few top-secret files, and his neck was a little sore. He raised his head before he had time to stretch. He watched a missile burst out of the air, and he was dumbfounded. He murmured, is the end of the world really here? In the Stark Industrial Building, Tony Stark, who was in the research room and devoted himself to the development of nanosuits, did not realize what was happening outside. Jarvis, the smart housekeeper, suddenly made a sharp siren. Tony was taken aback and said out of anger, Jarvis, I told you, unless the sky is falling, you should never make that sound, don't you? Have you forgotten all? Jarvis, destructive alert, destructive alert. 1/3 of the world's nuclear bombs, all fired. 1/3 of the world's nuclear bombs, all fired. Tony was stunned. After a long time, he exclaimed, damn, the sky is really going to collapse. Jarvis, get ready. I'm going out to see what happened. Swish, swish. With an order, the parts of Mark 13 suit have already flown out and quickly put it on Tony Stark, ready immediately. Set off. Except for Nick Fury, Tony Stark, all the heroes of the Avengers, the American team, the Black Widow, the Hawkeyes, the Falcons, and the Hulk all felt this unprecedented great change. Unfortunately, it was a while. I don't know what happened at all. No one could figure it out. At this moment, no matter whether it is a superpower or an ordinary person, it is impossible to react in such a short time. They only know that such an incredible thing has happened under the action of a force majeure. Xavier School of Genius Youth. Brain Wave Amplifier Room. All the people present were dumbfounded. They clamored before. They couldn't sit and wait for death. The brain is blank and can't think at all. In this world, Chin Jirai has just passed the age of 18. After 10 or 20 years, she will not be able to control the power of TH. At this moment, she, who is still a big girl, shivered. See hell. The Storm Girl Alora looked unbelievable and murmured, that's wrong. We should listen to that guy. He didn't come back and didn't do it. Drum is also dumbfounded. He believes in Bufan very much, but honestly, deep in his heart, he didn't think that there would be any serious consequences if contacting Magneto. But now, damn it, Drum roared angrily. Are you planning to destroy the Earth and all mankind? See what you have done. Why don't you listen to the teacher? At this time, the teaching who had been controlled by the apocalypse forcibly broke free and regained his sanity immediately. At the beast, Shockwave roared, "Hank, Alex, destroy the brainwave amplifier. Destroy this brainwave amplifier. My child, I need you." At this moment, the entrance of the Silver Corridor, Apocalypse, Magneto, Azazel Demon, Archangel, and Spirit Butterfly, 5 suddenly appeared. Tianchi Chongsho stretched out his hand, and he fell into a faint instantly, and he took the wheelchair he was sitting on and flew towards Tianchi together. A shock wave burst out. It's a pity it's still too late. His attack hadn't hit the target yet. Tianchi and the others had already left with him, and the red energy emitted with all his strength rushed towards the Xavier Genius Youth School, destroying the entire school in an instant. At this critical moment, Quine arrived in time immediately. He used his superpowers to save everyone before the explosion. Like Wanda, although Quine hated Magneto in his mouth, deep down, he still cared very much. Boom! Amid the shocking explosion, Xavier's School of Genius Youth was completely destroyed, and the police. Chapter 128 Quicksilver. At this moment, my mood is getting better. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 129 Apocalypse. You don't know what power is, what is powerful. 4 requests for subscription. Go back all. Laser eye immediately. With a stern face, they scolded them coldly, and then the children dispersed in anguish. A shame flashed across Chin Jiriai's face. He hurriedly said to Li Bufan, what should we do now? Li Bufan didn't bother to hide his privates anymore, and directly stated the approximate location of the Grant and Apocalypse's next plan. Possessing the body of the Grant gains the most powerful telepathy and remote controllability among the mutants, so that you can be heard by the world, and at the same time order Magneto to destroy human civilization, and he will dominate the Earth again. The police face changed drastically. Then what shall we do? Jean Grey said in a hurry. Are we going to lose the professor? No, we must stop that. Bastard, you must have a way, right? Everyone looked at Li Bufan expectantly. Certainly. Li Bufan smiled slightly. Immediately, the order was given. The mutant school is destroyed. These children are very dangerous. This matter is caused by Shockwave Alex. Then before defeating the apocalypse, the safety of these mutant children will be in charge of Shockwave Alex. This is indeed my responsibility. Alex nodded. Li Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and said with a chuckle, the next step is very simple. Just lock the specific positions of Tianchi and others. The witch frowned and said, then how we should lock it is probably difficult. At this moment, the voice of the apocalypse suddenly appeared in almost all human brains. The master of the earth, your king has returned. The only thing you can do is surrender. Before seizing the body of the Grant, Tianchi used the superpowers of the Grant to cause a huge panic all over the world. At the same time, the earth shook and a magnetic force exploded. Magneto shot at the same time. Li Bufan frowned. Damn, the villain's IQ is online again. In the original plot, Apocalypse successfully snatched the award. He could have carried out the ritual for the first time, but he did a series of show operations and reserved a lot of time for the soldiers. He waited until the police locked his specific location before starting the ceremony, making it as if they were deliberately waiting for the police to kill him. This is so utterly illogical. You must know that after the resurrection of the apocalypse, there is a complete plan. After that, the 4 nights are just the beginning. But now it's different. Apocalypse grabbed the Grant and moved immediately. The police left any room for manipulation. If Li Bufan didn't take action, Apocalypse would definitely not be able to dominate the Earth, but Professor Tai Shi. Damn it. The devilish girl Ruewen's face changed drastically. Li said, how can that be so fast? I will know where the professor is right away. Chin Jiriai suddenly screamed in excitement. Everyone was shocked. Ruewen asked, the professor has contacted you, right? Jean Grey said, he is contacting me. Even Apocalypse doesn't know. He is telling me his specific position. Buzzing. Just when Chin Jiriai was so excited, Li Bufan used space teleportation and built a space door. Over there, It is a magnificent ancient temple with a huge rock square in front of the temple. Apocalypse, the four knights, and the professor are all there. At this moment, the apocalypse is still there. Through the brain of the teaching, it creates fear and panic to the 7 billion humans on the earth, and then there is no more. Tianchi looked dumbfounded. The expression that was still arrogant before instantly froze, and after the astonishment, he looked at Li Bufan suspiciously. The soldiers of the space gate were all dumbfounded. Chapter 130 Continuous Reward. Kaleidoscope, Writing Round Eyes. One request for subscription. The award is still there. Gong Hua shook his head and said, "You still don't understand. You've been dead for thousands of years, and a lot of changes have taken place in this world. Did you see the magic? You used magic just now. Have you seen it before? No, you didn't. Old guy, you are outdated and you can't keep up with this era. If I were you, I would immediately roll back to my own burrow. Of course, it would be very embarrassing, but at least I can save my life, right?" Tianchi Insi sneered, staring hostilely at Li Bufan. The professor is also watching Li Bufan. Li Bufan's mouth was twitching. "Pete, what is this and what is it so funny?" It is a typical mentality of eating melons. It is not too big to watch the excitement. This is not the teacher I know. "Hey," Sway, paralyzed, sitting on the ground, shrugged and said, "What are you waiting for? I have blown you such a big cow. You still don't do it. I think we should already be friends. Don't embarrass me too much. Take out your nirvana and kill this madman. Forget it. Don't care about him." OM. In a different space that everyone hadn't noticed, Tianchi's ugly blue face and forehead showed a fist-shaped game console, and at the same time a wave of information poured into Li Bufan's mind. "Wipe. The system, you're really able to surprise me anytime and anywhere. According to the system, this red envelope is now a game console red envelope. The operation method is very simple. If you keep hitting your fist, you will continue to brush out rewards. As for how many rewards can be brushed out, I don't know. Li Bufan doesn't matter. Just keep playing like this." Li Bufan looked at Tianchi's gaze and instantly became unusual. Originally hated this ugly alien, but I didn't expect this guy to be a wealthy baby. I like you very much now, come on. Tianchi is by Li Bufan's heart is fascinating when he sees it. Damn, what kind of eyes are that so familiar with the prey? Yes, that is the look on the hunter when he sees the prey. How can he be unfamiliar? Because for thousands of years, whenever he meets the mutant he wants, he is so ecstatic eyes. Anger. Tianchi gritted his teeth. "You bug. You have completely irritated me. Originally, I thought that you can be magical and have a certain survival value. As long as you leave now, I can spare your life and let you become my subordinate. But now there is no doubt that you will die. I whoosh." Li Bufan disappeared instantly and cast a short-range magic. This is basic magic, which can only be teleported within 30 meters. Li Bufan originally thought it was very tasteless, but now it happens. A miraculous effect. Within 30 meters, he is faster than Quain. Of course, continuous casting of magic consumes physical energy and energy. But for Li Bufan, it's not a problem at all. Physical fitness, his body has been strengthened countless times, super warrior genetic modification liquid, plus chakra, self-healing factor. The body has long been strong enough that the apocalypse is in front of him, and he's a younger brother. Spirit, his own spirit, was already strong enough, and he later practiced various spirit-tempering magics. Apocalypse was in front of him, and he was also a younger brother. Everyone felt that Apocalypse was very tricky and looked forward to Li Bufan's battle with Tianchi. But what they didn't know was that the so-called Apocalypse, the so-called first mutant on Earth, was the middle brother in front of him. His only value is to continuously reward Li Bufan. Boom! Li Bufan appeared in front of Tianchi in an instant. Before he could continue his mouth, he punched his forehead. Half of his head was blasted off. However, this guy's regenerative ability was indeed terrifying. It shocked Li Bufan, but made him ecstatic. Oh shit, if the apocalypse is too weak and he is killed with a punch, how can he use the reward system? Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Get the high-level item Rewards Ordinary, Writing Round Eyes. Open with one Goyu. It is one of the three major pupil arts in Naruto world. In addition to having inside eyes and hypnotic eyes, father and son soldiers can see through all the ninjutsu of non-blood succession boundaries. This is based on the role of inside eyes and can see all the subtle movements of the opponent. In Jin, when Chapter 131 finished rebate, Divine Power, monthly reading, and complete body Suwa Ninghu. 2 requests for subscription. Lee Bufan anxious. He doesn't know how many rewards this red envelope has, but he knows game consoles. Any game has a time limit and a reward limit. It must be done within a certain period of time, and then it is possible to brush out all the rewards. Otherwise, the reward will disappear. He can only do his best to brush as much as possible. Lovely Tianchi, hold on. Ding dong. Thank you for participating. Keep working hard. Ding dong. Thank you for participating. Keep working hard. Ding dong. Thank you for participating. Keep working hard. Stay harder for a while. After 3 consecutive shots, the fist game machine disappeared, and it also announced the official end of the prize draw. Pete, Lee Bufan's face sank. Why did he work so hard to write the wheel of the kaleidoscope? No, he has a higher pursuit. That is, the 20 eternal kaleidoscope of the wheel. Before crossing, Lee Bufan was right. The 3 major migrant workers can't be more familiar, and they can't be more clear about the writing wheel. This is one of the 3 major pupil arts of Naruto. It goes without saying how powerful it is, but the flaws are also huge. What needs a huge amount of chakras and the spiritual power requirements of the caster are also very high. These are not matters. Son, the most fatal flaw is that it cannot be used continuously, otherwise you will become blind. Itachi God is a typical case. It is precisely because of this that the writing wheel is also known as the cursed pupil technique, that it is not easy to think about it, and it will evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope of writing wheel eye. It's a pity that things backfired. Although Lee Bufan has worked hard enough, Apocalypse is enough to cooperate with the rewards. There are requirements. If the punch is not strong, it is an ineffective attack. When the punch is reached, let alone ordinary people, even ordinary mutants will be hit by a punch. Burst. It can only be Apocalypse. So people are really cute. Never mind. Lee Bufan shook his head. There must be a chance in the future. Let's check the writing wheel first. Item. Kaleidoscope writing round eye attribute. Normal class quality. Grade medium world. Naruto special effects. As the host knows, the advantages and disadvantages are extremely obvious. Sure enough, as he thought, Lee Bufan nodded, but at this moment his red pupils hiss. The pain is coming. Moreover, the feeling in the left eye and right eye is different. This is something Lee Bufan suddenly realized. Without Run, he was ecstatic in his heart. He forgot the most important thing. When he brushed the ordinary writing wheel eyes into the kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes, it was not only 3 Go Jade connected together to form a beautiful pattern, but also a stage that everyone was good at. Developed different ninjutsu. And these ninjutsus, without exception, are all. For example, Uchiha Dado. Both eyes are Shunwei. You can use the ultimate pupil technique, Susanoo, and complete body Susanoo. Uchiha Itachi. Left eye Amaterasu, right eye month reading. You can use the ultimate pupil technique Susanoo and full body Susanoo. Uchiha Sasuke. Left eye Amaterasu, right eye additional earth life. You can use the ultimate pupil technique Susanoo and full body Susanoo. After absorbing the tail beast chakra, it can be further strengthened. The pain is severe, and it feels like a long time has passed, but in fact this series of changes has been completed in the blink of an eye. Mind. The system voice reappeared. Ding. Congratulations to the host. According to the host's field of expertise, after the eyes have evolved into a kaleidoscope, 2 kinds of ninjutsu are brought. The left eye is Shinwei, and the right eye is monthly reading. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The kaleidoscope writing wheel eye is the highest strength. And you can also use full body, Suningo. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched. Shinwei, monthly reading, plus the complete body must be able to do so. Sure enough, it is right to choose the ultimate gambling. The greater the risk, the greater the return. Nothing wrong. All the mutants were stunned. They couldn't see Lee Bufan's movements at all, let alone Lee Bufan's body, because in an instant, all the afterimages formed by Lee Bufan took a ball. Apocalypse was completely shrouded in it, and they could only see that the head of Apocalypse was bombarded in half at all times. Chapter 132 Wanda. This is my man. 3 requests for subscription. The Beast Hank immediately stepped forward and carried the professor on his back. On his back, this is a decision. If the situation is not good, he will immediately lead the professor away. Professor, are you all right? Hank asked. Fine. G shook his head, looked at Lee Bufan in surprise, and exclaimed, It seems that Lee has strengthened a lot during this period. His growth rate is really amazing. It seems that there is no upper limit. I don't know how strong he can be. The Beast Hank said, Show what happened just now, do you understand? Sure shook his head and said, I don't know, it may be magic, or it may be Kongshan's wonderful physical skills that he has shown in the New York battle. Master Drum, do you know? Drum was embarrassed in his heart. To be honest, it must have been magic at first, but he didn't even know whether it was magic or body skills. You can't see clearly at all, but I definitely can't say that I don't know. That's a loss of face. So Drum coughed twice and said with a serious face, It should be a combination of magic and body skills. Storm Woman was surprised. How could he be so fast? As we all know, although magic is powerful, its fatal drawback is that it takes a long time to cast. The most obvious example is that if Drum confronts Apocalypse, even though he is already an excellent magician, he will definitely lose. Phoenix Female Piano Gray looks at Lee Bufan with a complicated expression. At first, she didn't catch a cold with Lee Bufan, and was even a little hostile. Who made that guy's character so annoying? But gradually, her attitude changed, not only because of Lee Bufan's super strength. Moreover, she suddenly understood why he was doing that. How could a capable person not have a temper, as they despised them before? He didn't kill them directly. Thinking about it this way, Lee Bufan is simply a holy angel. Master Erdrum, Jean Grey asked, Can you all release magic like him? How can it be? Uldrum blushed and rolled his eyes at the same time. He glanced at Jean Grey like an idiot and said, Supreme Mage, the earth is handed down from generation to generation, and there is only one Supreme Mage in each era. And the teacher's magic power, how strong is it? That is comparable to the Supreme Dharma. You think it is Chinese cabbage. Any mage can do it. Police Mad Sweat, it really is like this. Wanda was full of drunkenness and said in secret, This, the man. Quine sighed softly. Mage Drum, we all understand the truth. We just can't believe it. Why did that kid suddenly become so strong? Boy, pay attention to your attitude. Drum widened his eyes and said angrily, This is your attitude to the teacher. You can't believe it. It's because you're too weak. How can ants know the greatness of elephants? How can fireflies imagine the brilliance of the sun and the moon? Nima. Quine's mouth twitched, and he was extremely speechless and still talking to Lee Bufan, a fan of the brains. Do you know that I am your idol's eldest brother? Don't talk about it. Ji interrupted everyone. His gaze focused on Lee Bufan and Tianchi with a solemn expression. It was just an appetizer, and the real battle is coming soon. Battlefield. Lee Bufan, who was full of rewards, was calm and relaxed, and the baby Tianchi was cute, and his expression was also calm. He looked arrogant and said indifferently, Boy, is this your killer trick? It turns out to be too weak. After a short pause, Tianchi opened his hands, facing the sky, and screamed, I, in Shabaner, the ruler of the earth, the immortal body. You can't kill it all. Your turn is over. Now it's mine. Chapter 133 God. Lee Bufan actually lost. 4 requests for subscription. Chapter 134 Wanda. You big villain. I hate you to death. 5 requests for subscription. Drum was completely stupid and murmured. How is this possible? How could the teacher lose to this guy? Old. The teacher hasn't been teasing him all the time. That's not the teacher's true strength at all. Oh, it turns out that guy has a killer. When Apocalypse heard Drum's words, he sneered and sneered. But he has no chance to use it again. This is the price of arrogance, this bug, because he brags that he is standing still. Huh, that's what he said, standing still. Drum's eyes were red, and he roared angrily. I don't allow you to say that, teacher. You crap, I'm fighting with you. Wham! Jingguang masterpiece, Drum immediately. Exercising blade refining technique to realize the spirit. A golden long knife, about 38 meters long, suddenly formed, and it was cut down by the sky. Tianchi sneered, and when his thoughts turned, a blue ball shield was formed in an instant. Clang! In the crisp sound of the tremor, all the golden long knives shattered. What? Drum's face changed drastically. His blade refining technique was so weak, that guy was effortless and broke in an instant. Magic is nothing great, its power is weak, and it's a waste of time. Apocalypse lightly commented, stretched out his hand to shoot at Drum. Drum instantly flew out, a few ribs were broken, and the person vomited blood in midair, and at the moment when he was about to land, Quicking shot and caught Drum. Drum called himself a magician, and he had always had the pride of a magician, but at this moment he finally understood. Magic, although very mysterious and weird, may not be the most powerful. He was full of astonishment, and his expression solemnly said, "This guy is really strong. You have to pay attention." The Apocalypse used some tricks to punish Drum, so he stopped paying attention, turned his head upside down, looked at Magneto with a cold expression, and said sternly, "Are you really going to betray me?" Granted, Magneto was all shocked. Hank the Beast's face changed drastically, immediately. In a voice that only he and Shur could hear, he said, "God, how'd he find out? Did he hear our conversation?" "Yes, is it surprising?" G hasn't answered yet. Tianchi has already taken the words, like a cat and a mouse. It's funny. Thousands of years ago, a mutant awakened the special ability of super ear. I captured his body and had a pair of them. You should not be so careless to hear the slightest vibration in the world. After a short pause, Tianchi looked at Magneto with a cold face, with unprecedented anger. Shin really planned to betray me. Thousands of years ago, he fell asleep because of the betrayer and naturally hated the betrayer. Magneto opened his hands, slowly vacated, and replied, "No, you are wrong. I am not betraying you, but opening. Hajime betrayed them. But now it's just a matter of knowing how to return." Magneto's gaze struck the professor. Tianchi's expression suddenly became grim. "Very well. If that's the case, then you go with them and go to death." "No, you are not the same. I will not kill you. I will let you not survive, but you cannot die. No one can betray me." Suddenly, a light laugh sounded, and Bufan's voice appeared again. "Hey, I think you should solve your own troubles before you speak big words, right? That is to destroy my clone. How can I dominate the Earth?" The same. Everyone's face changed drastically. Wanda's eyes became colorful again, and he looked up at Bufan, who was sitting at the top of the temple, with Erlang's legs tilted up and relaxed, his tears broke into laughter, but his voice was still choked. "Bufan, you big bad guy. I hate it. You. Oh, you're not dead. It's really great." Drum was surprised. "What is this?" "Clone technique." The Beast Hank looked excited and said, "Lee has shown us a long time ago. This is the clone technique. What the Apocalypse destroyed just now is just a part of Lee." Chapter 135, Terrifying Monthly Reading. Instant Killing Apocalypse. 6 requests for subscription. Oh my god. Everyone around was stunned, watching this weird scene dumbfounded. Damn it. The Storm Girl was shocked. "Professor, what's wrong with that guy's eyes?" G shook his head and said, "I don't know. I only know that they are a pair of terrible eyes. I am afraid that something terrible will happen next." Everyone looked at Drum again. Drum waved his hand again and was equally surprised. "Don't look at me. This is not magic. At least I have never touched such weird eyes. I can only say that the teacher is really unfathomable." Nonsense. One who doesn't know yet. Everyone rolled their eyes in their hearts and spit out frantically. 667. What? Apocalypse's complexion changed drastically and instinctively felt an unprecedented crisis. That was the smell of death. Thousands of years ago, he once encountered an extremely powerful mutant. Not only could that mutant control lightning, but also a keen sixth sense, not an ordinary crisis, but a big crisis that may die. He spent countless energy before he captured the mutant alive and finally completed the ritual of seizing the house, possessing the control of lightning and foreseeing the crisis of death ability. Since then, there have been 3 foreseeable death crises. Every time the opponent is extremely powerful, and every time he faces a crisis of life and death, he finally relied on this ability to laugh to the last, and then lingered for thousands of years. This the ability was never triggered again. There is no way, as he continues to seize the house, he becomes more and more powerful. As long as he is not in the ritual of seizing the house, but in a sober state, no mutant can threaten his life, so that even he himself has forgotten this ability. But now, this ability is triggered again. It must be immediately. Run away. This guy is really weird. You can't do anything with him before you figure out all of his abilities, otherwise I will definitely die. Under the apocalypse, he was shocked immediately. Made a decision. Bufan sneered and said, "If you want to run away from an idiot, you have no chance. Look around." What? Apocalypse immediately. Looking around, I was shocked to discover that at some point, everyone had disappeared. Only him and Bufan were left, and the surrounding environment had also undergone earth-shaking changes. There is no sky. There is no earth. There is no time. There is no space. There is flowing black all around, like oil and the sky and the earth together, making him lose space, and there is no touch of time. When I look down, it is even more shocking. He was locked by a dark chain on a cyan tombstone. Looking up, there is an endless blackness. Then, countless densely packed blue tombstones appeared, and each tombstone was locked with a self, and in front of each self. And there was a Bufan standing. Apocalyptic pupils shrank suddenly, scalp. It's numb. He wanted to break free, but was horrified to find that all his superpowers had disappeared, and he was just an ordinary person. What did you do? The apocalypse changed color in horror, and said in horror, "What kind of demon illusion is this?" Yes, this must be my illusion. No matter how powerful you are, it is impossible to deprive me of all my superpowers. You can't hurt me. Bufan's thoughts flashed, and a long and narrow sword appeared in his palm, stabbing Tianqi's chest blankly. The piercing pain is coming. Blood is flowing out. Damn it, what is going on? Apocalypse yelled in horror. What did you do to me? Bufan smiled faintly and said, Apocalypse, although you have seized many people's superpowers and become an almighty mutant, in fact, you are much weaker than you thought. You still don't understand superpowers. Are you more refined? You don't even understand what is truly powerful. As for how I did it, it's okay to tell you. This technique is called monthly reading. In this space, all space, time, and quality are governed by my will. No matter how strong the body, how agile speed, and how powerful superpowers, they're all ineffective in this space. Chapter 136 Fuck. Tianqi was scared to death. One request for subscription. Time passed, and 3 months had passed since the monthly reading space. Bufan put away the monthly reading and returned to the real world that he did not deceive Tianqi. The real world was just a moment. Everyone looked at them expectantly, and they were all fantasizing about the earth-shattering battle that would happen next. Bufan's face turned pale, and a dizziness came in his mind. Instantly, even some of them are unstable and must be slowed down. Monthly reading is undoubtedly powerful, but the defects that come with it are also great. First, the spell is an illusion, so it does not require too much chakra, but it is extremely energy-intensive, especially in the moon reading space. No matter how long the illusion lasts, the spirit of the caster is equivalent to the illusion that used the same time. For example, this time, Bufan trapped Tianqi in a monthly reading space for 3 months, and he himself spent 3 months in the monthly reading space. The only difference is that he is only inside, clearly knowing the passage of time, and can perceive the existence of space, while Apocalypse has no concept of time and does not know that 3 months have passed, and there is no concept of space. Moreover, Apocalypse is suffering from Ling Chi's pain every moment. Second, the operation range is very short, and the maximum distance will not exceed 5 meters, and it also needs to face the target. If Apocalypse does not look at Li Bufan's eyes, or blocking Li Bufan's vision with a diaphragm, he won't be caught. Third, because moon reading is a visual illusion, its effect on enemies who are also good at visual illusion will be severely weakened. For example, Jason, the master of illusion. Fourth, once the monthly reading is cracked, the practitioner spirit will suffer a serious backlash. The most obvious example is that after the monthly reading is cracked, Uchiha Itachi's own strength seriously declines. It seems that this thing can't be used easily. Even if it evolves into an eternal kaleidoscope, these shortcomings still exist. Li Bufan was recovering while thinking. All around, it was quiet. Police, for nights, both sides were full of nervousness. Watching the battlefield with all their attention, it is a pity that Li Bufan did not move as time passed, and Tianqi also stood like a fool. There was no movement. Hank the Beast frowned and asked, "Professor, do you feel it?" The teacher gave a dignified Hank said, "Li's current state is very wrong." Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he even became unstable. "Professor, I think they are killing them mentally." "Should be." The professor nodded. "Just started." On the side of the four knights, Magneto resurfaced, and the demon Asatso said, "We really want to betray the Apocalypse." Asazo, "I've already said it. It's not a betrayal." Magneto has a serious expression, saying that the purpose is not to provoke a war, let alone destroy all mankind, but to rule the earth. If we really take half of the earth, human beings, the earth is over. Apocalypse does not understand that small-scale killings can scare humans and then give in, but large-scale killings will only trigger endless wars. The demon Asazo nodded and said, "I understand. What you say is what you say, and I don't want to kill half of the humans. But what is the situation now?" Magneto King said, "The mental attack. It is estimated that it will last a long time. Pay close attention to it. As long as there is a chance, it will be immediately. Take action. Kill the Apocalypse." Asazo, you have to remember that no matter whether the concept is the same or not, the mutants are our compatriots. Charles and the police are not our enemies. Humans are. We can cooperate with Charles when necessary. The demon Asazo nodded. Understood. Whether it is the Grant or the Magneto King, they all believe that Li Bufan, Tianqi, is engaged in an unprecedented spiritual confrontation, and it will continue for a long time. But how do they know that this is not a confrontation at all, but Li Bufan's torture and killing of Tianqi? Li Bufan was almost resting, clapped his hands, and said, "The matter has been resolved. So what do you people do?" Chapter 137 Professor X. He is a great devil in the world. 2 requests for subscription. At this time, Magneto, a Asazo demon, and others also noticed the abnormality, and their faces were full of surprise. Asazo said, "Apocalypse won't really die, right?" Magneto didn't answer. He was decisive and said, "Rewin, go and take a look." "Good." The devilish girl responded with a few flashes, and then came to Tianqi's side and tested Tianqi's nose. No heartbeat. Damn it, I was really scared to death. The devilish girl Ruewin was full of amazement. Bang! Hearing a muffled sound, Tianqi's eyes widened, and he fell backwards blankly. The witch-shaped girl was taken aback and backed a few steps in a row. Up to this moment, everyone is convinced that Apocalypse, that the first mutant on Earth, known, the monster is indeed dead. Really scared to death. My God, what is going on? Lee, how did you do it? If you don't mind, can you explain it to us? Is this also magic? This must be magic. Otherwise, such an unthinkable thing would never happen. Everyone talked a lot. Li Bufan. Wanda was overjoyed. Even if Li Bufan was not killed by Apocalypse just now, the super strength displayed by Apocalypse also made her worry about her sweetheart, but she did not expect that the big villain gave her another big surprise. No, he must have the winning ticket. He has been amusing Tianchi to play. Humph. Amidst the slight anger, Wanda flew towards Li Bufan. Li Bufan chuckled and took advantage of the situation to catch Wanda. The tangy fragrance, it smells very good. You villain. Wanda eyebrows, fiercely staring at Li Bufan. He hummed, Are you absolutely sure that everything just now was just playing? Li Bufan? Ensei said, This is still useful. Ugly alien. How could it be your man's opponent? Bad guy. Bad guy. Wanda pinched the soft flesh on Li Bufan's waist and said flatly, You patronize yourself for fun. Then do you know how much I worried about you just now, and I hate you as a villain? What can Li Bufan say? He can only admit his mistakes. His wife must be right, and he will spoil as much as he can. Su Wu was shocked and shook his head after a long time and said with a wry smile, This little guy is really incredible, Hank. What did I just say? The Beast Hank said, What? He said, I said I don't know where the limit of his growth is. Although I don't know yet, but I can be sure that he will definitely become the most powerful man on Earth in the future. His talent is unprecedented. Hank the Beast said, Okay, I admit it too. After killing the Apocalypse, nothing is going to happen. The so-called Four Horsemen, Magneto King has been instigated, and the Asazo demon uses Magneto's head as its head. Li Bufan didn't mean to kill them either. Tianchi didn't find them very much. God, before I have time to start my grand plan, it's already there. Magneto has already planned to leave. Reluctantly shouted, Eric, stay. Let us fight for the cause of the mutant compatriots together. I believe that one day we will succeed. Mutants and humans can live in harmony. Charles, you haven't changed at all for so many years. Magneto shook his head and sighed softly. Don't you see that you have encountered enough? Human beings, as long as they know the existence of our mutants, they will do everything possible to kill us all 10 times or 20 times. Chapter 138, 3 Requests for Subscription. Chapter 139, Quain. When did he become the god of cooking? 4 requests for subscription. Time flies, the afternoon has passed, and it is time for dinner. Quicking Dow. Wanda, shall we eat outside or at home? There was some expectation in his eyes that M.Y.'s sister's cooking skills are amazing, but he hasn't tasted it for a long time and finally came back. How can I also reminisce about the past? Of course it's home. Wanda resolutely said, You didn't come back so easily. There is no reason to go out to eat. Quicksilver is happy. But following everything that happened next, it exceeded Quain's expectations. Wanda was like a little rabbit, blinking his big eyes, looking at Li Bufan, and said coquettishly, My dear, is it okay to show your hand? Li Bufan laughed blankly, but he understood what Wanda meant. His culinary skills are now superb, but this doesn't mean that he will do it for Wanda in the future. It is not a problem at all, but for the others, it still depends on the relationship. What do you want? Li Bufan knocked Wanda on the head and smiled. What does Pietro have to do with you? Cooking him a meal is nothing. You don't need to act like a baby. Wait, dinner will start in 10 minutes. Great! Wanda waved his pink fist and screamed in excitement. Quain looked dumbfounded. What's this all about? When will Li Bufan, this kid, cook? Let him eat the same. Seeing Quain's puzzled expression, Wanda explained excitedly. Pietro, you must try the extraordinary craftsmanship. His cooking skills are unparalleled in the world. Even a bowl of egg-fried rice is different from other people's cooking. The scent of the egg-fried rice can be fragrant in the soul. I'll go. Quain laughed dumbly, looked at his sister extremely speechless, and said in his heart, Xiangjin's soul, do you want to be so exaggerated? In the past, he didn't enter the kitchen at all. He relied on Wanda. How long was it? 3 years before? Now that I have only been away for a few months, this kid suddenly became. It's amazing enough to be so against the sky. Even cooking is a joke. Isn't he also a gifted sister in cooking? What is this? When I think about it, beauty is in the eyes of the lover. Yes, it's the beauty in the eyes of the lover. Fine, you eat. I'll eat outside. Quine shook his head and said, You know, I don't like Chinese food at all. I have eaten egg fried rice several times, and the experience is not very good every time. Wanda pulled Quine back to his seat. You're not allowed to go. Just wait 10 minutes, and it will be done right away, and you will try another bite. If it doesn't taste good, I will definitely not stop you. Quine helplessly shook his head and said, Right. Soon, 10 minutes later, Bufan's steaming egg fried rice was officially out of the oven, and the intoxicating aroma floated out immediately, permeated the entire living room. Quine's expression changed, and he exclaimed, It smells so good. Wanda smiled and said proudly, Of course it smells. I didn't lie to you. Quine smiled and said, Have you lied to me? You have to taste it before you know it. Who knows what that guy made? Is it only smelling? Bufan directly put a pot of yellow-orange egg fried rice into an aluminum alloy basin and brought it out. The corners of Quine's mouth twitched, and he said, Is it necessary to do so much? We only have 3 people in total. Wanda's combat effectiveness is so weak that I can't eat so much. Look, you'll know right away. Wanda couldn't help laughing, and had already brought 3 bowls, 2 pairs of chopsticks, and a spoon from the kitchen. Quine doesn't like Chinese food. Basically, he has never used chopsticks, so he can only dig and eat with a spoon. Wanda's face jumped for joy immediately. He filled Quine with a full bowl, handed the spoon to Quine, and said with a look of expectation, Hurry up and eat. I try. Chapter 140 Wanda. I feel like I'm dreaming. 5 requests for subscription. Quine looked at Wanda, then at Bufan, and suddenly said, Lee, I formally apologize to you. Seriously, Bufan said strangely. Apologize if you are okay. When did you provoke me? No, you didn't understand what I meant. Quine said seriously, I apologize for what I said to you at Lao Wang's restaurant a few months ago. I didn't understand you at all, but I jumped to conclusions. It was definitely my fault. I even wanted to separate you from Wanda. Bufan waved his hand and said, No, you are Wanda's brother. At that time, as long as you really cared about Wanda, it would be the same. Do not. Quine shook his head and said firmly, Wrong is wrong. No excuses are needed. That matter is 2207. It's true that I did something wrong. Bufan looked at Quine in surprise, but he didn't expect it. This guy said that he had seen him wrong, but Bufan hadn't seen him wrong. The personality is unexpectedly good. Bufan nodded and chuckled. Then I accept your apology. It will work. Can. Quine smiled, then stood up and said, Then I will leave first. Wanda reluctantly said, You are leaving again. Won't you stay in New York for more time? No. Quine shook his head and smiled. Actually, I am the character of a prodigal. I always stay in one place, and I will go crazy. I like rock and roll, I like concerts, and I like to wander around. Of course it's good here, but it's not suitable for me. We have grown up, we should all have our own lives, and we should all live the lives we want, don't we, Wanda? Wanda nodded. Quine said with emotion, Lee, I also want to thank you. Bufan said, What's wrong? Quicking Dao. I have never seen so many smiles on Wanda's face before. Since we came back, her smile has been from the heart. From the beginning to the present, it has never stopped. This is something I can't give. It's all because of you. Of course I'm still his brother, but I know that I won't have to worry about her anymore. Because I have you. So thank you. Too sensational. Wanda's eyes are red. Bufan got goosebumps and cast a roll of eyes at Quine and said in a bad mood, Okay, if you want to go, you can leave. Why is it like life and death? It's not that you can't see each other. Quine laughed. It seems like this goodbye. Quine disappeared in an instant. Wanda eyes, leaning into Bufan's arms, smiled and said, No, I feel like I am dreaming. I am really happy. Bufan smiled and said, Happiness should have the appearance of happiness. Wanda puzzled and said, What do you mean, That's what I mean. Bufan had already grabbed Wanda by his waist and came to the room of the two in the position of a princess, raised his foot and kicked, and closed the door by the way. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night again. The moonlight is like flowing water, rushing all night. The next day, morning. Last night, Wanda was exhausted, and Bufan hadn't had a good rest for a long time. The two of them slept until 10:10, then they got up, and after washing and eating breakfast, it was already 10:30. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Nick Fury, Hill, and the government commissioner arrived, and Wanda got up and opened the door. Three walked in. Wanda, long time no see. It's Alan Duncan said indifferently. Agent Lee, I'm asking you, not Director Fury. If I want to ask, I will ask him directly. He is indeed very dissatisfied with Bufan's attitude. What is his status as a core member of the White House State Martial Arts staff? State Martial Arts Secretary. This is not a cat or dog, an absolute powerful man. What attitude is this Bufan? Alan Duncan, personally visiting at home is enough to give you face. What I represent is not myself, but Mr. Bryan, the Secretary of the National Martial Arts. Not to mention that you are very respected. At least you should cooperate with it. In the end, you are just like this attitude, so embarrassed. Face is mutual. I have given you enough face in advance. If you don't want it, don't blame me. You're welcome. Bufan narrowed his eyes when he heard Alan Duncan's words. Laughed. He leaned back, leaned on the soft sofa cushion, changed to a more comfortable position, smiled and looked at Alan Duncan, but said nothing. Nick Fury, Maria Hill's heart jumped. This idiot. He doesn't think that he represents the Secretary of State Martial Arts and can control the of death. What a stupid pig. Don't say that you are only a representative. Even if you were the Secretary of State Martial Arts himself, or even the President, people will not dump you. Did you come to visit and didn't make any preparations? Didn't the other party's personality be under investigation for a little bit, Alan? Fearing that the situation would expand, Nick Fury roared and hurriedly said, If you want to know what happened yesterday, I will tell you. Shield, there is a detailed report that can solve all your doubts. Hill agreed. Not bad. Alan Duncan saw that Bufan had this attitude, and his heart was extremely annoyed, but Nick Fury and Hill both spoke, and he couldn't pursue it anymore. The face of the two people is still to be given. Humph, Alan Duncan said coldly. Director Fury, I'll give you this face, just don't ask. I thank you. Your grandma. Nick Fury cursed secretly for fear that Alan Duncan would go crazy again, so he stood up and said, Alan, time is in a hurry. Now that the identities of Agent Lee and Wanda have been confirmed, don't waste time anymore. We are still right away. Go to the Stark Tower. Wait a minute. Alan Duncan looked arrogant and said, Agent Lee, come here this time. Besides confirming your identity of death, there is one more thing. You have heard what Director Fury said. Our time is very tight, so I just said it directly. Shield, the reconstruction will be completed soon, and the alliance will be rebuilt, but you people can no longer do your own things and must be supervised by the government. I have brought the relevant agreement. Take a look with the Scarlet Witch. If there is no problem, you can sign. While speaking, Alan Duncan took out 2 documents from the black man and put them on the TV table. Bufan was taken aback. Nick Fury and Hill are also all dumbfounded. Bufan hooked his mouth and looked at Nick Fury. Say nothing. That's not what I meant. I don't even know about it. Nick Fury immediately. Explain. Follow closely. Nick Fury was furious, staring at Alan Duncan angrily, and said angrily, Alan Duncan, what are you doing with a regulatory agreement? Why am I not at all informed? Don't you know it now, Chief Fury? Alan Duncan's momentum is not weak, and his sharp gaze responded to Nick Fury and said coldly, Mr. Director, please figure out one thing, SHIELD. It's just an intelligence agency of the government. What the Ministry of Defense is going to do, you don't need to inform you at all. Furthermore, this regulatory agreement is a document signed by the President, and there is no need to notify you in advance, right? Nick Fury's lungs almost exploded. Assholes. You assholes. Chapter 142 is just one word. Get out. One request for subscription. Alan Duncan turned his head to look at Bufan and Wanda and said with a strong attitude, Agent Lee, Ms. Maximoff, I think you all understand that you don't need me to repeat it. Please, too, immediately. Read the regulatory agreement, browse your own rights and obligations, and then sign it. A tough tone, a tough attitude. There is no room for negotiation. Alan Duncan's dominance was undoubtedly revealed at this moment. Wanda frowned and said angrily, "Let this supervised agreement go to hell. We won't sign it. What do you think, we are all criminals? Damn it. Even if we're not heroes, we are the ones who defend this country." Alan Duncan looked cold and said solemnly, "Ms. Maximoff, I think you should understand a few things. First, we never deliberately targeted you. The apocalypse incident happened, and all the Avengers must be restrained. If you do your own thing again, the consequences will be serious and unimaginable. So please consider it for the country and the safety of the people. Second, this document was signed by the President himself. It is not elsewhere but the White House. The level is top secret, and it is placed in S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents who are at least level 9 and above have the authority to know. Third, please pay attention to your attitude. I think I have given you and your husband enough face. Please also respect me a little bit." After a short pause, Alan Duncan continued, "I have absolutely no intention of showing off or threatening. I am here this time, not just for S.H.I.E.L.D. The leader of the supervision organization represents the Secretary of State, the President, and the highest interest of the country. You two should not be angry. Let's take a look at the regulatory agreement first. If you have any opinions, you can raise them. I will consider them." Wanda sneered, "Dream. You politicians. I will never sign anyway." Alan Duncan's face sank, and he sneered, "Oh, Ms. Maximoff, you may not know what you said. It is not me that you resist, but the decision of the White House. I can only say that the consequences are at your own risk. Agent Lee, it seems that your wife's situation is not obvious, but you are different. I want to know, what is your opinion?" Wanda's cheeks flushed with anger and said, annoyed, "Asshole. Who do you say doesn't know how to tell you? What is my attitude? What is my husband's attitude?" Alan Duncan ignored Wanda, just looked at Lee Bufan. It's a pity that Lee Bufan didn't have him either. "Don't be angry, don't be angry." Lee Bufan patted Wanda on the shoulder and smiled. Wanda snorted coldly. "It's annoying to see this guy's face. I'll go back to the room first. After you finish processing, we will go to the movies." "Good." After all, Wanda got up and left. "Open the living room, the room." Bang! Wanda closed the door angrily. "Mad Dog, this yellow-skinned boy, actually dared to call me Mad Dog, who he thinks he is, but he's a rising star in politics. He is already sat in his current position at the age of 40, and his future is infinitely bright. Possibly, but this guy Alan Duncan's eyes were burning, and he said solemnly, "Lee, special worker, you must apologize to me now." Immediately. Immediately. Lee Bufan didn't make any sense, looked at Nick Fury speechlessly, and shrugged. "Little Nick, where did you find this idiot? You can actually allow this kind of person to be on an equal footing with you." Nick Fury shook his head and said, I think it's all the decision of the White House. To be honest, I suspect that the head of the White House was squeezed by the door, and he would send such a stupid guy to S.H.I.E.L.D. Supervisor Walter." The star-eyed boss of Alan Duncan was so angry that he roared angrily, "Director Fury, you know you. Chapter 143, Lawlessness. I am the only one. 2 requests for subscription. Chapter 144, Domum. I want to call the police. This guy is robbing. 3 requests for subscription. Okay. You silly girl, I lied to you." Lee Bufan shook his head helplessly and said, "If you want to be an Avenger, then be an Avenger. As long as your husband and I are there, no one can put on your shoes, let alone let you do things you don't like to do." Wanda's eyes lit up. "Really? Real?" Lee Bufan laughed blankly. "Idiot, I can lie to you. I love you so much." Wanda yelled in excitement and joy and kept kissing Lee Bufan's face. Okay, it's not a big deal." Lee Bufan laughed blankly. Wanda sniffed and hummed. "Why is it not a big deal? People know that you don't like to be nosy. This is not to worry that you hate it. Am I doing this?" "Oh, this little idiot, even considering this." Lee Bufan smiled and said, "Then what if I don't want you to join the Avengers? What else can I do, then don't join in?" Wanda replied without hesitation, "I joined the Avengers because I was injured. At that time, I always thought if a hero appears, it would be great. God must have heard my prayer, so sent you into my life. Now that I have the ability, I think I should help those poor people just like myself. Li Bufan nodded and sighed in his heart. Countless masters of psychology have said the same thing. A person's childhood will affect his life. Wanda joined the Avengers not out of noble patriotism. Her idea is very simple, but she just wants to help those who have similar experiences to her. People. This is even more supportive, but Li Bufan frowned and said, Wanda, you must be psychologically prepared. Wanda puzzled. What? Li Bufan said, the idiot just now was just the beginning. Even if it fails this time, the politicians will not give up. More seriously, maybe this time, all the Avengers will oppose it, but not necessarily next time. But isn't it? The cause of the Avengers infighting in Team US3 is simply because of Helmut Zemo's instigation and separation. The root cause is that the government has been planning. The regulatory agreement of the Avengers heroes, and from the current situation, they have this plan after the New York War, and it broke out in an instant. In the original plot, it was detonated by the Nigeria incident. At that time, the Avengers were hunting down Crossbones. In the process of fighting, one accidentally destroyed half of the building. The economic loss was not counted. Countless innocent people were implicated, and all countries in the world were angry. Wanda shook his head and said, I absolutely want it. If they are supervised, the actions of the Avengers will be mixed with many political factors. We may be forced to perform political tasks. People who should have been rescued help. Li Bufan curled his lips and nodded. That's the truth. Let's go. Get ready to go to the movies. Okay. Wanda temporarily set aside the troubles he might encounter in the future and went back to the room with joy to change clothes. Queens, a certain movie theater. Fast and Furious is in theaters. To be honest, the content of the entire series is not excellent. It can only be said to be qualified, but the special effects are good, and the car is also very cool. For the popcorn movie, this is enough. Wanda watched happily. Li Bufan had already seen it before he crossed, and he was simply coming with Wanda. It is not a particularly classic movie, and it does not arouse the emotion of Li Bufan watching twice. When Wanda watched the movie attentively, Li Bufan sat in the position and began to practice magic. It's nothing else. It's dark dimension energy grabbing profound meaning. The magic school represented by Gu-E, this is what Li Bufan really learned from this world, not relying on the system, but relying solely on his own accumulated practice. In the past 3 months, in addition to practicing white magic, he has been grabbing Domum's energy from the dark dimension. It took about half an hour. Call. The first phase of absorption is over. Li Bufan's soul body opened his eyes and returned to his body. In the dim light, Li Bufan reached out his right hand and pointed towards the screen where the movie was playing. OM. Many people were unaware of the molecular space, and it was instantly distorted. Li Bufan's right hand turned clockwise, the molecules expanded and finally manifested. The huge screen was then twisted in a clockwise direction, constantly compressing and folding toward the center point. The movie screen was distorted, the characters and the environment were infinitely elongated. The energy of the dark dimension is really powerful enough to fold the real space. Li Bufan slightly, 110. Smile, secretly joy in my heart. It is as strong as an ancient mage. Before absorbing the energy of the dark dimension, he can only fold the space in the mirror world. This kind of magic that folds the real space will destroy the spatial structure of reality and belongs to black magic. Now, Li Bufan, who has completed the first stage of absorption, has also mastered it. Of course, it is still very weak and needs to be continuously strengthened. In the cinema, everyone was stunned and talked a lot. My God, what is going on? It's too weird. Appeared. Where's the staff? Don't come out to fix it. Just when you see a wonderful place, you will cut it off for me. I want to complain to you. Refund. The service is so bad. There will be such a major mistake. Li Bufan smiled in his heart. Sometimes ignorance is also a kind of happiness. These guys thought it was a malfunction of the playback device. Wanda is naturally different. although she doesn't know what happened, and she doesn't know that Li Bufan's magic is so terrifying that it can fold real objects. But she knows that her husband must be making a ghost. In addition to him, who else has this ability as a mutant? Wanda, without any magic gifts, doesn't know how terrifying the magic Li Bufan is showing now. If it is Drum or any other, I am afraid that the eyeballs I was shocked. Little villain, you are playing a prank again. Wanda cast an annoyed look and said, I know you were great. Let's do it, don't play. Li Bufan chuckled, then turned his right hand counterclockwise. OM! In the invisible voice, the giant that was folded by Li Bufan rotated counterclockwise, and within a few seconds, it returned to its original state. The cinema staff ran out with a dazed expression, and they were ready to check the playback equipment, but it was better again. The staff shook his head, guessing that some lines may be a bit aging. When the movie is over, first turn off the theater, and then carefully check it again. When Li Bufan accompanied his daughter-in-law in the cinema, the three most holy places broke out in an unprecedented fierce confrontation at the same time. Yes, the plot has changed again. It's like the arrival of Li Bufan. All the villains are enlightened, the IQ is collectively online, and even the top villains have shown super wisdom. Not at all, and there is no problem with nonsense. As long as the preparation is complete, nothing is done. In the original plot, Cassius learned the secret of Gu-E Mage and held a grudge against Gu-E immediately. He defected and then became a fanatical follower of Domum, trying his best to let Domum descend on the earth and gain eternal life. After defecting, Cassius did two things. The first thing was to connect Domum with his thoughts and constantly draw dark energy from Domum and constantly strengthen himself. Gu-E, whether it is comics or film and television, the settings are all saying to have lived for hundreds of years. No matter how talented Cassius is in magic, he cannot be Gu-Ye's opponent in a short time. He can only use Domum's power to compete against Gu-E, and he is indeed successful. At the beginning, facing Gu-E, the first thing he did was to escape. At that time, he was not Gu-Ye's right at all. Chapter 146 Crisis. Only the teacher can save me. One request for subscription. The most holy place of Xiangjiang River, amidst the loud noise, was very Chinese style and mixed with Gothic-style high-rise buildings. There was a violent explosion, the building was destroyed, and all the formations that resisted the world of the dark dimension disappeared. The guardian mage of this most holy place, named Zhang Tianshi, came from a civilization of 5,000 years. Morgan Ben, one of the three masters of Cassius, took the shot and used his best magic alchemy, which is the same as the space teleportation to IT, is not only basic magic, but also high-end magic. It is not a problem for the common mage to learn the foundation, but it is extremely difficult to go further. Morgan had already cultivated this magic to the state of mind, and he could unscrupulously release different forms and different mighty weapons according to his own mind, and the power was so powerful that Tianshi Zhang could not resist it. In just 3 minutes, Zhang Tianshi's heart was pierced. You won't win. The light will return to drive away the darkness. Zhang Tianshi said his last words. Morgan Ben, like Cassius, his mentor of 23, also accepted Domum's power, which allowed his strength to increase exponentially. In the same way, the eyes have been completely alienated. From the appearance, it looks like a clown with heavy makeup, and its appearance becomes human and ghost are indifferent. Trash. You don't know what power is. What is immortality? No one can save you. Teacher Cassius is immortal, and our Lord is eternal. He will eventually descend on the earth and bring immortality to all life. Morgan Ben sneered and waved his right hand, and a black crescent-shaped sharp blade flew out, and the strong wind roared, short and fierce. Shit! Zhang Tianshi's head was cut off, and Morgan Ben snorted immediately. Use the space teleportation and rush to the most holy place in London. There is the core of this war, the sanctuary of New York. Boom! When the most holy place of Xiangjiang was destroyed, the first explosion also. Drumful's original strength is actually not much better than Zhang Tianshi, but he has persisted until now, Only because of Li Bufan's guidance during this period, his cultivation base has soared. It was Alice, one of the three main disciples of Cassius, who attacked the sanctuary of New York, the only woman. Unlike Morgan Ben, the guy who is good at refining the blade, Alice is best at space law. When most mages also use space teleportation to reach the place they want to reach in an instant, she has developed a powerful space attack. Shit, shit, shit. The wind whizzed, the streamer flickered. Alice's weird figure surrounded Drum, sometimes disappearing, sometimes showing up. Every appearance is accompanied by an attack. Drum can only perform all-round magic shield. This is a magic that is higher and deeper than the five-pointed golden shield, and it was also recently cultivated by Drum under the guidance of Li Bufan. A golden sphere envelopes him, 360 degrees, without any dead ends. No matter love, no matter how Lizzie flashed, she couldn't find Drum's flaws. She could only vent her anger on the golden magic shield, especially when she received a message from her teacher Cassius in her mind. The most holy place of Xiangjiang has been contributed. She is even more angry. She is the same as the three major disciples of Cassius. Although she is the youngest and female, but she does not think that she is weaker than Morgan Ben or Phelps, the strongest among people three. But it turned out that Morgan did the task effortlessly and completed the task easily. The mentor Cassius and the fellow Filka are fighting with the core main force such as Gu-E, Dr. Strange, Baron Mordor, Wong, etc., but they have not killed her. It is definitely an insult to her to be able to capture the sanctuary of New York. Alice's red eyes burst into unprecedented anger, and with all her strength, she launched a stormy attack on Drum. Asshole! 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 Will you just be a tortoise with a shrunken head? Take down my defense. You are still not a man. Alice attacked frantically while roaring. Drum laughed and said, even if I am not a man, you are not a woman. We are half a cat. Don't say who you are. You don't want to look at yourself now. You still count. Woman, you are a monster. Your power comes from. Chapter 147. The teacher will definitely come to save me. 2 requests for subscription. When the three most holy places were caught in a fierce battle at the same time, Li Bufan felt nothing and still accompanied Wanda in the cinema. There is no feeling, not because of the lack of magic cultivation, but although he has practiced magic, he is not essentially affiliated with the ancient magic school and is not branded in the depths of his heart, so he cannot form a spiritual echo with the three most holy places. Simply put, to the magician of the ancient faction, he is an ordinary person, at most an ordinary person who has practiced magic. Even if the most holy place in Xiangjiang was destroyed, and the 2 most holy places in London and New York were in danger, he did not feel it. Call! In the cinema, the foreign space suddenly vibrated slightly, and other audiences were still watching the movie attentively, immersed in the excitement of the popcorn movie without noticing it, even Wanda. Li Bufan frowned slightly. Why Gui used the soul body method to see himself for a long time, because at the next moment, the soul body of the Gu-E mage had appeared in front of him. His expression was still calm, but his eyes flashed. There was a trace of horror. Li Bufan immediately. The soul body came out of its body, blocking reality, and then asked, Ancient Master, what happened? Even if the soul body is out of its body, if it doesn't block reality, ordinary people can hear it. In the original plot, Dr. Strange was seriously injured. In this way, he instructed his girlfriend to perform heart resuscitation for himself. Gu-E didn't talk nonsense and said directly, Mr. Li, we need your help. Li Bufan frowned and said, Cassius has already acted. Good. Gu nodded and quickly recounted the battle in the 3 most holy places. Li Bufan was surprised. What's so special about the story of Dr. Strange? Although I intervened, how did I intervene is to learn the magic of the ancient faction, and there is no intersection with Cassius, so how does the plot still happen? Such a big change is not. Li Bufan was a little confused and asked, Gu-E mage, you mean Cassius launched a full-scale attack on the 3 most holy places? Master Gu-E nodded and said, that's it. Li Bufan said, how come? This is not to ask Gu-E, but simply to sigh. He looked at Bufan strangely and explained, "After Lias betrayed me, he set up his own business. My apprentice would first consider this person's in conduct, but Cassie is taboo in this regard. As long as he has the talent for magic, he will take it all, and then use Domum's set of brainwashing, and his power will grow very quickly. At the same time, he relied on Domum's power to continuously improve himself, and he also promoted his disciples. Now his power has surpassed me, and the strength of his disciples is above my faction. He will, after preparing for so long and launching a full-scale attack at the same time, of course it is not surprising." Bufan nodded and smiled. "The ancient master, what do I need to do?" "Master Gu," he said, "the three most holy places, the first one in Xiangjiang, most holy place, was destroyed. Cassius is leading his disciples, violently attacking the most holy place in London, and I must return immediately. The sanctuary of New York will depend on Mr. Li. I also want to thank Mr. Li. If it weren't for Mr. Li's suggestion to Master Drum during this period, I am afraid that the most holy place in New York will have ended like the most holy place in Xiangjiang." Bufan shook his head and chuckled lightly. "You are welcome to do anything within the limits." Master Gu eagerly said, "Then please ask Mr. Li in the sanctuary of New York. I am going to return to the sanctuary of London. Mage Strange and Mage Mordor are almost unable to hold on." "Good." Bufan nodded. Mage disappeared instantly. Bufan's soul body returned to his deity immediately. I briefly talked about the situation with Wanda. Wanda's face changed drastically. During this time with Li. Chapter 148 Shot. Thunder means the smell of death. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 149 Divine Power is unimaginable. 4 requests for subscription. Morganburn. Alice stood up. Alice was kicked by Bufan. She was initially embarrassed because of the offensive disadvantage. She stared at Bufan bitterly, her whole body trembling with anger, and roared, "You bastard! You dare to kick me! I want you to die! Solve us in half a minute! Damn bastard! Even that Gu wouldn't dare to speak such big words! What a thing are you?" Drum said angrily, "Bitch, speak with respect. Don't you want to know who the teacher I'm talking about is? He has already come. You will definitely lose." Alice gritted her teeth and yelled, "You all are going to die." Bufan scratched his ears, frowned slightly, and said with a look of disgust, "It's really noisy. Do you guys fight like this? Don't your ears hurt?" "Rub, drum, Alice." The sweat continued, and it stopped the child's playful words. "Alice." Morgan Ben stretched out his hand to block Alice and motioned to her not to be impulsive, then frowned and looked at Bufan strangely. He felt a dangerous breath from Bufan, that's for sure. What's weird is that apart from this dangerous aura, he actually felt that Bufan's magical aura was very familiar. It was so similar to the dark energy he borrowed from his Master Domum. It doesn't matter what the situation is, it doesn't matter. First, figure out the origin of this guy. If you can persuade him not to intervene, then it's best. After reading this, Morgan's attitude became very humble and respectfully said, "This gentleman, do we know?" "Do not know." "Then do you know our mentor Cassius?" "Neither do you know." Morgan was overjoyed in his heart and said, "Since you say so, that is to say, we have no grievances and no enemies." "It seems so." "That's good." Morgan said, "This is an internal battle in our magic faction, and it has nothing to do with you. If you are here to save Mage Drum, you can take him away directly. We have no opinion. As long as you don't intervene, we will never end up with you. What do you think of this proposal?" Bufan looked like an idiot and said speechlessly, "Your IQ is negative, right? You guys are going to let Domum descend on the earth." And he said that he has no hatred with me. "Idiot, how on earth is your brain constructed? It's a way to make him come to such a stupid conclusion. Is this also Cassius taught?" Morgan's face has changed dramatically. Of course he knows what Bufan said. Once Domum descends on the earth, the whole world will merge into the dark dimension, and all life will transcend the confinement of time. They are incomprehensible. Morgan Ben sneered. "Humph. I didn't expect you to know your name, and there is another idiot who dares to stop me waiting for my great cause. Alice, do it. The Cassius tutor may still need our help. The of Goo E is unexpectedly powerful, stronger than we thought. Only by destroying the sanctuary of New York can we get more from the master. Energy. Hey. While talking, Morgan's original thoughts flashed, urging the blade refining technique, and a roaring black tiger appeared, and roared at Lee Bufan fiercely. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, his thoughts flashed, and the kaleidoscope was already activated. Right round eyes. The two eyes instantly turned red, and the black three-hook jade appeared, spinning quickly, and finally linked together, forming the shape of a windmill. Morgan's face changed, and he said solemnly, "What is this?" "Morgan, you talk too much nonsense." Alice was annoyed. This guy is pretending to be a fool. Chapter 150, Use His Own Way to Treat His Body. One request for subscription. Call. Lee Bufan let out a sigh of relief and smiled. It's very symmetrical. As I spoke, I had already put away the sweet power, cold sweat on my forehead, and a slight dizziness. Although the magnification technique is comfortable, the side effects are still great, and even the system cannot be changed. The basic principle of Shen Wei is to transfer oneself or surrounding objects back and forth from real space and foreign space. Attracting an object to a foreign space can be achieved by focusing the eyes on the object. The surrounding space will be distorted by the pupil force, and the object that can be absorbed can be either an entity or an energy without a specific form. The effect of divine power is far more than that. If you're skilled, you can also store items in a foreign space a certain time in advance, and then activate the divine power to shoot weapons from the foreign space and launch an attack on the enemy. Such ninjutsu is also 7 or 8-0. It's not without flaws. The biggest disadvantage is naturally that it takes a huge amount of chakra and mental power, and it takes longer to transfer itself. For example, with Soil and Kakashi, the former can make itself virtual and create an invincible state, but it cannot directly attack the enemy, but can only be used for defense. Lee Bufan's superior power belongs to the latter. What's more, when the speed of the enemy is extremely high, once it exceeds the absorption speed, it can resolve the attack of divine might. Resolving Alice in the blink of an eye, Lee Bufan's eyes fell on Morgan himself and chuckled. "It's your turn." Morgan Ben was trembling slightly, and his eyes flashed with undisguised terror. "You, what kind of monster are you? What happened just now?" Lee Bufan sneered. "Do you think I need to tell you? Damn it, you forced me." Morgan Ben screamed, separated his feet, raised his hands, raised his head high, and shouted at the sky. "The Supreme Lord, the Almighty Lord, the Supreme Lord, the Almighty Lord. Master Domum, the King of the Dark Dimension, please give me strength." Lee Bufan frowned. Could it be said that the destruction of the most holy place in Xiangjiang, Domum, can directly increase the strength of believers? Lee Bufan would not stand stupidly, stretched out his right hand, and pointed at a huge lion statue. Immediately waved. Whoosh! A bronze lion statue, weighing a ton, flew up and hit Morgan Ben's head. Boom! But after hearing a loud noise, Morgan Ben suddenly burst out of black as ink, spreading his teeth and dancing his claws, just like an evil spirit from hell, and instantly bounced the bronze lion statue away. Drum had a solemn expression and said, "Teacher, when he was performing this ritual, he was protected by Domum. Even if he is an ancient wizard, it is impossible to cause any harm to him." Wipe. Lee Bufan's mouth twitched, and the ritual invincible shelter was able to do and it was really powerful. Only one of the 3 most holy places was destroyed. Domum's body would definitely not be able to descend on the earth. But there is also one thing that at this stage, I'm definitely not Domum's opponent. There is a heavy responsibility. Just as Morgan was performing the ceremony, Lee Bufan's brain became the voice of the system. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host. Trigger the storyline and get the qualification to know the Ultimate Mission 2. Ding dong. Ultimate Mission 2. Smash Castle Eye. Yas conspiracy to prevent Domum from invading the Earth. Ding dong. Complete the ultimate task 2. The red envelopes are drawn in real scenes and can be upgraded from level to level, which also means that the host has completed the ultimate gambling red envelope. Bufan was taken aback, and he didn't know where to start complaining. Pete, you are too late, so why don't you wait? I will kill Cassius and let Domum roll far away. It's not important. It's better than nothing. After about half a minute, Morgan Ben's mouth roared like a beast, and the amplifying ceremony had been completed, and the black and ink evil spirits had all dissipated, revealing Morgan Ben's true face. His entire face became. Chapter 151, Famous Magic World. Please call me. Copy Mage. 2 requests for subscription. Damn it. Morgan looked at Bufan suspiciously and said in a trembled, "What is going on? How could you have the same magic as me?" Bufan sneered, but it didn't matter, and casually explained, "Because I have a pair of very powerful eyes. When you perform magic, the flow of magic in your body and all the gestures of your magic have been seen through by me. Writing round eyes and copying ninjutsu are the most basic operations." Just when Morgan was performing black magic, Bufan was on a whim, and suddenly thought that in this world, except for himself, no one else can ninjutsu for the time being, and there is no chance to copy ninjutsu. But there is no ninjutsu, there is magic. Then whether he can copy the magic, I tried it, and the result was as expected. The ninja is based on chakra, and the magician is based on the magic energy, or energy particle 24. The writing wheel can also see through the Morgan body and the magic energy context inside. Coupled with the exact same magic gesture, completely copy this guy's magic, then it's easy. In his opinion, it is a trivial matter to have a writing wheel, but whether it is Morganburn or Drum, all the shocked eyes are about to fall to the ground. God! Drum's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe it, muttering, "It is true that there is such an incredible ability in the world." He couldn't help shaking his head and couldn't continue. To them, this is a far more terrifying ability than the Shenwei, but the facts are of course not the case. They will have such thoughts, but the information is not equal. Morgan had a hideous face and changed his color several times. At the last time, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "No, yes, yes. You are definitely lying to me." Bufan sneered and said, "Oh, then you can assume that I'm lying to you." Morgan Ben sneered, "Huh, the purest dark energy flowing in my body. You're just pretending to be a ghost. Luckily, you have also learned this magic." Bufan nodded. "That's it. You have the ability to copy this one." Morgan Ben screamed, and his hands changed quickly. It was a more complicated magic gesture than the previous black magic. It took 3 seconds, to complete. It's not because his speed is not fast enough. On the contrary, after Mu's power is increased, his speed has at least doubled, and his speed of casting magic is faster, more skillful, and stronger than before, but he still used 3 full times. Second 3 shows how complicated this magic is. Day Tiger. The boundless black air appeared and enveloped Morganburn, terrifying and screaming like ghosts and wolves, as if is coming. Drum took a breath and said in shock, "This. Is it the power of black magic, so powerful?" Morgan Ben laughed wildly. "Asshole, it's useless to pretend to be a ghost. There's a kind of you to copy this magic again. I don't believe you can copy it." "Ha ha ha, the clowning clown." Bufan smiled and said, "As you wish." In less than 3 seconds, all the magic gestures are completed, exactly the same, absolutely copy and paste. The magic effect is also exactly the same, absolutely copy and paste. Drum pouted and said, "You stupid pig is a clown, right? You don't know the teacher's personality at all. Since the teacher says he can do it, he can definitely do it. It's necessary to lie to you. If the teacher really wants to lie to you, he will sell you, and you will help the teacher count the money, believe it or not." Morgan Ben ignored Drum's complaints. In fact, he was absolutely stunned. "Impossible. This is black magic. How could you as a white magician use it by coincidence? This is absolutely a coincidence. I don't believe you can really copy my magic completely." Bufan smiled and said intimately, "Don't worry. You have 2 minutes to verify." "I do not believe." In a ferocious roar, Morgan Ben used the third black magic, the fourth black magic, the fifth black magic, and the seventh. All the magic Lee Bufan was copied perfectly, even more than the one used by Morgan Ben Clever. Chapter 152: Unprecedented Tragic Fighting, One-Sided Crushing. 3 requests for subscription. A few minutes ago, when Lee Bufan instantaneously killed Alice in the Sanctuary of New York and copied the magic with the writing wheel and played with Morgan books, a tragic battle was taking place in the Sanctuary of London on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. Yes, it is different from Lee Bufan's ease. The war that broke out there is already called war. In the original plot, when Cassius led his fanatics to launch a total attack on the 3 most holy places in turn, there were only a few magicians on the scene, whether it was Cassius or the Ancient One. It's all on Cassius's side, just himself, plus a few disciples. The Gui Mage is even more miserable here. Except for the Gui Mage himself, there are also Doctor Strange, Baron Mordor, and King. There are no other magicians at all. It is very doubtful where the many disciples of the Gui Mage are all dead. It is still the ancient wizard who knew that they were not Cassius' opponents that in peacetime. He taught the magic at the critical moment. They were collectively invisible and worried about their unnecessary sacrifices. This statement is very nonsense. Reality is not a movie. It is far more cruel than a movie. In the most holy place in London, dozens of white magicians are fighting with twice the number of black magicians. The strength of those black magicians was originally slightly better, and coupled with the blessing of Domum's dark energy during this period, it surpassed the white magicians by a lot. Boom! Boom! In the mirrored dimension, violent explosions, dazzling magic, one after another. Only 10 minutes after the 2 sides fought, the defenses of the white magicians were broken by the black magicians, causing countless deaths and injuries. Among the white magicians, except for the top ones, the others are not the opponents of the black magicians at all. They went from the Sanctuary of New York to the outside. In just 10 minutes, 1010, there were already dozens of corpses of white magicians on the ground, and only a few of the black magicians were killed. Damn it! Baron Mordo's eyes were full of fire, and he said in sorrow, "This group are fully prepared. They have been quiet during this time, and they can't bear it, just for now. Yes, this is simply not a battle between black and white magicians, but a unilateral slaughter of black magicians against white magicians." Oh, Mordor, you guessed it. Cassius opened his hands and controlled the mirrored building. Baron Mordo is not Casseli's opponent at all, so he can only dodge. While fighting, Cassius connected Philipka's heart and asked, "Philipka, solve the doctor?" Just before this decisive battle, Cassius launched a raid on the most holy place in London, first beheading the guardian mage of the most holy place in London, and when he was about to destroy the most holy place in London, Chi Weibo arrived first. The two are fighting together. Strange exhibition. Cassius was shocked by the super strength that appeared. He had heard of the close disciple of Gui Mage for a long time, and has been watching, but really fighting against him, it still surprised him. Talent. Yes, in the long life of the ancient master for hundreds of years, she has accepted many disciples, and so far, Cassius's own talent is the strongest and absolute genius. But he did not expect Saint Ranchi's magic talent is even better. In just 3 months, that guy has grown up, surpassing all the white magicians except the Ancient One. The talent he displayed is shocking. If he continues to grow, what the future will be is simply unimaginable. So Cassius has no reservations, and at the beginning of the attack, he used his strongest assassin, seriously injured Strange. The sharp blade, formed by the power of mind, directly pierced Strange's heart. The magician, although it is mysterious, most of the body has not been strengthened, and it is still the body of a mortal. More means that it can last longer than ordinary people. When Cassius wounded Strange's key with the sacred sword of Emperor Weishan. Later, Strange showed his astounding on-the-spot resilience. He used several kinds of magic, delayed time, and finally built a space door and escaped to a New York hospital. After that, his soul and body came out of his body and asked his girlfriend to perform a cardiac resuscitation for him. And Philipka immediately. The soul body came out of the body and chased away. Chapter 153, The Truth. Gu Mage is actually such a person? 4 requests for subscription. Chapter 154, GUI Master. I should call you a teacher too. 5 requests for subscription. How can Cassius miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, huh? Cassius looked up to the sky and laughed, staring at GUI Mage with a look of contempt. Look, look, he shouted angrily. Have you all seen this? This is the mage you admire, and this is your teacher. Hypocritical, despicable, shameless. What she said, Domum is a demon, but how does she do it? She is a despicable and shameless thief who stole immortal energy from my Lord Domum, and then used this energy to deal with my Lord Domum in turn. Do you still follow her? Follow this despicable, shameless villain. Quiet. Mirroring the world of dimensions. Since the appearance of a mage in ancient times, a huge kaleidoscope platform appeared on the scene, just like the arena of ancient Rome. The entire sky was sealed by dark lenses and could not be escaped. She intends to trap all the black magicians with this platform. As long as she is there, all the black magicians, including Cassius, will not be able to escape. This is also the reason why her disciples were fighting battles in the early stage, and there were countless deaths and injuries, but she did not join the battlefield in the first time. At this time, there are only dozens of people in the huge mirror-dimensional world. Among them, most of them are black magicians headed by Cassius and Philpuka. In addition to Gu-E, Dr. Strange, Bear Mordor, and King, the white magicians are also standing and fighting, but there are only 3 or 4 people. That's it. Oh, of course, besides the black and white magicians, there's also an outsider like Bufan that he didn't intervene for the first time, but looked at everyone's reactions. It's fun. With Cassius' scream, all the fighting stopped. Whether it is a white magician or a black magician, the reaction is very strong. On the side of the white mage, the few disciples who were still standing were all stunned and confused. It was the sequelae caused by the disillusionment of the faith and the tall image of the ancient master in their hearts. The black mage, Cassius's disciples, all clamored. Ha, have you seen it? Have you all seen it? This is what you think is immortal, despicable, shameless. Since you have accepted the power of my Lord, you should become a believer of my Lord. But instead of, you don't help my Lord, you actually use the power of my Lord to fight against him. You despicable, shameless villain, you it. Surrender all, accept my Lord Domum. Time is the greatest insult to life. The world belongs to my Lord Domum. He brings eternal life to the earth and allows us to transcend time. Bufan frowned. These idiots are really noisy. However, the one who reacted most violently was not the black magicians, but Bear Mordo, one of GUI Mage's most trusted disciples. He was disappointed, frustrated, and in the end, all emotions became angry. Baron Mordo stared at GUI angrily and roared, I am so similar. Even if Cassius betrayed, even if strange suspects, I am firm. Unshakable look, that's how you treated me. You deceived me. You deceived all of us. Cassius is not wrong. Your immortality is not obtained from your cultivation, but the power of Domum. You are a thief. You use Domum's power to deal with Domum. Everything has cause and effect. Sooner or later you will have retribution. A trace of bewilderment flashed across GUI's face. Obviously, maybe she also thought about the day when the truth was exposed, but she never expected that the disciples under her clerk reacted so violently that they really couldn't understand their painstaking efforts at all. Idiot! Bufan glanced at Bear Mordor in disgust, sneered, raised his hand to the top of the tower of the most holy place in London. Click! The top of the tower was loose, and the several-ton building flew away, slamming at Baron Mordor fiercely. Baron Mordor's face changed drastically, and he said angrily, What are you doing? He immediately, casting the ring of Rigardo, a small magic shield appeared in each of his hands, lying across his chest. Chapter 155, This is Me, Gu-E. 6 requests for subscription. Boom. Bufan's words were like giving an initiation to Gu-E Mage Digu, and she suddenly understood something. Yes, I did all this not for myself. not for immortality, but to fulfill my vow to defend the earth to the death. Although I took advantage of Domum's power, I did not abuse it. I am fulfilling my own responsibilities. Oath, I am protecting the earth. Even if I pay the price of my life immediately, I will never regret it. The method is not important. The process is not important. The result is the most important. Even if everyone thinks that I have fallen into the darkness, as long as I understand myself, isn't it all right? Even if I fall into the darkness and do the things of the light in the dark, even if everyone doesn't understand it, then I am not ashamed of my heart, and I am not ashamed of the vows I have sworn. This is me, Gu-E. I see. Gu-E suddenly smiled, and his thin face no longer the slightest doubt, confusion, guilt, only unwavering faith and unforgiving will. Thank you, Mr. Lee. Gu-E chuckles relievedly and said, Drum calls you a teacher. It seems that your understanding of this world is deeper than mine, and I should call you a teacher. Li Bufan smiled and said, It's not enough to raise your hand. Master Gu-E shook his head and said, Mr. Lee, this may be just a trivial matter for you, but for me, it has a huge impact. What I said to you earlier, now I just want to say it again. Meeting you is the greatest honor of my life. Li Bufan smiled and said nothing. It wasn't just the Gu-E mage who had an instant enlightenment, but the Doctor Strange who stood by seemed to understand something. Looking at Gu-E mage again, he was already full of respect. An idiot is an idiot, and Baron Mordor can't listen. In his opinion, all Li Bufan's words are just quibbling for Gu-E mage. He only knows that the ultimate mission of their faction is to resist Domum's invasion of the Earth. But Gu-E mage has 2 sides and 3 swords. Set. All right. Master Gu-E waved his hand and smiled. Mr. Lee, please step aside now. Don't intervene for the time being. You will know what to do. Li Bufan stepped aside according to his words, making plans to watch the show. Wait. Li Bufan's eyes narrowed, and suddenly he realized that, just now, the ancient mage unknowingly revealed a vital message. Power. God. As the Lord of the Dark Dimension, Domum is already strong enough, and the ancient wizard actually uses power from a more powerful existence, which is definitely multiverse. Devil. Who? Jia. Just when he thought of this, Li Bufan's mind suddenly sounded Jia. Weird smile, and in an instant a layer of goosebumps formed on the back, and countless cold sweats came out. Who are you? Li Bufan was shocked and asked in his heart. There was no response. Not only did he not respond, but he could not find a trace of it anymore. It was like a dream, and his spirit was confused. A voice said no, it was you who had hallucinations. Another voice said that it was not an illusion. That voice was absolutely real. Li Bufan looked at Master Gu-E in shock. You can't go wrong. The weird smile that suddenly appeared in my mind just now came from Gu-E Mage's thoughts, but Gu-E Mage didn't even notice it. In an instant, countless speculations flashed through Li Bufan's mind and understood. The demon from the alien universe must be connected to the thoughts of the Ancient Master, and everything just now shows that the Ancient Master is almost unable to restrain that guy, so she will be willing to die. As long as she does not die, that the foreign demon will pass the Ancient One Mage and descend on the earth. Then Li Bufan stared at the Gu-E Mage and said inwardly, Which demon is it? At the same time, he sighed slightly. Sure enough, the plot of the movie is not reliable at all. I am afraid that this is the truth of the Ancient Master's desire to die. Cassius frowned and looked at Li Bufan strangely. What is this guy doing? Chapter 156, A Fierce and Evil Force, ready to move. 7 requests for subscription. Gu-E flicked his sleeves. Palms, 2 yellow Raggedor rings have been formed, and the kaleidoscope-like ground circulates rapidly, constantly compressing and reappearing, just like an ancient divine beast, releasing a dangerous aura. Cassius said solemnly, Be careful. She is stronger than before. Yes. The black magicians all responded and were ready, and because Gu-E suddenly exposed the truth of his immortality, the will of the white magicians was broken. For the magicians, the unity of spirit is the most basic and core. In this state, they have no combat effectiveness at all. Mordor still has combat power, but he didn't mean to make a move. The only one who made a decisive move was Doctor Strange, Steve Strange. Cassius sneered and said, Mage, can you still see the current situation? Your followers have all betrayed you when they learned of your despicable behavior. You are now a betrayal. Doctor Strange smiled humorously and said, It doesn't seem to be the case. Strange decided to join the battlefield. The king also decided to join. Bang! Hearing a loud sound, a burly man with an Asian face, holding two magic shields, entered the mirror dimension from the real world and fell heavily on the ground. He looked at the king, smiled, and said, I have done everything to explain to you. It's done. Wang Hanho smiled and said, The most holy place of Xiangjiang has been temporarily restored, and it can last for at least 2 hours. As long as the troubles here are resolved within 2 hours, Domum will never want to descend on the earth, and it will not be possible to do it again. Gu nodded a little. Cassius's face changed drastically, and he sternly said, I understand. You despicable and shameless villain. It turns out that you have not shown up, not only to create this mirror dimension, but also to order people to repair the most holy place in Xiangjiang. Mage Gu did not answer this topic and sighed softly. Mage Cassius, before Doctor Strange arrived, you were the most talented in magic among all my apprentices, but you went astray. To shut up. Cassius' face was pale, and he roared bitterly. At that time, I lost my daughter and wife. I lost everything. Nothing. My life is meaningless. But what about you? You said you have a way to resurrect my wife and daughter. I have been studying with you for more than 10 years. Every time I ask, you are perfunctory. Later, I read the book of Castro and knew your secrets. I knew then that I realized that you have been lying to me. I have a higher pursuit, my Lord Domum. That is mine. And you are just a despicable, shameless liar. He shook his head and sighed softly. Cassius, you don't understand death. It is also a beginning. Without death, life will become meaningless. I'm perfunctory. Just want you to understand that people cannot be resurrected from death. And I want you to understand that the person you cherish the most is not dead, but going to life. If they know you have become the way you are now, if they know these things you did to revive them, I'm afraid they won't be happy. I've been thinking that as time goes by, you will slowly understand, but it is a pity that you have been trapped in self-obsessiveness for so many years. Domum deceived you. What he showed you is not the final truth. Cassius was furious and roared hysterically. Shut up, shut up, shut up. You are a liar. Villain, time is the greatest insult to life, and only my Lord Domum can give it. Everyone brings eternity and immortality. You said death is another kind of new birth, but you have lived for hundreds of years, and you will live forever. Why don't you die? Mage had an open-minded expression and smiled and said, I will answer your doubts right away. Stop talking now. Cassius roared immediately. Lead the fanatics, Chao Gu-E, Doctor Strange, and Wong to kill. Mage Strange, Mage Wong. I will deal with Mage Cassius, and you will deal with others. Chapter 157 Marvel's 8 Demon Gods. Beholder. Beholder. 8 requests for subscription. Plum. Doctor Strange exclaimed. We can't stop it anymore. Aren't you ready to make a move? Bufan shrugged and said that he was helpless. After all, he promised Gui Mage. Gui also spoke at this time, with unprecedented severity. Mage Strange, swear to protect the 3 most holy places and defend the earth from the dark world. This is our responsibility. Until I die, Mr. Lee can't make a move. Doctor Strange, Wong, and Bear Mordo are all puzzled. Although this is their responsibility, the problem is that Lee Bufan does not live on the earth. If he is not capable, he will be fine, but if he is capable, he will not let him take action. The sneak attack was successful, using the body as a guide, temporarily imprisoned the ancient wizard, and shouted, Teacher Cassius, you immediately go around behind her and kill her. Wow! A golden long knife pierced straight out and instantly penetrated Philpukka's chest, and at the same time pierced the heart of the ancient wizard. Blood splashed out. Philpukka was shocked. In this way, Gu-E was indeed killed, but he was also destined to not survive. At this time, Cassius's cold voice sounded, "I think it is better to borrow your body if you go around behind her." In this way, the success rate is much higher. Philpukka, your death is worthwhile of. What? At this moment, Cassius's face changed drastically. Whoosh! A mass of black as ink suddenly burst out of Gu-E Mage's body. It quickly turned green, like an octopus with countless tentacles. Regardless of whether you suffer from intensive phobia or not, seeing this guy will be psychologically and physically uncomfortable. Such an unbelievable monster appeared and instantly interrupted the fight between the two sides. Whether it was Doctor Strange, King, or those black magicians, they all looked at that, the thing that unscrupulously released evil aura. They don't know what to call it. My God. The king opened his mouth wide and said in shock, "Then, what is it? Is it parasitic in Gu-E Mage's body all the time?" A trace of grief flashed across Doctor Strange's face. He had completely understood it. Baron Mordo calmly said, "The retribution is here." "Shut up. Damn it." Doctor Strange gritted his teeth and said, "Modu, don't you understand? Gu-E Mage has endured how much ordinary people can't bear in the past hundreds of years. It is unimaginable pain. She did this not for immortality, but to fulfill her vow to guard this earth. Why don't you understand?" Baron Mordo sneered. This scene, of course, is extremely ironic. Before the truth was exposed, Baron Mordo firmly believed in Gu-E Mage without any doubt, while Doctor Strange was like a curious baby who never trusted Gu-E Mage. But when the truth is revealed, the first to wake up is not Baron Mordo, but Doctor Strange. Bufan also stood up suddenly. Beholder! He finally understood what Gu-E meant. Beholder, one of the 6 great demon gods in the Marvel world, inspired by the myth of Cthulhu, it was born at the beginning of the universe's chaos and is the most evil demon god. Many years after the birth of the earth, it came to the earth and became the earth. The ruler has ruled the earth for many years. At that time, it was still the Jurassic era. After tens of thousands of years later, the Beholder was defeated by a more powerful enemy and was exiled to a foreign space. In these tens of millions of years, he tried countless times to return to the earth, wanting to regain the dominance of the earth, but all of them failed. Until now, one day, it was surprised to find that Gu-E Mage was actually grabbing dark energy, and her body was extremely powerful, so it couldn't be more suitable as a carrier. The Beholder was ecstatic. It was immediately connecting the thoughts of the Ancient One Mage, satisfying all the conditions put forward by the Ancient One Mage, and finally injecting a strand of clone. Chapter 158. You all have to die. 9 requests for subscription. Chapter 159. Shock. Are you also a believer in Domum? 10 requests for subscription. All the white magicians were so shocked that their scalp was numb, and their faces were full of horror. King Benedict's forehead was puffed with sweat, and he asked Baron Mordor, who was standing next to him, he is the friend that the Ancient Master said. Is it so cruel to start with such a social strength? He has a mission during this time, and so far, he has not seen the Bufan. Baron Mordo was silent. He squinted his eyes and stared at Bufan carefully, not willing to miss a single detail. Suddenly, Baron Mordo's pupil shrank, gritted his teeth, and said, "Damn." King Benedict widened his eyes and said stupidly, "What's the matter? Wong, haven't you found out yet what to find?" Baron Mordor said solemnly, "The devilish energy in his body also has traces of dark energy. Although I am not 100% sure, it is still 60% to 70%, 67. It can be basically confirmed by comparing it to the Ancient One Mage. He, like Gu-E Mage, has also absorbed the dark energy of Domum." King Benedict looked surprised, staring at Bufan, stunned. "Oh my God, it's really like this. Another Ancient One," Baron Mordo said coldly. King Benedict said displeased, "Modo, you shouldn't say that about the ancient first mage. I think Gu-E mage has difficulties. Besides, even dark energy, magic secrets have never been divided between good and evil. The key depends on how to use it. Humph. Baron Mordor didn't answer. Even Baron Mordor has discovered that Cassius, who knows more about dark energy, discovered it for the first time. More than that, he also found that the dark energy in Li Bufan's body was fresh and pure. It was completely different from Gu-E mages. It was the most authentic dark dimensional energy. Absorb energy from the dark dimension. It's impossible for the Master Domum not to know, but why it's your turn. Li Bufan's faint words interrupted Cassius' thinking. The 555 Black Magician disciples couldn't help, but even hid behind Cassius, all trembling. Although they were fanatical, they were also afraid of death. Even if they were not afraid of death, it was a meaningless death. Those same sect were killed like beasts in less than 10 seconds. What kind of sacrifice does this make sense? Teacher Cassius, he is too powerful. Let's run away. One of the disciples trembled. Wait a moment. Cassius looked solemn and said, the energy of the Lord Domum in your body is different from that of the ancient wizard, and the same as those of us believers. Are you also a believer in Domum? Why? Li Bufan looked at Cassius like an idiot, this brain circuit. How big is it to come to this conclusion? But it is understandable. Although the ancient first mage can grab energy from the dark dimension, the so-called dark energy is actually a part of Domum. Although the number is huge, Domum can clearly sense it. Unless you become a believer of Domum, Domum will definitely interfere. Gu-E mage does not have the ability to completely shield. Naturally, it is impossible to achieve 100% refining like Li Bufan did. This is also the root cause of Cassius' misunderstanding. Cassius annoyed. What is ridiculous since you are also a believer in Domum? So you should stand on our side. But why not only do you not help us, but also deal with us in reverse? Fool! You can't open your eyes and see what's going on now. Li Bufan didn't bother to explain. He used the short-distance teleportation magic again and instantly appeared behind Cassius and the others. With a wave of his right hand, there was already a sacred sword of Emperor Weishan in his palm, and he shot like lightning. Huh. The sword's shadows continued, and the 555 Black Mage disciples fell again. 3 of them, the other 2 knew that they were bound to die, and shouted, Teacher Cassius, you go first. We will help you hold it. Are you sure you are not joking? Li Bufan sneered. You bastard. Chapter 160 perfectly ended. What a weird body, what a fast sword. 11 requests for subscription. The white mage was stunned. Damn it. No matter how strong you are, you shouldn't be so big. No matter how you say it, the opponent is Cassius, but even Gu-E mage feels so much before his death. Tricky enemy. Damn. King Benedict screamed, waved his hands, and hummed, and a magic shield appeared in each of his palms immediately. So I have to rush up. Even Baron Mordor was surprised. No, that guy was killed so easily. Asshole boy. Now you know what happened to us when you were against us. Cassius is happy and unlimited. 790. Oh. At this moment, Li Bufan suddenly raised his head, blinked at Cassius, and chuckled. So, what is going on? What? Cassius's pupils shrank, gritted his teeth, and said, Damn, you have a reborn body. Almost. So congratulations, you guessed it right. Li Bufan replied lazily, and then his eyes drooped. 1 power drop for 10 guilds. There is no special skill, just relying on his own huge power. It is absolutely crushing against Cassius. A lot of strength. Cassius was secretly shocked. Pulled by the force, Cassius flew towards Li Bufan. Cassius already knew that his power was absolutely inferior to Li Bufan. So he took the initiative to put away the shape of a keen, and a blue electric light appeared in the palm of his right hand and blasted Li Bufan's head with the inertial distance. At the moment when he was about to touch, maybe his blue electric light was only 10 minutes away from Li Bufan's head. Me whoosh. Li Bufan disappeared in an instant. Cassius's face changed drastically, and he secretly said, Oops, it's a trick, this is not magic, but physical skills. Congratulations, you guessed it again. Sneer. A sharp sword light suddenly brightened. King Benedict, who was about to do it, couldn't help but fascinated his eyes, and Cassia's head flew out. This sword is almost inconceivable, and also incredibly powerful. In midair, Cassia's head was still there. Flying, conscious, he saw his body weight falling to the ground, and he also saw a Chinese-style sword in Bufan's hand. He had already done everything. If Bufan's just used magic, he would never have the opportunity to use the alchemy technique. So he would choose the body method. It's that the body is too weird, and the sword is too fast. At the moment of his death, the past life was like a revolving lantern, played in his mind like lightning. And he went back to the past, seeing his wife and daughter. They laughed so brilliantly, and that was what he vowed to protect for life. Start to become blurred. Only a piece of Scarlet remains. Far away. Dad, come daddy. The wife is holding her daughter's hand. The wife is smiling gently at him, and the daughter is waving to him. Cassius suddenly felt relieved, something that he could not figure out before he was alive, but suddenly he wanted to understand. He murmured, "Is this kung fu? What a weird body, what a fast sword." Puff! My head finally fell to the ground and rolled for a few meters before stopping. At the scene, everyone's expressions froze, staring at Bufan in a daze, and the atmosphere was extremely quiet. The needle drop can be heard. Wong, leave the rest to you. Bufan shook his wrist. The sword of Nianhua disappeared, his figure flickered, and the person had drifted away. Time has hurried, and several days have passed in a blink of an eye. The Ancient One Mage is still dead, and the title of Supreme Mage is officially taken over by Strange. And at the same time, he has also taken over the mantle of the Ancient One Mage. Now he is the leader of their magic faction, and the reconstruction of the Xiangjiang, most holy place, is completed. Except for the magicians, no outsider knows about the battle that is very likely to change the fate of 7 billion people on the earth. In addition to the death of the Ancient One Mage, there are the Beholders, Domum, and other demon gods. Wanda was shocked. She didn't know anything. No wonder. Although Wanda is awakened by chaos magic, it is only with magic in the name. But in essence, this is not authentic magic at all. It is just the superpower of the Wanda variant after awakening. It does not require magic gestures or singing. You can use it whenever you want. Essential difference. If it weren't for Bufan, Wanda would still be like many superpowers, and it would have been impossible for him to come into contact with magic so far. Before Doctor Strange took the mantle of the Ancient Wizard, became the Supreme Wizard, entered the Dooney world, and became a member of the Avengers, the purest magic was extremely mysterious to superpowers or mutants. Bufan knows that this is the Marvel world, but Wanda doesn't have the concept of Marvel at all. For her, this world is not Marvel at all. It is the real world. Of course, the reality is also the same. But Bufan has a certain plot profit. What is a beholder? Wanda asked with a worried look. Bufan quickly recounted the origin of the Beholder 26. But even he is not sure whether what he said is true or not. Since he came into this world, the whole world has changed a lot, and many plots, whether he participated or not, have caused great changes. Therefore, the ghost knows whether the origin of the beholder has changes. You can only take one step and look at it one step at a time. The only thing he can be sure of is that this world is far less simple than what people see on the surface. It can even be said that it is just the tip of the iceberg. When the Earth people thought that there was only themselves in the universe, Thor, the of Thunder, came, the evil Loki, and the army of Kitari came. As a result, the people on Earth knew that they were not alone, that the universe was huge, and there were other intelligent beings. But is this the truth? No, far from it. Regardless of other worlds, as far as the Earth is concerned, the magician who protects this world from darkness is the most obvious example. As the magician is exposed, what has been brought? It is the beholder, it is Domum. Marvel Demon God, there are 6 things, and there are also 10 things. The top 10, it doesn't matter, it's just a title. The only important thing is that any demon is not a generation. After listening to Li Bufan's talk, Wanda's beautiful eyes couldn't help but widen, and her ruddy lips couldn't close, exclaiming, "My God, this is the universe. Secret? Demon God, lest it be too powerful." That beholder actually comes from ancient times, even before the birth of the earth. How terrifying is it? Li Bufan smiled slightly and said, "You think too much. There is no doubt that it is powerful, but it has lost the ancient first mage, and without a container, it is impossible to descend on the earth. For a few years, even a few years, the earth will be safe." Wanda Wu was shocked and asked instinctively, "But decades later, when the beholder invades the earth again, what should we do?" That time, Li Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered. "At that time, you, husband, I have long been strong enough to dominate the universe. The trivial beholder is a fart, and it is now more arrogant. Until then, I don't need it to come to me. I will look for it." Looking at Li Bufan's confident expression, Wanda's beautiful dual model is full of worship. "This is extraordinary. This is my man. Although the demon god is very powerful, as long as there is my man, everything is okay, and he can surely settle it." For some reason, the gap between Li Bufan and the beholder is gone, but seeing Li Bufan's posture, Wanda feels a sense of security, but he refuses to admit it. Jiao snorted. "You will brag? The beholder is so powerful and has lived for so long. You can catch up with me for decades, I don't believe it." Li Bufan laughed, took Wanda into his arms, gave her a hard kiss on the face, and laughed. "Then let's live for decades and wait for the beholder to come and die, and then you will know you." "Husband, am I talking big?" "Huh. Don't kiss, the saliva is so bad." Chapter 162, This is a Privileged Life. 2 requests for subscription. Wanda was even more speechless, a little speechless. The beholder was born in ancient times, and the only thought is to swallow and rule. I can understand this, but Domum is different. He was originally a human, so why would he fall for himself? Li Bufan smiled and said, "What else can I pursue for stronger power, eternal and immortal?" Wanda shook his head and said, "According to what you said, after he became the Lord of the Dark Dimension, he lost all his relatives and is always alone and alone. Even if he is immortal, what is the point of having eternal life?" Li Bufan shrugged, expressing the perverted world, which I don't understand either. Wanda instantly nodded and said, "Normal people shouldn't understand it. Husband, now you have offended the beholder and offended Domum. Are you really okay?" "Fine." Li Bufan grinned and said, "They're all demon gods. Offending one is offending, offending two, or offending. Either I'm not an opponent of either of them, or I can crush them." Wanda responded softly. Although Li Bufan is very confident, she also has other thoughts in her heart. What? Even if you don't help your husband, you can't make a big difference with your husband. Otherwise, how will you stay together in the next few months? In addition to the magical world, there have also been major events in your daily life. Li Bufan has officially graduated. Not only did he graduate, he and Peter Parker, the little fat yawn, was admitted to the State University of New York. Well, Peter, yawn passed the formal exam. Li Bufangian, he doesn't have that. Free time at all. During this time, he has been studying magic, has not gone to Midtown High School for several months, and has not taken any exams, but he still has college because of Nick F.O. Rue has helped him settle everything. From the perspective of normal social interaction, it is definitely a wise choice to get on the line with Nick Fury. S.H.I.E.L.D. can help him settle everything. This is a privileged life. During this time, Li Bufan was very busy, and will be even busier. Just last month, his college career officially began, but he didn't even attend the entrance ceremony. Despite this, he asked Nick Fury, "What was the situation at S.H.I.E.L.D. at that time?" "Hundreds of waste are waiting." Agent Nick Friesengel discusses S.H.I.E.L.D. About the secret base, at this moment, he received a call from Li Bufan, and Nick Fury gave Agent Hill a surprised look. Nerves, instant tension. Li Bufan, that little devil, never actively contacted him. Contact is a big deal. But when Nick Fury received the call and heard Li Bufan's request, the whole person was confused. I was forced to ask again and again, and after getting a positive answer, I confirmed that I was not dreaming and that the little guy was really ready to go to college. Hang up the phone. Seeing Nick Fury's expression on his face, Hill couldn't help asking, Director Fury, that, what the little devil stabbed again? Do not. Nick Fury shook his head and slowly said, he doesn't have time to go to high school, and he doesn't have time to take the graduation exam, so I hope you will come forward and help him get a college admission letter. That guy's going to college. Hill looked dumbfounded. Nick Fury said speechlessly, what the hell? What the does that little guy think he still needs to go to Midtown High School? I thought he was just for fun, just graduated. No, I thought he was still preparing to go to university. What the does his little head think? Hill was also speechless, but she changed her mind and analyzed, maybe it's for the little spider. Nick Fury looked at Hill. During that time, he stayed in Europe, although still in control of S.H.I.E.L.D. But some unimportant information is ignored, such as small spiders. Although he had the intention to absorb the little spider into the Avengers, the little spider was too young and naive, and it took a long time to grow up. He did not join the Avengers, nor did he join S.H.I.E.L.D. naturally. Fury wouldn't focus on him. Hill explained what Lee said. Chapter 163, Fantastic Four, appear. 3 requests for subscription. Chapter 164, Thunderbolt. What a poor guy. 1 request for subscription. I don't know what timeline the Fantastic Four is now. Whether Johanneston already has superpowers, it should not be there for the time being. The reason is very simple. The Fantastic Four is a national idol whether in comics or film and television. If they had already debuted, such a sensational news, Lee Bufan could not have known it. How did you know each other? Lee Bufan narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. Johnny's eyes lit up instantly, and he exclaimed, God, you are Peter's most iron friend, but you still don't know his biggest secret, haha. So what Peter said is true. Johnny, who was laughing, suddenly screamed, but Peter was worried that he would tell his secret, so he stomped him severely under the table. There was too much movement here, and everyone around me looked over. Peter laughed. It's nothing, my friend suddenly got a cramp at his leg, and he will soon be healed. I'm sorry to cause trouble to everyone. Lee Bufan has been holding back his smile. Although it was only the first time he met, he knew Johnny's character. He was rebellious. He went his own way. He was very personal. And at the same time, he was still a big mouth and couldn't hide the secret at all. The Fantastic Four suddenly possessed superpowers. The other 3 people tried their best to return to normal and become ordinary people. The only difference is Johnny that he really thinks that having superpowers is a cool thing. Not only can you do a lot of things that you couldn't do before, but you can also become a big star. In this world, is there anything cooler than this in the early days of the 4-man group? And analysis was generated due to the disagreement of concepts that, of course, these have nothing to do with Lee Bufan. It seems that Johnny already knows that Peter is Spider-Man. Lee Bufan pretended to be puzzled. Peter, what's the secret? Peter scratched his head and said perfunctorily, is there any secret? You know, Stark Industries is Iron Man. I got the internship subsidy from Stark Industries, and Mr. Stark will pay for my tuition. Of course, I will also need to go to Stark Industry for an internship in the future. Isn't it great? Aunt May won't have to worry about my tuition anymore. I didn't worry about it. Your student loan came. Lee Bufan sighed, but he didn't break it, and said, congratulations on that good thing, Peter. Ha ha ha, Tongshi. Peter laughed and glared at Johnny warningly, suggesting that he must never reveal his secrets. Johnny burst into laughter and said, I understand, bye. After that, he glanced at Lee Bufan sympathetically. The poor guy, Peter's best friend, didn't know Peter's greatest secret. He knew about it, and so did the little fat yawn. Dow, you don't know. Peter was afraid that Johnny would talk nonsense again, immediately. I told how I met Johnny again. Obviously, it was made up. It should be that Johnny accidentally discovered Peter's secret. After the exchange, the two discovered that they were both at the same university, about the same age, and had a temperamental appetite, so they soon mixed together. Peter excitedly said, Lee, you know what? This guy is so lucky. He went to outer space some time ago. Lee Bufan's eyes picked up, and it seems that Johnny, Susan, Ben, and Reed have been baptized by cosmic rays, mutated, and gained superpowers. Oh, Johnny said with a look of embarrassment. Peter, don't say it. We were exposed to cosmic rays, and we thought we were going to die. This time we were able to escape from the dead, and it was absolutely God's favor. That kind of tragic memory, I don't want to go anymore. Experienced the second time. Peter smiled and said, My friends, at least you were back alive, right? There's a saying that if you don't die, there must be a blessing. Lee often tells me this. I think it makes sense. Well, this is indeed what Lee Bufan said while comforting Peter. At that time, Peter had just been bitten by a mutant spider. The genes in his body were mutated and recombined, and he was extremely weak. It lasted for 3 days. He once thought that he was going to die. Desperate and frightened, Lee Bufan and Yan took turns to accompany him. Chapter 165, Great Battle. The Stunned Fantastic Four. 2 requests for subscription. Lee Bufan took out his cell phone, but before he could call Wanda called first. With such a heart, Lee Bufan twitched the corner of his mouth, smiled, and connected to the phone. Wanda was a little nervous on the phone and told him a very important thing, saying that Nick Fury had contacted him. If there's time, I hope he will immediately. Rush to Baxter Building. He also said that the Secretary of State for Military Affairs, Brian, will also go there and express his apologies to Lee Bufan for the unpleasantness that happened last time. Secretary of State Wu, who is second only to the president in real power, seems to be a lot of face when he comes out in person. But it's useless. The Secretary of State Martial Arts is a bird, let alone the Secretary of State Martial Arts. Even if the president personally comes forward, Lee Bufan will not take it to heart. He is more concerned about the Baxter Mansion. That is the Fantastic for the base camp. 673. Wow. Peter suddenly screamed and said, What are you doing, Johnny? What is this magic? But it was. Johnny snapped his fingers in pride, and as a result a strange flame burst out, almost burning his own hair. He himself was shocked and hurried to put out the Johnny looked at Peter, then glanced at Lee Bufan. Peter rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, Johnny, this joke is not funny at all. Stop pranking. Okay, we all admit that your magic is very powerful, and your performance is even more powerful. Lee Bufan couldn't help laughing that it seemed that this guy didn't even know that he had acquired superpowers. Peter ignored Johnny and stared at Lee Bufan. Old Ty, don't tell you, you can't go. This time, if you don't go, I'm really angry. Please, that's Las Vegas. Johnny's nerves were so horrible that such an unthinkable thing happened, and he suddenly left his mind and clapped his hands. Let's go. Immediately. Go. I swear, no one in this world can stop us. Just then, Johnny's cell phone rang, and his sister Susan Stone called. The call is connected. Susan sternly said in an unprecedented tone, Immediately. Soon. Come to Baxter Mansion. If you don't show up for half an hour, I will freeze your credit card. Don't even think about getting a penny from me in the future. Johnny was not given a chance to refuse, and he was directly decisive. Johnny looked dumbfounded. He was still very embarrassed. He said that from now on, no one can stop him. Peter clapped his hands, spread them out, and said speechlessly, Please. Ahem. Johnny got up immediately, embarrassed. Peter, I am really embarrassed. This time it is definitely an accident. Susan is very gentle. She has never been so harsh. She must be looking for me, for something she wants. Next time I go, I will go first, then disappear. Lee Bufan shrugged, smiled in his heart, and said, Peter, you have also seen it. This is not my cause. After that, he got up and left the coffee shop, got into a taxi, and only the little spider with a depressed face was left sitting in the coffee shop. 20 minutes later, Baxter Building. Fantastic Four base camp. Of course, this is the 4-person group in the future and now. Haven't had the Fantastic Four yet. This fancy name, and the Baxter Building is just the research center of Reed Richards, where he eats, drinks, and sleeps. The Fantastic Four, the members of the 4-person group are Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards, Invisible Woman Susan Stone, Firebolt Johnston, Stone Man Ben Graham. Among the 3 of them 3 are the top scientists. Especially Mr. Fantastic Reed Richards. He was once known as the smartest scientist in the Marvel world. His scientific inventions and creations are no less than the other. Chapter 166, Tong Tian, the most terrifying man on Earth. 3 requests for subscription. Nick Fury outside the spy chief's door is full of black lines, and it's another thorny head with his own way, and his mouth is particularly poisonous. After hearing Johnny's words, Nick Fury became even more angry and said in a deep voice, "Little friend, if you dare to post it, I promise you will disappear immediately." Johnny was shocked. The other party is not a cat or a dog, but Nick Fury definitely has this ability. Hastily waved his hand and said, "I just talk about it, just talk about it." Nick Fury said, "Then can you open the door now? I am not alone behind me, followed by a heavyweight guest." Johnny hurried over, opened the door, and smiled. "Of course, my God." But when he saw the middle-aged man behind Nick Fury, his expression was immediate. The stiff, startled eyeballs are about to fall. That man he knows. Not only 27 is him. I am afraid that there is no one in the country who does not know him, the Secretary of State of the country, Brian. Put it at the Prime Minister level, absolute number 2 real power leader. God, how come he is here too? Susan Stone and Reed Richards are all shocked. Of course, they also know Brian, and they are his #1 fan, and they have voted for Brian. Ticket, this is a very charming politician. To some extent, he is more popular than the president. Nick Fury and Secretary of State Brian walked into the research room. Brian smiled at everyone and said kindly, "Miss Stone, Mr. Richards, nice to meet you guys." We are also very happy to meet you, Mr. Brian." Reed was full of excitement and hesitated. To some extent, as long as you have not changed and fulfilled the promise you gave in your speech, you are my idol. Brian smiled and said, "I work hard!" Exclamation point. There were stars in Johnny's eyes, and he was extremely excited. Shield. "Chief, what day is the Secretary of State witching?" 2 such heavyweights actually came to me in person, Johanneston. Have I become a very important person? Director Ferry, am I already important enough to affect global security? This guy neither idolizes Nick Fury, nor does he regard Brian as an idol. Nick Fury rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "I'm afraid that's not the case. Honestly, I regret it now. Besides, I'm really thinking about whether you want to join the Avengers." Don't, Johnny said in a hurry. "I am absolutely qualified to join the Avengers." Nick Fury chuckled and said, "What qualifications do you have to talk about by yourself?" Johnny said, "A genius. I am an absolute genius. I was only 20 years old and 20 years old. For people my age, few people can do it." Nick Fury sneered. "Then how do you compare to your spider?" You know." Johnny laughed and said, "I told Peter a long time ago that he could never escape S.H.I.E.L.D. But he actually confidently thinks he can. Well, this theme is biased." Nick Fury rolled his eyes and didn't bother to mess with the bombed young man again. "Let's be quiet for a while. Johnny." Susan gave Johnny a stern look.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.